Chapter 26 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. John Bull's Great Money Humbug. The South Sea Bubble in 1720. Chapter 26. The South Sea Bubble is one of the most startling lessons which history gives us of the ease with which the most monstrous and absurd and wicked humbugs can be crammed down the throat of poor human nature. It ought also to be a useful warning of the folly of mere speculation as compared with real business undertakings. The history of the South Sea Bubble has been told before, but it is too prominent a case to be entirely passed over. It occupied a period of about 8 months, from February 1st, 1720, to the end of the following September. It was an unreasonable expansion of the value of the stock in the South Sea Company. This company was formed in 1711. Its stock was, at first, about $30 million, subscribed by the public and handed over by the corporators to government to meet certain troublesome public debts. In return, government guaranteed the stockholders a dividend of 6%, and gave the company sundry permanent important duties and a monopoly of all trade to the South Pacific, or South Sea. This matter went on with fair success as a money enterprise until the birth of the bubble, which was as follows. In the end of January 1720, probably in consequence of catching infection from Law's Mississippi scheme in France, the South Sea Company and the Bank of England made competing propositions to the English government to repeat the original South Sea Company financiering plan on a larger scale. The proposition of the company, which was accepted by government, was to assume as before the whole public debt, now amounting to over $150 millions, and to be guaranteed at first a 5% dividend and afterward a 4% one to the stockholders by government. For this privilege the company agreed to pay outright a bonus of more than $17 million. This plan is said to have been originated and principally carried through by Sir John Blunt, one of the company's directors. Parliament adopted it after 2 months' discussion, the bubble having, however, been swelling monstrously all the time. It must be remembered that the wonderful profits expected from the company were to come from their monopoly of South Sea trade. Tremendous stories were told by Blunt and his friends, who could have hardly believed more than half of their own talk, about a free trade with all the Spanish Pacific colonies, the importation of silver and gold from Peru and Mexico in return for dry goods, etc., etc., all which fine things were going to produce 2 or 3 times the amount of the company's stock every year. When the bill authorizing the arrangement passed, South Sea stock had already reached a price of 400%. The bill was stoutly opposed in Parliament by Mr. (afterwards Sir) Robert Walpole and a few others, but in vain. Under the operation of the beautiful stories of the speculative Blunt and his friends, South Sea stock, after a short lull in April, began to rise again, and the bubble swelled and swelled in size so monstrous, and with colors so gay, that it filled the whole horizon of poor foolish John Bull, perfectly turned his bull-headed brain, and made him for the time absolutely crazy. The directors opened books on April 12th for £5,000,000 of new stock, charging, however, £300 for each share of £100, or 300% to begin with. Double the amount was subscribed in a few days, That is, John Bull subscribed $30 million for 10 millions of stock, where only 5 millions were to be had. In a few days more, these subscribers were selling at double what they had paid. April 21st, a 10% dividend was voted for midsummer. In a day or two, another 5 million subscription was opened at 400% to begin with. The whole, and half as much more, was taken in a few hours. In the end of May, South Sea stock was worth 500 to 1. On the 28th, it was 550. In 4 days more, for some reason or another, it jumped to 890. The speculating Blunt kept all this time blowing and blowing at his bubble. All summer he and his friends blew and blew, and all summer the bubble swelled and floated and shone, and high and low, men and women, lords and ladies, clergymen, princesses and duchesses, merchants, gamblers, tradesmen, dressmakers, footmen, bought and sold. In the beginning of August, South Sea stock stood at 1,000%. It was really worth about 25%. The crowding in Exchange Alley, the Wall Street of the day, was tremendous. So noisy and unmanageable and excited was this mob of greedy fools that the very same stock was sometimes selling 10% higher at one end of the alley than at the other. The growth of this monstrous, noxious bubble hatched out a multitude of young cockatrices. Not only was the stock of the India Company, the Bank of England, and other sound concerns much increased in price by sympathy with this fury of speculation, but a great number of utterly ridiculous schemes and barefaced swindles were advertised and successfully imposed on the public. Any piece of paper purporting to be stock could be sold for money. Not the least thought of investigating the solvency of advertisers seems to have occurred to anybody. Nor was any rank free from the poison. Almost 100 projects were before the public at once, some of them incredibly brazen humbugs. There were schemes for a wheel for perpetual motion, capital $5 million, for trading in hair, for wigs, in those days, "a big thing," for furnishing funerals to any part of Britain, for improving the art of making soap, for importing walnut trees from Virginia, capital $10 million, for insuring against losses by servants, capital $15 million, for making quicksilver malleable, Puckle's Machine Company, for discharging cannonballs and bullets, both round and square, and so on. One colossal genius in humbugging actually advertised in these words, "A company for carrying on an undertaking of great advantage, but nobody to know what it is." The capital he called for was $2,500,000 in shares of $500 each, deposit on subscribing $10 per share. Each subscriber was promised $500 per share per annum, and full particulars were to be given in a month, when the rest of the subscription was to be paid. This great financier, having put forth his prospectus, opened his office in Cornhill the next morning at 9 o'clock. Crowds pressed upon him. At 3 p.m. John Bull had paid this immense humbug, $10,000 being deposits on 1,000 shares subscribed for. That night the financier, a shrewd man, modestly retired to an unknown place upon the continent, and was never heard of again. Another humbug, almost as preposterous, was that of the "globe permits." These were square pieces of playing cards, with a seal on them having the picture of the Globe Tavern, and with the words "sailcloth permits." What they "permitted" was a subscription at some future period to a sailcloth factory, projected by a certain capitalist. These permits sold at one time for $300 each. But the more sensible members of government soon exerted their influence against these lesser and more palpable humbugs. Some accounts say that the South Sea Company itself grew jealous, for it was reckoned that these "side shows" called for a total amount of $1,500,000,000, and itself took legal means against them. At any rate, an order in council was published, peremptorily dismissing and dissolving them all. During August it leaked out that Sir John Blunt and some other "insiders" had sold out their South Sea stock. There was also some charges of unfairness in managing subscriptions. After so long and so intense an excitement, the time for reaction and collapse was come. The price of stock began to fall, in spite of all that the directors could do. September 2nd it was down to 700. A general meeting of the company was held to try to whitewash matters, but in vain. The stock fell. The great humbug had received its death blow. Thousands of families saw beggary staring them in the face, grasping them with its iron hand. The consternation was inexpressible. Out of it a great popular rage began to flame up, just as fires often break out among the prostrate houses of a city ruined by an earthquake. Efforts were meanwhile vainly made to stay the ruin by help from the Bank of England. Bankers and goldsmiths, then often doing a banking business, absconded daily. Business corporations failed. Credit was almost paralyzed. In the end of September the stock fell to 175, 150, 135. Meanwhile, violent riots were feared. South Sea directors could not be seen in the streets without being insulted. The king, then in Hanover, was imperatively sent for home, and had to come. So extensive was the misfortune and wrath of the people, so numerous the public meetings and petitions from all over the kingdom, that Parliament found it necessary to grant the public demand, and to initiate a formal inquiry into the whole enterprise. This was done, and the foolish, swindled, disappointed, angry nation, through this proceeding, vented all the wrath it could upon the persons and estates of the managers and officers of the South Sea Company. They were forbidden to leave the kingdom. Their property was sequestrated. They were placed in custody and examined. Those of them in Parliament were insulted there to their faces, several of them expelled, and most violent charges made against them all. A secret investigating committee was set to rip up the whole affair. Knight, the treasurer, who possessed all the dangerous secrets of the concern, ran away to Calais and the Continent, and so escaped. The books were found to have been either destroyed, secreted, or mutilated and garbled. Stock bribes of $250,000, $150,000, $50,000 had been paid to the Earl of Sunderland, the Duchess of Kendal, the king's favorite, Mr. Craggs, one of the secretaries of state, and others. Mr. Aislabie, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had accumulated $4,250,000 and more out of the business. Many other noblemen, gentlemen, and reputable merchants were disgracefully involved. The trials that were had resulted in the imprisonment, expulsion, or degradation of Aislabie, Craggs, Sir George Caswell, a banker and member of the House, and others. Blunt, a Mr. Stanhope, and a number more of the chief criminals were stripped of their wealth, amounting to from $135,000 to $1.2 million each, and the proceeds used for the partial relief of the ruined, except amounts left to the culprits to begin the world anew. Blunt, the chief of all the swindlers, was stripped of about $925,000, and allowed only $5,000. By this means, and by the use of such actual property as the company did possess, about one-third of the money lost by its means was ultimately paid to the losers. It was a long time, however, before the tone of public credit was thoroughly restored. The history of the South Sea Bubble should always stand as a beacon to warn us that reckless speculation is the bane of commerce, and that the only sure method of gaining a fortune, and certainly of enjoying it, is to diligently prosecute some legitimate calling, which, like the quality of mercy, is "twice blessed." Every man's occupation should be beneficial to his fellow man, as well as profitable to himself. All else is vanity and folly. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 27. Business Humbugs. John Law. The Mississippi Scheme. Johnny Crapaud as greedy as Johnny Bull. In the "good old times," people were just as eager after money as they are now, and a great deal more vulgar, unscrupulous, and foolish in their endeavors to get it. During about 200 years after the discovery of America, that continent was a constant source of great and little money humbugs. The Spaniards and the Portuguese and French and English all insisted upon thinking that America was chiefly made of gold, perhaps believing, as the man said about Colorado, that the hardship of the place was, you have to dig through 3 or 4 feet of solid silver before the gold could be reached. This curious delusion is shown by the fact that the early charters of lands in America so uniformly reserved to the king his proportion of all gold and silver that should be found. And if gold were not to be had, these lazy Europeans were equally crazy about the rich merchandise which they made sure of finding in the vast and solitary American mountains and forests. In a previous letter I have shown how one of those delusions about the unbounded wealth to be obtained from the countries on the South Sea caused the English South Sea Bubble. A similar belief, at the same time, in the neighboring country of France, formed the airy basis of a similar business humbug, even more gigantic, noxious, and destructive. This was John Law's Mississippi Scheme, of which I shall give an account in this chapter. It was, I think, the greatest business humbug of history. Law was a Scotchman, shrewd and able, a really good financier for those days, but vicious, a gambler, unprincipled, and liable to wild schemes. He had possessed a good deal of property, and had traveled and gambled all over Europe, was witty, entertaining, and capital company, and had become a favorite with the Duke of Orleans and other French nobles. When the Duke became regent of France at the death of Louis XIV in 1715, that country was horribly in debt, and its people in much misery, owing to the costly wars and flaying taxations of the late king. When therefore Law came to Paris with a promising scheme of finance in his hand, the regent was particularly glad to see him, both as financier and as friend. The regent quickly fell in with Law's plans, and in the spring of 1716, the first step, not however so intended at the time, toward the Mississippi Scheme was taken. That was the establishment by royal authority of the banking firm of Law and Company, consisting of Law and his brother. This bank, by judicious organization and issue of paper money, quickly began to help the distressed finances of the kingdom, and to invigorate trade and commerce. This success, which seems to have been an entirely sound and legitimate business success, made one sadly mistaken but very deep impression upon the ignorant and shallow mind of the Regent of France, which was the foundation of all the subsequent trouble. The Regent became firmly convinced that if a certain quantity of bank bills could do so much good, 100,000 times as many bills would surely do 100,000 times as much. That is, he thought printing and issuing the bills was creating money. He paid no regard to the need of providing specie for them on demand, but thought that he had an unlimited money factory in the city of Paris. So far, so good. Next, Law planned, and with the ever-ready consent of the Regent, effected an enlargement of the business of his bank, based on that delusion I spoke of about America. This enlargement was the formation of the Mississippi Company, and this was the contrivance which swelled into so tremendous a humbug. The company was closely connected with the banks, and received, to begin with, the monopoly of all trade to the Mississippi River and all the country west of it. It was expected to obtain vast quantities of gold and silver from that region, and thus to make immense dividends on its stock. At home it was to have the sole charge of collecting all the taxes and coining all the money. Stock was issued to the amount of 100,000 shares at $200, 500 livres each, and Law's help to the government funds was continued by permitting the stock to be paid for in those funds at their par value, though worth in market only about a third of it. Subscriptions came in rapidly, for the French community was far more ignorant about commercial affairs, finances, and the real resources of distant regions than we can easily conceive of nowadays. And not only the Regent, but every man, woman, and child of France, except a very few tough and hard-headed old skeptics, believed every word Law said, and would have believed him if he had told stories 100 times as incredible. Well, pretty soon the Regent gave the associates, the bank and the company, two other monopolies, that of tobacco, always monstrously profitable, and that of refining gold and silver. Pretty soon again he created the bank a state institution by the magnificent name of the Royal Bank of France. Having done this, the Regent could control the bank in spite of law, or order either, for in those days the kings of France were almost perfectly despotic, and the Regent was acting king. I have mentioned the Regent's terrible delusion about paper money. No sooner had he the bank in his power than he added to the reasonable and useful total of the $12 million of notes already out a monstrous issue of $200 million worth in one vast batch, with the firm conviction that he was thus adding so much to the par currency of France. The Parliament of France, a body mostly of lawyers, originating in the Middle Ages, a steady, conservative, wise, and brave assembly, was always hostile to Law and his schemes. When this great expansion of paper currency began, the Parliament made a resolute fight against it, petitioning, ordaining, threatening to hang Law, and frightening him well too. For the thorough enmity of an assembly of old lawyers may well frighten anybody. At last the Regent, by the use of the despotic power of which the kings of France had so much, reduced these old fellows to silence by sticking a few of them in jail. The cross-grained Parliament thus disposed of, everything was quickly made to "look lovely." In the beginning of 1719, more grants were made to Law's associated concerns. The Mississippi Company was granted the monopoly of all trade to the East Indies, China, the South Seas, and all the territories of the French India Company and of the Senegal Company. It took a new and imposing name, "the Company of the Indies." They had already, by the way, also obtained the monopoly of the Canada beaver trade, of this colossal corporation, monopolizing the whole foreign commerce of France, with 2/3 or more of the world, its whole home finances, and other important interests besides. 50,000 new shares were issued, as before, at $100 each. These might be bought, as before, with government securities at par. Law was so bold as to promise annual dividends of $20 per share, which, as the government funds stood, was 120% per annum. Everybody believed him. More than 300,000 applications were made for the new shares. Law was besieged in his house by more than twice as many people as General Grant had to help him take Richmond. The great humbug was at last in full buzz. The street where the wonderful Scotchman lived was busy, filled, crowded, jammed, and choked. Dangerous accidents happened in it every day, from the excessive pressure. From the princes of the blood down to cobblers and lackeys, all men and all women crowded and crowded to subscribe their money, and to pay their money, and to know how many shares they had gotten. Law moved to a roomier street, and the crazy mob crowded harder than ever, so that the chancellor, who held his court of law hard by, could not hear his lawyers. A tremendous uproar, surely, that could drown the voices of those gentlemen. And so he moved again to the great Hotel de Soissons, a vast palace, with a garden of some acres. Fantastic circumstances variegated the wild rush of speculation. The haughtiest of the nobility rented mean rooms near Law's abode, to be able to get at him. Rents in his neighborhood rose to 12 and 16 times their usual amount. A cobbler whose lines had fallen in those pleasant places made $40 a day by letting his stall and furnishing writing materials to speculators. Thieves and disreputable characters of all sorts flocked to this concourse. There were riots and quarrels all the time. They often had to send a troop of cavalry to clear the street at night. Gamblers posted themselves with their implements among the speculators, who gambled harder than the gamblers, and took an occasional turn at roulette by way of slackening the excitement, as people go to sleep or go into the country. A hunchback fellow made a good deal of money by letting people write on his back. When Law had moved into the Hotel de Soissons, the former owner, the Prince de Caragon, reserved his gardens, procured an edict confining all stock dealings to that place, put up 500 tents there, leased them at 500 livres a month each, and thus made money at the rate of $50,000 a month. There were just two of the aristocracy who were sensible and resolute enough not to speculate in the stock: the Duc de Saint-Simon and the old Marshal Villars. Law became infinitely the most important person in the kingdom. Great and small, male and female, high and low, haunted his offices and antechambers, hunted him down, plagued his very life out, to get a moment's speech with him, and get him to enter their names as buyers of stock. The highest nobles would wait half a day for the chance. His servants received great sums to announce some visitor's name. Ladies of the highest rank gave him anything he would ask of them for leave to buy stock. One of them made her coachman upset her out of her carriage as Law came by to get a word with him. He helped her up, and she got the word and bought some stock. Another lady ran into the house when he was at dinner, and raised a cry of fire. The rest ran out, but she ran further in to reach Law, who saw what she was at, and like a pecuniary Joseph, ran away as fast as he could. As the frenzy rose toward its height, and the regent took advantage of it to issue stock enough to pay the whole of national debt, namely 300,000 new shares at $1,000 each, or 1,000% in the par value, they were instantly taken. 3 times as many would have been instantly taken. So violent were the changes of the market that the shares rose or fell 20% within a few hours. A servant was sent to sell 250 shares of stock, found on reaching the gardens of the Hôtel de Soissons that since he left his master's house, the price had risen from $1,600, par value 100, remember, to $2,000. The servant sold, gave his master the proceeds at $1,600 a share, and put the remaining $100,000 in his own pocket, and left France that evening. Law's coachman became so rich that he left service and set up his own coach, and when his master asked him to find a successor, he brought 2 candidates and told Law to choose, and he would take the other himself. There were many absurd cases of vulgarians made rich. There were also many robberies and murders. That committed by the Count de Horn, one of the higher nobility, and 2 accomplices, is a famous case. The count, a dissipated rascal, poniarded a broker in a tavern for the money the broker carried with him. But he was taken, and, in spite of the utmost and most determined exertions of the nobility, the regent had him broken on the wheel in public, like any other murderer. The stock of the Company of the Indies, though it dashed up and down 10 and 20% from day to day, was from the first immensely inflated. In August 1719 it sold at 610%. In a few weeks more it arose to 1,200%. All winter it still went up until in April 1720 it stood at 2,050%. That is, one $100 share would sell for $2,050. At this extreme point of inflation, the bubble stood a little, shining splendidly as bubbles do when they are nearest bursting, and then it received 2 or 3 quiet pricks. The Prince de Conti, enraged because Law would not send him some shares on his own terms, sent 3 wagon loads of bills to Law's bank, demanding specie. Law paid it, and complained to the regent, who made him put 2/3 of it back again. A shrewd stock gambler threw specie by small sums until he had about $200,000 in coin, and lest he should be forced to return it, he packed it in a cart, covered it with manure, put on a peasant's disguise, and carted his fortune over the frontiers into Belgium. Some others quietly realized their means in like manner by driblets, and funded them abroad. By such means coin gradually grew very scarce, and signs of a panic appeared. The regent tried to adjust matters by a decree that coin should be 5% less than paper, as much as to say, "It is hereby enacted that there is a great deal more coin than there is." This did not serve, and the regent decreed again that coin should be worth 10% less than paper. Then he decreed that the bank must not pay more than $22 at once in specie, and finally, by a bold stretch of his authority, he issued an edict that no person should have over $100 in coin, on pain of fine and confiscation. These odious laws made a great deal of trouble, spying, and distress, and rapidly aggravated the difficulty they were meant to cure. The price of shares in the great company began to fall steadily and rapidly. Law and the regent began to be universally hated, cursed, and threatened. Various foolish and vain attempts were made to stay the coming ruin by renewing the stories about Louisiana, sending out a lot of conscripted laborers, ordering that all payments must be in paper, and printing a new batch of notes to the amount of another $300 million. Law's two corporations were also doctored in several ways. The distress and fright grew worse. An edict was issued that Law's notes and shares should depreciate gradually by law for a year, and then be worth but half their face. This made such a tumult and outcry that the regent had to retract it in 7 days. On this seventh day, Law's bank stopped paying specie. Law was turned out of his public employments, but still well treated by the regent in private. He was, however, mobbed and stoned in his coach in the street, and had to have a company of Swiss guards in his house, and at last had to flee to the regent's own palace. I have not space to describe in detail the ruin, misery, tumults, loss, and confusion which attended the speedy descent of Law's paper and shares to entire worthlessness. Thousands of families were made paupers, and trade and commerce destroyed by the painful process. Law himself escaped out of France poor, and after another obscure and disreputable career of gambling, died in poverty at Venice in 1729. Thus this enormous business humbug first raised a whole nation into a fool's paradise of imaginary wealth, and then exploded, leaving its projector and many thousands of victims ruined, the country disturbed and distressed, long enduring consequences in vicious and lawless and unsteady habits, contracted while the delusion lasted, and no single benefit, except one most dearly bought lesson of the wicked folly of mere speculation without a real business basis and a real business method. Let not this lesson be lost on the rampant and half-crazed speculators of the present day. Those who buy gold or flour, leather, butter, dry goods, groceries, hardware, or anything else on speculation, when prices are inflated far beyond the ordinary standard, are taking upon themselves great risk, for the bubble must eventually be pricked, and whoever is the holder when that time comes must necessarily be the loser. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2009. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Part 5. Medicine and Quacks. Chapter 28. Doctors and Imagination, Firing a Joke out of a Cannon, The Paris Eye Water, Magendie on Medical Knowledge, Old Sands of Life. Medical humbugs constitute a very critical subject indeed, because I shall be almost certain to offend some of 3 parties concerned, namely physicians, quacks, and patients. But it will never do to neglect so important a division of my whole theme as this. To begin with, it is necessary to suggest, in the most delicate manner in the world, that there is a small infusion of humbug among the very best of the regular practitioners. These gentlemen, for whose learning, kind-heartedness, self-devotion, and skill I entertain a profound respect, make use of what I may call the gaseous element of their practice, not for the lucre of gain, but in order to enlist the imaginations of their patients in aid of nature and great remedies. The stories are infinite in number which illustrate the force of imagination, ranging through all the grades of mental action, from the lofty visions of good men who dream of seeing heaven opened to them, and all its ineffable glories and delights, down to the low comedy conceit of the fellow who put a smoked herring into the tail of his coat and imagined himself a mermaid. Probably, however, imagination displays its real power more wonderfully in the operations of the mind on the body that holds it than anywhere else. It is true that there are some people even so utterly without imagination that they cannot take a joke. such as that grave man of Scotland, who was at last plainly told by a funny friend quite out of patience, "Why, you wouldn't take a joke if it were fired at you out of a cannon." "Sir," replied the Scot with sound reasoning and grave thought, "Sir, you are absurd. You cannot fire a joke out of a cannon." But to return, it is certainly the case that frequently the doctor takes great care not to let the patient know what is the matter, and even not to let him know what he is swallowing. This is because a good many people, if at a critical point of disease, may be made to turn toward health, if made to believe that they are doing so, but would be frightened, in the literal sense of the words, to death, if told what a dangerous state they are in. One sort of regular practice humbug is rendered necessary by the demands of the patients. This is giving good big doses of something with a horrid smell and taste. There are plenty of people who don't believe the doctor does anything to earn his money, if he does not pour down some dirty brown or black stuff very nasty in flavor. Some, still more exacting, wish for that sort of testimony which depends on internal convulsions, and will not be satisfied unless they suffer torments and expel stuff enough to quiet the inside of Mount Vesuvius or Popocatepetl. "He's a good doctor," was the verdict of one of this class of leather-boweled fellows. "He'll work your innards for you." It is a milder form of this same method to give what the learned faculty term a placebo. This is a thing in the outward form of medicine, but quite harmless in itself. Such is a bread pill, for instance, or a draught of colored water, with a little disagreeable taste in it. These will often keep the patient's imagination headed in the right direction, while good old Dame Nature is quietly mending up the damages in the soul's dark cottage. One might almost fancy that, in proportion as the physician is more skillful, by so much he gives less medicine, and relies more on imagination, nature, and, above all, regimen and nursing. Here is a story in point. There was an old gentleman in Paris, who sold a famous eye water, and made much gain thereby. He died, however, one fine day, and unfortunately forgot to leave the recipe on record. His disconsolate widow continued the business at the old stand, however, to quote another characteristic French anecdote, and being a woman of ready and decisive mind, she very quietly filled the vials with water from the river Seine, and lived respectively on the proceeds, finding, to her great relief, that the eye water was just as good as ever. At last, however, she found herself about to die, and under the stings of an accusing conscience, she confessed her trick to her physician, an eminent member of the profession. "Be entirely easy, madam," said the wise man. "Don't be troubled at all. You are the most innocent physician in the world. You have done nobody any harm. It is an old and illiberal joke to compare medicine to war, on the ground that the votaries of both seek to destroy life. It is, however, not far from the truth to say that they are alike in this, that they are both preeminently liable to mistakes, and that in both he is most successful who makes the fewest. How can it be otherwise until we know more than we do at present of the great mysteries of life and death? It seems risky enough to permit the wisest and most experienced physician to touch those springs of life which God only understands. And it is enough to make the most stupid stare to see how people will let the most disguised quack jangle their very heartstrings with his poisonous messes, about as soon as if he were the best doctor in the world. A true physician, indeed, does not hasten to drug. The great French surgeon Magendie is even said to have commenced his official course of lectures on one occasion by coolly saying to his students, "Gentlemen, the curing of disease is a subject that physicians know nothing about." This was doubtless an extreme way of putting the case. Yet it was in a certain sense exactly true. There is one of the geysers in Iceland into which visitors throw pebbles or turfs, with the invariable result of causing the disgusted gazer in a few minutes to vomit the dose out again, along with a great quantity of hot water, steam, and stuff. Now the doctor does know that some of his doses are pretty sure to work, as the traveler knows that his dose will work on the geyser. It is only the exact how and why that is not understood. But however mysterious is nature, however ignorant the doctor, however imperfect the present state of physical science, The patronage and the success of quacks and quackeries are infinitely more wonderful than those of honest and laborious men of science and their careful experiments. I have come about to the end of my tether for this time, and quackery is something too monstrous in dimensions as well as character to be dealt with in a paragraph. But I may with propriety put one quack at the tail of this letter. It is but just that he should let decent people go before him. I mean old sands of life. Everybody has seen his advertisement beginning, "A retired physician whose sands of life have nearly run out," etc. And everybody, almost, knows how kind the fellow is in sending gratis his recipe. All that is necessary is, as you find out when you get the recipe, to buy at a high price from him one ingredient which, he says, you can get nowhere else. This swindling scamp is in fact a smart brisk fellow of about 35 years of age, notwithstanding the length of time during which, to use a funny phrase which somebody got up for him, he has been afflicted with a loose tail-board to his mortal sand-cart. Some benevolent friend was so much distressed about the feebleness of old sands of life as to send him one day a large parcel by express, marked C.O.D. and costing quite a figure. Old sands paid, and, opening the parcel, found half a bushel of excellent sand. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in September 2009. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 29. The Consumptive Remedy. E. Andrews, M.D. Born Without Birthrights. Hashish Candy. Roback the Great. A Conjurer Opposed to Lying. There is a fellow in Williamsburg who calls himself a clergyman, and sells a consumptive remedy, by which I suppose he means a remedy for consumption. It is a mere slop corked in a vial, but there are a good many people who are silly enough to buy it of him. A certain gentleman, during last November, earnestly sought an interview with this reverend brother in the interests of humanity, but he was as inaccessible as a chipmunk in a stone fence. The gentleman wrote a polite note to the knave, asking about prices, and received a printed circular in return, stating in an affecting manner the good man's grief at having to raise his price in consequence of the cost of gold, with which I am obliged to buy my medicines, saith he, in Paris. This was both sad and unsatisfactory, and the gentleman went over to Williamsburg to seek an interview and find out all about the prices. He reached the abode of the man of piety, but, strange to relate, he wasn't at home. Gentleman waited. Reverend brother kept on not being at home. When gentleman had waited to his entire satisfaction, he came back. It is understood it is practically out of the question to see the reverend brother. Perhaps he is so modest and shy that he will not encounter the clamorous gratitude which would obstruct his progress through the streets from the millions saved by his consumptive remedy. It is a pity that the reverend man cannot enjoy the still more complete seclusion by which the state of New York testifies its appreciation of unobtrusive and retiring virtues like his, in the salubrious and quiet town of Sing Sing. A quack in an inland city who calls himself E. Andrews, M.D., prints a semi-occasional document in the form of a periodical, of which a copy is lying before me. It is an awful hodgepodge of perfect nonsense and vulgar rascality. He calls it The Good Samaritan and Domestic Physician, and this number is called Volume 20. Only think what a great man we have among us, unless the doctor himself is mistaken. He says, I will here state that I have been favored by nature and providence in gaining access to stores of information that has fell to the lot of but very few persons heretofore during the past history of mankind. Evidently these stores were so vast that the great doctor's brain was stuffed too full to have room left for English grammar. Shortly the doctor thus bursts forth again with some views having their own merits, but not such as concern the healing art very directly. The automaton powers of machinery, there's a new style of machinery, you observe, must be made to work for, instead of as now against mankind. The land of all nations must be made free to actual settlers in limited quantities. No one must be born without his birthright, being born with him. The italics, etc., are the doctor's. What an awful thought is this of being born without any birthright, or, as the doctor leaves us to suppose possible, having one's birthright born first, and dodging about the world like a stray canary bird, while the unhappy and belated owner tries in vain to put salt on its tail and catch it. Well, this wiseacre, after his portentous introduction, fills the rest of his 16 loosely printed double-columned octavo pages with a farrago of the most indescribable character, made up of brags, lies, promises, forged recommendations and letters, boasts of systematic charity, funny scraps of stuff in the form of little disquisitions, advertisements of remedies, hair oils, cosmetics, liquors, groceries, thistle killers, anti-bug mixtures, recipes for soap, ink, honey, and the old Harry only knows what. The fellow gives a list of 71 specific diseases for which his hashish candy is a sure cure, and he adds that it is also a sure cure for all diseases of the liver, brain, throat, stomach, ear, and other internal disorders, also for all long-standing diseases, whatever that means, and for insanity. In this monstrous list are jumbled together the most incongruous troubles, bleeding at the nose and abortions, worms, fits, poisons, and cramps. And the impudent liar quotes General Grant, General Mitchell, the rebel General Lee, General McClellan, and Dr. Mott of this city, all shouting in chorus the praises of the hashish candy. Next comes the Secret of Beauty, a preparation of Turkish roses, then a lot of forged references, and an assertion that the doctor gives to the poor 5,000 pounds of bread every winter, then some fearful denunciations of the regular doctors. But, as the auctioneers say, I can't dwell. I will only add that the real villainy of this fellow only appears here and there, where he advertises the means of ruining innocence, or of indulging with impunity in the foulest vices. He will sell for $3.30 the mystic weird ring. In a chapter of infamous bletherumskite about this ring, he says, "The wearer can drive from or draw to him anyone, and for any purpose whatever." I need not explain what the scoundrel means. He also will sell the professed means of robbery and swindling, saying that he is prepared to show how to remove papers, wills, titles, notes, etc., from one place to another, by invisible means. It is a wonder that the Bank of Commerce can keep any securities in his vaults, of course. But enough of this degraded panderer to crime and folly. He is beneath notice, so far as he himself concerned. I devote the space to him because it is well worth while to understand how base an imposture can draw a steady revenue from a nation boasting so much culture and intelligence as ours. It is also worth considering whether the authorities must not be remiss, who permit such odious deceptions to be constantly perpetrated upon the public. I ought here to give a paragraph to the great C.W. Roebuck, one of whose astrological almanacs is before me. This erudite production is embellished in front with a picture of the doctor and his 6 brothers, for he is the 7th son of a 7th son. The 6 elder brethren, nice enough boys, stand submissively around their gigantic and bearded junior, reaching only to his waist, and gazing up at him with reverence, as the sheaves of Joseph's brethren worshipped his sheaf in his dreams. At the end is a picture of Magnus Roebuck, the grandfather of C.W., a bull-headed, ugly old Dutchman, with a globe and compasses. This picture, by the way, is in fact a cheap likeness of the old discoverers or geographers. Within the book we find Gustavus Roebuck, the father of C.W., for whom is used the cut of Jupiter, or some other heathen god, half naked, astraddle of an eagle, with a hook in one hand and a quadrant in the other, which is very much like the picture by one of the old masters, of Abraham about to offer up Isaac, and taking a long aim at the poor boy with a flintlock horse pistol. Dr. Roebuck is good enough to tell us where his brothers are. One a high officer in the Empire of China, another a Catholic bishop in the city of Rome, and so on. There is also a cut of his sister, whom he cured of consumption. She is represented talking to her bird after the fashion of her country when a maiden is unexpectedly rescued from the jaws of death. Roback cures all sorts of diseases, discovers stolen property, ensures children a marriage, and so on, all by means of conjurations. He also casts nativities and foretells future events, and he shows in full how Bernadotte, Louis Philippe, and Napoleon Bonaparte either did well or would have done well by following his advice. The chief peculiarity of this impostor is that he really avoids direct pandering to vice and crime, and even makes it a specialty to cure drunkenness and, of all things in the world, lying. On this point Roback gives in full the certificate of Mrs. Abigail Morgan, whose daughter Amanda was sorely given to fibbing, in so much that she would rather lie than speak the truth. And the delighted mother certifies that our friend and wizard so changed the nature of the girl that, to the best of our knowledge and belief, she has never spoken anything but the truth since. There is a conjurer, as is a conjurer. What an uproar the incantation of the great Roback would make, if set fairly to work among the politicians, for instance! But, after all, on second thoughts, what a horrible mass of abominations would they lie bare in telling the truth about each other all round! No, it won't do to have the truth coming out in politics at any rate. Away with Roback! I will not give him another word, not a single chance, not even to explain his great power over what he calls fits. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2009. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 30. Monsignore Cristoforo Riccio, or Il Creso, the nostrum vendor of Florence, a model for our quack doctors. Every visitor to Florence during the last 20 years must have noticed on the grand piazza before the ducal palace the strange genius known as Monsignore Creso, or, in plain English, Mr. Croesus. He is so called because of his reputed grand wealth, but his real name is Cristoforo Riccio, which I may again translate as Christopher Risk. Mrs. Browning refers to him in one of her poems, the Casa Guidi Windows, I think, and he has also been the staple of a tale by one of the Trollope brothers. Twice every week he comes into the city in a strange vehicle, drawn by 2 fine Lombardy ponies, and unharnesses them in the very centre of the square. His assistant, a capital vocalist, begins to sing immediately, and the crowd soon collects around the wagon. Then Monsignore takes from the box beneath his seat a splendidly joined human skeleton, which he suspends from a tall rod and hook, and also a number of human skulls. The latter are carefully arranged on an adjustable shelf, and Creso takes his place behind them, while in his rear a perfect chemist's shop of flasks, bottles, and pill-boxes is disclosed. Very soon his singer ceases, and in the purest Tuscan dialect, the very utterance of which is music, the Florentine quack doctor proceeds to address the assemblage. Not being conversant with the Italian, I am only able to give the substance of his harangue, and pronounce indifferently upon the merit of his elocution. I am assured, however, that not only the common people, who are his chief patrons, but numbers of the most intelligent citizens, are always entertained by what he has to say, and certainly his gestures and style of expression seem to betray great excellence of oratory. Having turned the skeleton round and round on its pivot, and minutely explained the various anatomical parts, in order to show his proficiency in the basis of medical science, he next lifts the skulls, one by one, and descants upon their relative perfection, throwing in a shrewd anecdote now and then, as to the life of the original owner of each cranium. One skull, for example, he asserts to have belonged to a lunatic, who wandered for half a lifetime in the Val d'Ema, subsisting precariously upon entirely vegetable food, roots, herbs, and the like. Another is the superior part of a convict, hung in Arezzo for numerous offences. A third is that of a very old man who lived a celibate from his youth up, and by his abstinence and goodness exercised an almost priestly influence upon the Borghesa. When, by this miscellaneous lecture, he has both amused and edified his hearers, he ingenuously turns the discourse upon his own life, and finally introduces the subject of the marvellous cures he has effected. The story of his medical preparations alone, their components and method of distillation, is a fine piece of popularized art, and he gives a practical exemplification of his skill and their virtues by calling from the crowd successively a number of invalid people, whom he examines and prescribes for on the spot. Whether these subjects are provided by himself or not, I am unable to decide, but it is very possible that by a long experience Cristoforo, who has no regular diploma, has mastered the simpler elements of materia medica, and does in reality effect cures. I class him among what are popularly known as humbugs, however, for he is a pretender to more wisdom than he possesses. It was to me a strange and suggestive scene, the bald, beak-nosed, coal-eyed charlatan standing in the market-place, so celebrated in history, peering through his gold spectacles at the upturned faces below him, while the bony skeleton at his side swayed in the wind, and the grinning skulls below made grotesque faces, as if laughing at the gullibility of the people. Behind him loomed up the massive Palazzo Vecchio, with its high tower, sharply cut, and set with deep machicolations; to the left the splendid Loggia of Orgagna, filled with rare marbles, and a long picture gallery of the Uffizi, heaped with the rarest art treasures of the world. To his right the giant fountain of Ammanato, throwing jets of pure water, one drop of which outvalues all the nostrums in the world. And in front the post office, built centuries before by Pisan captives. If any of these things moved the imperturbable Creso, he showed no feeling of the sort, but for 3 long hours, 2 days in the week, held his hideous clinic in the open daylight. Seeing the man so often, and interested always in his manner, as much so, indeed, as the peasants or contadini who bought his vials and pill-boxes without stint, I became interested to know the main features of his life, and, by the aid of a friend, got some clues which I think reliable enough to publish. I do so the more willingly, because his career is illustrative, after an odd fashion, of contemporary Italian life. He was the son of a small farmer not far from Siena, and grew up in daily contact with wine-dressers and olive-gatherers, living upon the hard Tuscan fare of macaroni and maroon nuts, with a cutlet of lean mutton once a day, and a pint of sour Tuscan wine. Being tolerably well educated for a peasant boy, he imbibed a desire for the profession of an actor, and studied Alfieri closely. Some little notoriety that he gained by recitations led him, in an evil hour, to venture an appearance en grand rôle in Florence, at a third-rate theatre. His father had meanwhile deceased, and left him the property, but to make the début referred to he sold almost his entire inheritance. As may be supposed, his failure was signal. However easy he had found it to amuse the rough, untutored peasantry of his neighbourhood, the test of a large and polished city was beyond his merit. So, poor and abashed, he sank to the lower walks of dramatic art, singing in choruses at the opera, playing minor parts in show-pieces, and all the while feeling the sting of disappointed ambition and half-deserved penury. One day found him, at the beginning of winter, without work, and without a soldo in his pocket. Passing a druggist's shop, he saw a placard asking for men to sell a certain new preparation. The druggist advanced him a small sum for travelling expenses, and he took to peripatetic lectures at once, going into the country and haranguing at all the villages. Here he found his dramatic education available. Though not good enough for an actor, he was sufficiently clever for a nomadic eulogizer of a patent medicine. His vocal abilities were also of service to him in gathering the people together. The great secret of success in anything is to get a hearing. Half the object is gained when the audience is assembled. Well, poor, vagabond, peddling Christopher Risk, selling so much for another party, conceived the idea of becoming his own capitalist. He resolved to prepare a medicine of his own, and, profiting by the assistance of a young medical student, obtained bona fide prescriptions for the commonest maladies. These he had made up in gross, originated labels for them, and concealing the real essences thereof by certain harmless adulterations, began to advertise himself as the discoverer of a panacea. To gain no ill will among the priests, whose influence is paramount with the peasantry, he dexterously threw in a reverent word for them in his nomadic harangues, and now and then made a sounding present to the Church. He profited also by the superstitions abroad, and to the skill of Hippocrates added the roguery of Simon Magus. By report he was both a magician and a physician, and the knack that he had of sleight of hand was not the least influential of his virtues. His bodily prowess was as great as his suppleness. One day, at Fiesole, a foreign doctor presumed to challenge Monsignore to a debate, and the offer was accepted. While the two stood together in Cristoforo's wagon, and the intruder was haranguing the people, the quack, without a movement of his face or a twitch of his body, jerked his foot against his rival's leg, and threw him to the ground. He had the effrontery to proclaim the feat as magnetic entirely, accomplished without bodily means, and by virtue of his black art acquirements. An awe fell upon the listeners, and they refused to hear the checkmated disputant further. As soon as Cristoforo began to thrive, he indulged his dramatic taste by purchasing a superb wagon, team, and equipments, and hired a servant. Such a turnout had never been seen in Tuscany since the Medicean days. It gained for him the name of Creso straightway, and, enabling him to travel more rapidly, enlarged his business sphere, and so vastly increased his profits. He arranged regular days and hours for each place in Tuscany, and soon became as widely known as the Grand Duke himself. When it was known that he had bought an old castle at Pontassieve, on the banks of the Arno, his reputation still further increased. He was now so prosperous that he set the faculty at defiance. He proclaimed that they were jealous of his profounder learning, and threatened to expose the banefulness of their systems. At the same time, his talk to the common people began to savour of patronage, and this also enhanced his reputation. It is much better, as a rule, to call attention up to you rather than charity down to you. The shrewd impostor became also more absolute now. It was known that the Grand Duke had once asked him to dine, and that Monsignore had the hardihood to refuse. Indeed, he sympathized too greatly with the aroused Italian spirit of unity and progress to compromise himself with the House of Austria. When at last the revolution came, Cristoforo was one of its best champions in Tuscany. His cantate sang only the march of Garibaldi and the victories of Savoy. His own speeches teemed with the gospel of Italy regenerated, and for a whole month he wasted no time in the sale of his botiguillas and pilolas, but threw all his vehement, persuasive, and dramatic eloquence into the popular cause. The end we know. Tuscany is a dukedom no longer, but a component part of a great peninsular kingdom with Florence the Beautiful for its capital. And still before the ducal palace, where the deputies of Italy are to assemble, poor, vain Cristoforo Riccio makes his harangue every Tuesday and Saturday. He is now, or was 4 years ago, upward of 60 years of age, but spirited and athletic as ever, and so rich that it would be superfluous for him to continue his peripatetic career. His life is to me noteworthy, as showing what may be gained by concentrating even humble energies upon a paltry thing. Had Creso persevered as well upon the stage, I do not doubt that he would have made a splendid actor. If he did so well with a mere nostrum, why should he not have gained riches and a less grotesque fame by the sale of a better article? He understood human nature, its credulities and incredulities, its superstitions, tastes, changefulness, and love of display and excitement. He has done no harm, and given as much amusement as he has been paid for. Indeed, I consider him more an ornamental and useful character than otherwise. He has brightened many a traveller's recollections, relieved the tedium of many a weary hour in a foreign city, and, with all his deception, has never severed himself from the popular faith, nor sold out the popular cause. I dare say his death, when it occurs, will cause more sensation and evoke more tears than that of any better physician in Tuscany. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ferguson. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. The 27th Street Ghost. Spirits on the Rampage. Chapter 31. In classing the ghost excitement that agitated our good people to such an extent some 2 years ago among the humbugs of the age, I must at the outset remind my readers that there was no little accumulation of what is termed respectable testimony as to the reality of his ghostship in 27th Street. One fine Sunday morning in the early part of 1863, my friends of the Sunday Mercury astonished their many thousands of patrons with an account that had been brought to them of a fearful spectre that had made its appearance in one of the best houses in 27th Street. The narrative was detailed with circumstantial accuracy, and yet with an apparent discreet reserve, that gave the finishing touch of delightful mystery to the story. The circumstances, as set forth in the opening letter, for many others followed, were briefly these. A highly respectable family residing on 27th Street, one of our handsome uptown thoroughfares, became aware toward the close of the year 1862 that something extraordinary was taking place in their house, then one of the best in the neighborhood. Sundry mutterings and whisperings began to be heard among the servants employed about the domicile, and after a little while it became almost impossible to induce them to remain there for love or money. The visitors of the family soon began to notice that their calls, which formerly were so welcome, particularly among the young people of the establishment, seemed to give embarrassment, and that the smiles that greeted them as early as 7 in the evening gradually gave place to uneasy gestures, and finally to positive hints at the lateness of the hour or the fatigue of their host by 9 o'clock. The head of the family was a plain, matter-of-fact old gentleman, by no means likely to give way to any superstitious terrors, one of your hard-headed business men who pooh-poohed demons, hobgoblins, and all other kinds of spirits, except the purest Santa Cruz and genuine old Otard, and he fell into a great rage when, upon his repeated gruff demands for an explanation, he was delicately informed that his parlour was haunted. He vowed that somebody wanted to drive him from the house, that there was a conspiracy afoot among the women to get him still higher up town, and into a bigger brownstone front, and refused to believe one word of the ghost story. At length one day, while sitting in his growlery, as the ladies called it, in the lower story, his attention was aroused by a clatter on the stairs, and looking out into the entry, he saw a party of carpenters and painters, who had been employed upon the parlour floor, beating a precipitate retreat toward the front door. "Stop, stop, you infernal fools! What's all this hullabaloo about?" shouted the old gentleman. No reply, no halt upon the part of the mechanics, but away they went down the steps and along the street, as though Satan himself, or Mosby the gorilla, was at their heels. They were pursued and ordered back, but absolutely refused to come, swearing that they had seen the evil one in propria persona, and threats, persuasions, and bribes alike proved vain to induce them to return. This made the matter look serious, and a family council was held forthwith. It wouldn't do to let matters go on in this way, and something must be thought of as a remedy. It was in this half-solemn and half-tragic conclave that the paterfamilias was at last put in possession of the mysterious occurrences that had been disturbing the peace of his domestic hearth. A ghost had been repeatedly seen in his best drawing-room, a genuine, undeniable, unmitigated ghost. The spectre was described by the female members of the family as making his appearance at all hours, chiefly, however, in the evening, of course. Now the good old orthodox idea of a ghost is of a very long, cadaverous, ghastly personage of either sex appearing in white draperies with uplifted finger, and attended or preceded by sepulchral sounds, whist, hush, and sometimes the rattling of casements and the jingling of chains. A bluish glare and a strong smell of brimstone seldom failed to enhance the horror of the scene. This ghost, however, came, it seems, in more ordinary guise, but none the less terrible for his natural style of approach and costume. He was usually seen in the front parlour, which was on the second story and faced the street. There he would be found seated in a chair near the fireplace, his attire the garb of a carman or carter, and hence the name Carter's ghost afterward frequently applied to him. There he would sit entirely unmoved by the approach of living denizens of the house, who at first would suppose that he was some drunken or insane intruder, and only discovered their mistake as they drew near, and saw the firelight shining through him, and noticed the glare of his frightful eyes, which threatened all comers in the most unearthly way. Such was the purport of the first sketch that appeared in the Sunday Mercury, stated so distinctly and impressively that the effect could not fail to be tremendous among our sensational public. To help the matter, another brief notice to the same effect appeared in the Sunday issue of a leading journal on the same morning. The news dealers and street carriers caught up the novelty instanter, and before noon not a copy of the Sunday Mercury could be bought in any direction. The country issue of the Sunday Mercury had still a larger sale. On Sunday morning every sheet in town made some allusion to the ghost, and many even went so far as to give the very supposed number of the house favoured with his visitations. The result of this enterprising guess was ludicrous enough, bordering a little too upon the serious. Indignant householders rushed down to the Sunday Mercury office with the most amusing wrath, threatening and denouncing the astonished publishers with all sorts of legal action for their presumed trespass, when in reality their paper had designated no place or person at all. But the grandest demonstration of popular excitement was revealed in 27th Street itself. Before noon a considerable portion of the thoroughfare below Sixth Avenue was blocked up with a dense mass of people of all ages, sizes, sexes, and nationalities, who had come to see the ghost. A liquor store or two, near by, drove a splendid spiritual business, and by evening the fun grew so fast and furious that a whole squad of police had to be employed to keep the sidewalks and even the carriageway clear. The ghost was shouted for to make a speech, like any other new celebrity, and old ladies and gentlemen peering out of upper-story windows were saluted with playful tokens of regard, such as turnips, eggs of ancient date, and other things too numerous to mention, from the crowd. Nor was the throng composed entirely of Gothamites. The surrounding country sent in its contingent. They came on foot, on horseback, in wagons, and arrayed in all the costumes known about these parts since the days of Rip Van Winkle. Crookshanks would have made a fortune from his easy sketches of only a few figures in the scene, and thus the concourse continued for days, together arriving at early morn, and staying there in the street until dewy eve. As a matter of course, there were various explanations of the story, propounded by various people, all wondrously wise in their own conceit. Some would have it that the ghost was got up by some of the neighbours, who wished, in this manner, to drive away disreputable occupants. Others insisted that it was the revenge of the ousted tenant, etc., etc. Everybody offered his own theory, and, as is usual in such cases, nobody was exactly right. Meanwhile the Sunday Mercury continued its publications of the further progress of the mystery from week to week, for a space of nearly 2 months, until the whole country seemed to have gone ghost mad. Apparitions and goblins dire were seen in Washington, Rochester, Albany, Montreal, and other cities. The spiritualists took it up and began to discuss the Carter ghost with the utmost zeal. One startling individual, a physician and a philosopher, emerged from his professional shell into full-fledged glory as the greatest canon of all, and published revelations of his own intermediate intercourse with the terrific Carter. In every nook and corner of the land, tremendous posters in white and yellow broke out upon the walls and windows of news depots, with capitals a foot long and exclamation points like drumsticks, announcing fresh instalments of the ghost story, and it was a regular fight between go-ahead vendors who should get the next batch of horrors in advance of his rivals. Nor was the effect abroad the least feature of this stupendous sell. The English, French, and German press translated some of the articles in epitome, and wrote grave commentaries thereon. The stage soon caught the blaze, and Professor Pepper at the Royal Polytechnic Institute in London invented a most ingenious device for producing ghosts which should walk about upon the stage in such a perfectly astounding manner as to throw poor Hamlet's father and the evil genius of Brutus quite into the shade. Pepper's ghost soon crossed the Atlantic, and all our theatres were speedily alive with nocturnal apparitions. The only real ghosts, however, 4 in number, came out at the museum in an appropriate drama which had an immense run, all for 25 cents, or only 6 1/4 cents per ghost. But I must not forget to say that really the details given in the Sunday Mercury were well calculated to lead captive a large class of minds prone to luxuriate in the marvellous when well mixed with plausible reasoning. The most circumstantial accounts were given of sundry gifted young ladies, grave and learned professors, reliable gentlemen (where are those not found?), lonely watchers, and others who had sought interviews with the ghost to their own great enlightenment, indeed, but likewise complete discomfiture. Pistols were fired at him, pianos played and songs sung for him, and finally his daguerreotype taken on prepared metallic plates set upright in the haunted room. One shrewd artist brought out an exact photographic likeness of the distinguished stranger on cartes de visite, and made immense sales. The apparitions, too, multiplied. An old man, a woman, and a child made their appearance in the House of Wonders, and at last a gory head with distended eyeballs, swimming in a sea of blood upon a platter like that of Holofernes, capped the climax. Certain wiseacres here began to see political allusions in the ghost, and many actually took the whole affair to be a cunningly devised political satire upon this or that party, according as their sympathies swayed them. It would have been a remarkable portion of this strange eventful history, of course, if Barnum could have escaped the accusation of being its progenitor. I was continually beset, and frequently, when more than usually busy, thoroughly annoyed by the innuendoes of my visitors that I was the father of the ghost. "Come now, Mr. Barnum, this is going a little too far," some good old dame or grandfather would say to me. "You oughtn't to scare people in this way. These ghosts are ugly customers." "My dear sir," or madam, I would say, as the case might be, "I do assure you I know nothing whatever about the ghost, and as for spirits, you know I never touch them, and have been preaching against them nearly all my life." "Well, well, you will have the last turn," they'd retort as they edged away, "but you needn't tell us. We guess we've found the ghost." Now, all I can add about this strange hallucination is, that those who came to me to see the original Carter really saw the elephant. The wonderful apparition disappeared at length, as suddenly as he had come. The Bull's-Eye Brigade, as the squad of police put on duty to watch the neighbourhood for various reasons was termed, hung to their work and flashed the light of their lanterns into faces of lonely couples for some time afterward, but quiet at length settled down over all, and it has been, it seems, reserved for my pen to record briefly the history of the 27th Street Ghost. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Linda Ferguson.
Chapter 32 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Bob Neufeld. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Hoaxes. Chapter 32. The most stupendous scientific imposition upon the public that the generation with which we are numbered has known, was the so-called moon hoax, published in the columns of the New York Sun in the months of August and September, 1835. The sensation created by this immense impostor, not only throughout the United States, but in every part of the civilized world, and the consummate ability with which it was written, will render it interesting so long as our language shall endure. And indeed, astronomical science has actually been indebted to it for many most valuable hints, a circumstance that gives the production a still higher claim to immortality. At the period when the wonderful yarn to which I allude first appeared, the science of astronomy was engaging particular attention, and all work on the subject were eagerly bought up and studied by immense masses of people. The real discoveries of the younger Herschel, whose fame seemed destined to eclipse that of the elder sage of the same name, and the eloquent, startling works of Dr. Dick, which the Harpers were publishing, in popular form, from the English edition, did much to increase and keep up this peculiar mania of the time, until the whole community at last were literally occupied with little else than star-gazing. Dick's works on the sidereal heavens, celestial scenery, the improvement of society, etc., were read with the utmost avidity by rich and poor, old and young, in season and out of season. They were quoted in the parlor, at the table, on the promenade, at church, and even in the bedroom, until it absolutely seemed as though the whole community had Dick upon the brain. To the highly educated and imaginative portion of our good Gothamite population, the doctor's glowing periods, full of the grandest speculations as to the starry worlds around us, their wondrous magnificence and ever-varying aspects of beauty and happiness, were inexpressibly fascinating. The author's well-reasoned conjectures as to the majesty and beauty of their landscapes, the fertility and diversity of their soil, and the exalted intelligence and comeliness of their inhabitants, found hosts of believers, and nothing else formed the staple of conversation until the beaux and belles, and dealers in small talk generally, began to grumble, and openly express their wishes that the Dickens had Dr. Dick and all his works. It was at the very height of the furor above mentioned that one morning the readers of the Sun, at that time only 2,500 in number, were thrilled with the announcement in its columns of certain "great astronomical discoveries lately made by Sir John Herschel, LL.D., F.R.S., etc., at the Cape of Good Hope," purporting to be a republication from a supplement to the Edinburgh Journal of Science. The heading of the article was striking enough, yet was far from conveying any adequate idea of its contents. When the latter became known, the excitement went beyond all bounds, and grew until the Sun office was positively besieged with crowds of people of the very first class, vehemently applying for copies of the issue containing the wonderful details. As the pamphlet form in which the narrative was subsequently published is now out of print, and a copy can hardly be had in the country, I will recall a few passages from a rare edition, for the gratification of my friends who have never seen the original. Indeed, the whole story is altogether too good to be lost, and it is a great pity that we cannot have a handsome reprint of it given to the world from time to time. It is constantly in demand, and during the year 1859 a single copy of 60 pages, sold at the auction of Mr. Haswell's library, brought the sum of $3.75. In that same year a correspondent in Wisconsin, writing to the Sunday Times of this city, inquired where the book could be procured, and was answered that he could find it at the old bookstore, No. 85 Centre Street, if anywhere. Thus, after a search of many weeks, the Western Bibliopole succeeded in obtaining a well-thumbed specimen of the precious work. Acting upon this chance suggestion, Mr. William Gowans, of this city, during the same year, brought out a very neat edition, in paper covers, illustrated with a view of the moon, as seen through Lord Rosse's grand telescope in 1856. But this too has all been sold, and the most indefatigable book collector might find it difficult to purchase a single copy at the present time. I, therefore, render the inquiring reader no slight service in culling for him some of the flowers from this curious astronomical garden. The opening of the narrative was in the highest review style, and the majestic yet subdued dignity of its periods at once claimed respectful attention, while its perfect candor, and its wealth of accurate scientific detail, exacted the homage of belief from all but cross-grained and inexorable skeptics. It commences thus: In this unusual addition to our journal, we have the happiness to make known to the British public, and thence to the whole civilized world, recent discoveries in astronomy, which will build an imperishable monument to the age in which we live, and confer upon the present generation of the human race a proud distinction through all future time. It has been poetically said that the stars of heaven are the hereditary regalia of men, as the intellectual sovereign of the animal creation. He may now fold the zodiac around him with a loftier consciousness of his mental superiority, etc., etc. The writer then eloquently descanted upon the sublime achievement by which man pierced the bounds that hemmed him in, and with sensations of awe approached the revelations of his own genius in the far-off heavens, and with intense dramatic effect described the younger Herschel surpassing all that his father had ever attained, and by some stupendous apparatus about to unveil the remotest mysteries of the sidereal space, pausing for many hours ere the excess of his emotions would allow him to lift the veil from his own overwhelming success. I must quote a line or two of this passage, for it capped the climax of public curiosity. Well might he pause. He was about to become the sole depositary of wondrous secrets which had been hid from the eyes of all men that had lived since the birth of time. He was about to crown himself with a diadem of knowledge, which would give him a conscious preeminence above every individual of his species who had then lived, or who had lived in the generations that are passed away. He paused ere he broke the seal of the casket that contained it. Was not this introduction enough to stimulate the wonder bump of all the star gazers until each particular hair had stood on end, like quills upon the fretful porcupine? And at all events such was the effect, and it was impossible at first to supply the frantic demand, even of the city, not to mention the country reader. I may very briefly sum up the outline of the discoveries alleged to have been made in a few paragraphs, so as not to protract the suspense of my readers too long. It was claimed that the Edinburgh Journal was indebted for its information to Dr. Andrew Grant, a savant of celebrity, who had for very many years been the scientific companion, first of the elder, and subsequently of the younger Herschel, and had gone with the latter in September, 1834, to the Cape of Good Hope, whither he had been sent by the British government, acting in conjunction with the governments of France and Austria, to observe the transit of Mercury over the disk of the sun, an astronomical point of great importance to the lunar observations of longitude, and consequently to the navigation of the world. This transit was not calculated to occur before the 7th of November, 1835, the year in which the hoax was printed, but Sir John Herschel set out nearly a year in advance, for the purpose of thoroughly testing a new and stupendous telescope devised by himself under this peculiar inspiration, and infinitely surpassing anything of the kind ever before attempted by mortal man. It has been discovered by previous astronomers, and among others by Herschel's illustrious father, that the sidereal object becomes dim in proportion as it is magnified, and that, beyond a certain limit, the magnifying power is consequently rendered almost useless. Thus an impassable barrier seemed to lie in the way of future close observation, unless some means could be devised to illuminate the object to the eye. By intense research, and the application of all recent improvements in optics, Sir John had succeeded in securing a beautiful and perfectly lighted image of the moon, with a magnifying power that increased its apparent size in the heavens 6,000 times. By dividing the distance of the moon from the earth, that is 240,000 miles, by 6,000, we have 40 miles as the distance at which she would then seem to be seen; and as the elder Herschel, with a magnifying power only 1,000, had calculated that he could distinguish an object on the moon's surface not more than 122 yards in diameter, it was clear that his son, with 6 times the power, could see an object there only 22 yards in diameter. But for any further advance in power and light, the way seemed insuperably closed, until a profound conversation with the great savant and optician, Sir David Brewster, led Herschel to suggest to the latter the idea of the readoption of the old-fashioned telescopes, without tubes, which threw their images upon reflectors in a dark apartment, and then the illumination of these images by the intense hydro-oxygen light used in the ordinary illuminated microscope. At this suggestion, Brewster is represented by the veracious chronicler as leaping with enthusiasm from his chair, exclaiming in rapture to Herschel, "Thou art the man!" This suggestion was happily approved, was immediately acted upon, and a subscription, headed by that liberal patron of science, the Duke of Sussex, with £10,000, was backed by the reigning King of England, with his royal word for any sum that might be needed to make up £70,000, the amount required. No time was lost, and after one or two failures, in January 1833, the house of Hartlett and Grant, at Dumbarton, succeeded in casting the huge object-glass of the new apparatus, measuring 24 feet, or 6 times that of the elder Herschel's glass, in diameter, weighing 14,826 pounds, or nearly 7 tons, after being polished, and possessing a magnifying power of 42,000 times, a perfectly pure, spotless, achromatic lens, without a material bubble or flaw. Of course, after so elaborate a description of so astounding a result as this, the Edinburgh Scientific Journal, i.e., the writer in the New York Sun, could not avoid being equally precise in reference to subsequent details, and he proceeded to explain that Sir John Herschel and his amazing apparatus, having been selected by the Board of Longitude to observe the transit of Mercury, the Cape of Good Hope was chosen, because, upon the former expedition to Peru, acting in conjunction with one to Lapland, which was sent out for the same purpose in the 18th century, it had been noticed that the attraction of the mountainous regions deflected the plumb line of the large instruments 7 or 8 seconds from the perpendicular, and consequently greatly impaired the enterprise. At the Cape, on the contrary, there was a magnificent table-land of vast expanse, where this difficulty could not occur. Accordingly, on the 4th of September, 1834, with a design to become perfectly familiar with the working of his new gigantic apparatus, and with the southern constellations, before the period of his observations of Mercury, Sir John Herschel sailed from London, accompanied by Dr. Grant, the supposed informant, Lieutenant Drummond of the Royal Engineers, F.R.A.S., and a large party of the best English workmen. On their arrival at the Cape, the apparatus was conveyed, in 4 days' time, to the great elevated plain, 35 miles to the northeast of Cape Town, on trains drawn by 2 relief teams of oxen, 18 to a team, the ascent aided by gangs of Dutch Boers. For the details of the huge fabric in which the lens and its reflectors were set up, I must refer the curious reader to the pamphlet itself. Not that the presence of the Dutch Boers alarms me at all, since we have plenty of Boers at home, and one gets used to them in the course of time, but because the elaborate scientific description of the structure would make most readers see stars in broad daylight before they get through. I shall only go on to say that by the 10th of January everything was complete, even to the 2 pillars 150 feet high that sustained the lens. Operations then commenced forthwith, and so, too, did the special wonder of the readers. It is a matter of congratulation to mankind that the writer of the hoax, with an apology, heaven save the mark, spared us Herschel's notes of the moon's tropical, sidereal, and synodic revolutions, and the phenomena of the syzygies, and proceeded at once to the pith of the subject. Here came in his grand stroke, informing the world of complete success in obtaining a distinct view of objects in the moon fully equal to that which the unaided eye commands of terrestrial objects at the distance of 100 yards, affirmatively settling the question whether the satellite be inhabited, and by what order of beings, firmly establishing a new theory of cometary phenomena, etc., etc. This announcement alone was enough to take one's breath away. But when the green marble shores of the Mare Nubium, the mountains shaped like pyramids, and of the purest and most dazzling crystallized wine-colored amethyst dotting green valleys skirted by round-breasted hills, summits of the purest vermilion fringed with arching cascades, and buttresses of white marble glistening in the sun, when these began to be revealed, the delight of our lunatics knew no bounds, and the whole town went moon-mad. But even these immense pictures were surpassed by the lunatic animals discovered. First came the herds of brown quadrupeds, very like no, not a whale, but a bison, and with a tail resembling that of the bos grunniens. The reader probably understands what kind of a boss that is, if he's apprenticed to a theatre in midsummer with musicians on a strike. Then a creature, which the hoaxman naively declared would be classed on earth as a monster, I rather think it would, of a bluish lead color, about the size of a goat, with a head and a beard like him, and a single horn, slightly inclined forward from the perpendicular. It is clear that if this goat was cut down to a single horn, other people were not. I could not but fully appreciate the exquisite distinction accorded by the writer to the female of this lunar animal, for she, while deprived of horn and beard, he explicitly tells us, had a much larger tail. When the astronomers put their fingers on the beard of this beautiful little creature, on the reflector, mind you, it would skip away in high dudgeon, which, considering that 240,000 miles intervened, was something to show its delicacy of feeling. Next in the procession of discovery, among other animals of less note, was presented a quadruped with an amazingly long neck, head like a sheep, bearing two long spiral horns, white as polished ivory, and standing in perpendiculars parallel to each other. Its body was like that of a deer, but its forelegs were most disproportionately long, and its tail, which was very bushy and of a snowy whiteness, curled high over its rump and hung 2 or 3 feet by its side. Its colors were bright bay and white, brindled in patches, but of no regular form. This is probably the animal known to us on earth, and particularly along the Mississippi River, as the Guyascutus, to which I may particularly refer in a future article. But all these things faded into insignificance compared with the first sight of the genuine lunatics, or men in the moon, 4 feet high, covered, except in the face, with short, glossy, copper-colored hair, and with wings composed of a thin membrane, without hair, lying snugly upon their backs from the top of their shoulders to the calves of their legs, with faces of yellowish flesh color, a slight improvement on the large orang-outang, complimentary for the lunatics. But, says the chronicler, Lieutenant Drummond declared that, but for their long wings, they would look as well on a parade ground as some of the Cockney militia. A little rough, my friend the reader will exclaim, for the aforesaid militia. Of course it is impossible, in a sketch like the present, to do more than give a glimpse of this rare combination of astronomical realities and the vagaries of mere fancy, and I must omit the golden-fringed mountains, the vale of the Triads, with their splendid triangular temples, etc. But I positively cannot pass by the glowing mention of the inhabitants of this wonderful valley, a superior race of lunatics, as beautiful and as happy as angels, spread like eagles on the grass, eating yellow gourds and red cucumbers, and played with by snow-white stags with jet-black horns. The description here is positively delightful, and I even now remember my poignant sigh of regret when at the conclusion I read that these innocent and happy beings, although evidently creatures of order and subordination and very polite, were seen indulging in amusements which would not be deemed within the bounds of strict propriety on this degenerate ball. The story wound up rather abruptly by referring the reader to an extended work on the subject by Herschel, which has not yet appeared. One can laugh very heartily now at all this, but nearly everybody, the gravest and the wisest too, was completely taken in at the time, and the Sun, then established at the corner of Spruce Street, where the Tribune office now stands, reaped an increase of more than 50,000 to its circulation, in fact, there gained the foundation of its subsequent prolonged success. Its proprietors sold no less than $25,000 worth of the Moon hoax over the counter, even exhausting an edition of 60,000 in pamphlet form. And who was the author? A literary gentleman who has devoted very many years of his life to mathematical and astronomical studies, and was at the time connected as an editor with the Sun, one whose name has since been widely known in literature and politics, Richard Adams Locke, Esquire, then in his youth, and now in the decline of years. Mr. Locke, who still survives, is a native of the British Isles, and at the time of his first connection with the New York press, was the only short-hand reporter in this city, where he laid the basis of a competency he now enjoys. Mr. Locke declares that his original object in writing the Moon story was to satirize some of the extravagances of Dr. Dick, and to make some astronomical suggestions which he felt diffident about offering seriously. Whatever may have been his object, his hit was unrivalled, and for months the press of Christendom, but far more in Europe than here, teemed with it, until Sir John Herschel was actually compelled to come out with a denial over his own signature. In the meantime it was printed and published in many languages, with superb illustrations. Mr. Endicott, the celebrated lithographer, some years ago had in his possession a splendid series of engravings, of extra folio size, got up in Italy, in the highest style of art, and illustrating the Moon hoax. Here in New York the public were for a long time divided on the subject, the vast majority believing, and a few grumpy customers rejecting the story. One day Mr. Locke was introduced by a mutual friend at the door of the Sun office to a very grave old orthodox Quaker, who in the calmest manner went on to tell him all about the embarkation of Herschel's apparatus at London, where he had seen it with his own eyes. Of course Locke's optics expanded somewhat while he listened to this remarkable statement, but he wisely kept his own counsel. The discussions of the press were very rich, some, of course, defending the affair as genuine, and others doubting it. The Mercantile Advertiser, the Albany Daily Advertiser, the New York Commercial Advertiser, the New York Times, the New Yorker, the New York Spirit of '76, the Sunday News, the United States Gazette, the Philadelphia Inquirer, and hosts of other papers came out with the most solemn acceptance and admiration of these wonderful discoveries, and were eclipsed in their approval only by the scientific journals abroad. The Evening Post, however, was decidedly skeptical, and took up the matter in this irreverent way. "It is quite proper that the sun should be the means of shedding so much light on the moon. That there should be winged people in the moon does not strike us as more wonderful than the existence of such a race of beings on the earth, and that there does still exist such a race rests on the evidence of that most veracious of voyagers and circumstantial of chroniclers, Peter Wilkins. whose celebrated work not only gives an account of the general appearance and habits of a most interesting tribe of flying Indians, but also of all those more delicate and engaging traits which the author was enabled to discover by reason of the conjugal relations he entered into with one of the females of the winged tribe." The moon hoax had its day, and some of its glory still survives. Mr. Locke, its author, is now quietly residing in the beautiful little home of a friend in the Clove Road, Staten Island, and, no doubt, as he gazes up at the evening luminary, often fancies that he sees a broad grin on the countenance of its only well authenticated tenant, the hoary solitary whom the criminal code of the nursery has banished thither for collecting fuel on the Sabbath day. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of The Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Eastman. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Hoaxes, Chapter 33. The Miscegenation Hoax. A Great Literary Sell. Political Humbugging. Tricks of the Wire Pullers. Machinery employed to render the pamphlet notorious. Who were sold, and how it was done. Some persons say that all is fair in politics. Without agreeing with this doctrine, I nevertheless feel that the history of ancient and modern humbugs would not be complete without a record of the last and one of the most successful of known literary hoaxes. This is the pamphlet entitled Miscegenation, which advocates the blending of the white and black races upon this continent, as a result not only inevitable from the freeing of the Negro, but desirable as a means of creating a more perfect race of men than any now existing. This pamphlet is a clever political quiz, and was written by 3 young gentlemen of the World newspaper, namely D.G. Crowley, George Wakeman, and E.C. Howell. The design of Miscegenation was exceedingly ambitious, and the machinery employed was probably among the most ingenious and audacious ever put into operation to procure the endorsement of absurd theories, and give the subject the widest notoriety. The object was so to make use of the prevailing ideas of the extremists of the anti-slavery party, as to induce them to accept doctrines which would be obnoxious to the great mass of the community, and which would, of course, be used in the political canvass which was to ensue. It was equally important that the Democrats should be made to believe that the pamphlet in question emanated from a Republican source. The idea was suggested by a discourse delivered by Mr. Theodore Tilton at the Cooper Institute before the American Anti-Slavery Society in May 1863 on the Negro, in which that distinguished orator argued that in some future time the blood of the Negro would form one of the mingled bloods of the great regenerated American nation. The scheme once conceived, it began immediately to be put into execution. The first stumbling block was the name amalgamation, by which this fraternizing of the races had been always known. It was evident that a book advocating amalgamation would fall stillborn, and hence some new and novel word had to be discovered, with the same meaning, but not so objectionable. Such a word was coined by the combination of the Latin miscere, to mix, and genus, race. From these, miscegenation, a mingling of the races. The word is as euphonious as amalgamation, and much more correct in meaning. It has passed into the language, and no future dictionary will be complete without it. Next, it was necessary to give the book an erudite appearance, and arguments from ethnology must form no unimportant part of this matter. Neither of the authors being versed in this science, they were compelled to depend entirely on encyclopedias and books of reference. This obstacle to a New York editor or reporter was not so great as it might seem. The public are often favored in our journals with dissertations upon various abstruse matters by men who are entirely ignorant of what they are writing about. It was said of Cuvier that he could restore the skeleton of an extinct animal if he were only given one of its teeth, and so a competent editor or reporter of a city journal can get up an article of any length on any given subject if he is only furnished one word or name to start with. There was but one writer on ethnology distinctly known to the authors, which was Pritchard, but that being secured, all the rest came easily enough. The authors went to the Astor Library and secured a volume of Pritchard's works, the perusal of which, of course, gave them the names of many other authorities, which were also consulted, and thus a very respectable array of scientific arguments in favor of miscegenation were soon compiled. The sentimental and argumentative portions were quickly suggested from the knowledge of the authors of current politics, of the vagaries of some of the more visionary reformers, and from their own native wit. The book was at first written in a most cursory manner. The chapters got up without any order or reference to each other, and afterward arranged. As the impression sought to be conveyed was a serious one, it would clearly not do to commence with the extravagant and absurd theories to which it was intended that the reader should gradually be led. The scientific portion of the work was therefore given first, and was made as grave and terse and unobjectionable as possible, and merely urged, by arguments drawn from science and history, that the blending of the different races of men resulted in a better progeny. As the work progressed, they continued to pile on the agony, until, at the close, the very fact that the statue of the Goddess of Liberty on the Capitol is of a bronze tint is looked upon as an omen of the color of the future American. When the traveler approaches the city of magnificent distances, it says, the seat of what is destined to be the greatest and most beneficent power on earth, the first object that will strike his eye will be the figure of Liberty surmounting the Capitol, not white, symbolizing but one race, nor black, typifying another, but a statue representing the composite race, whose sway will extend from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, from the equator to the North Pole, the miscegens of the future. The book once written, plans were laid to obtain the endorsement of the people who were to be humbugged. It was not only necessary to humbug the members of the Reform and Progressive party, but to present, as I have before said, such serious arguments that Democrats should be led to believe it as a bona fide revelation of the infernal designs of their antagonists. In both respects there was complete success. Although, of course, the mass of the Republican leaders entirely ignored the book, yet a considerable number of anti-slavery men with more transcendental ideas were decidedly sold. The machinery employed was exceedingly ingenious. Before the book was published, proof copies were furnished to every prominent abolitionist in the country, and also to prominent spiritual mediums, to ladies known to wear bloomers, and to all that portion of our population who are supposed to be a little soft on the subject of reform. A circular was also enclosed, requesting them, before the publication of the book, to give the author the benefit of their opinions as to the value of the arguments presented, and the desirability of the immediate publication of the work, to be enclosed to the American News Company, 121 Nassau Street, New York, the agents for the publishers. The bait took. Letters came pouring in from all sides, and among the names of prominent persons who gave their endorsements were Albert Brisbane, Parker Pillsbury, Lucretia Mott, Sarah M. Grimke, Angelina J. Weld, Dr. J. McCune Smith, William Wells Brown. Mr. Pillsbury was quite excited over the book, saying, "Your work has cheered and gladdened a winter morning, which I began in cloud and sorrow. You are on the right track. Pursue it, and the good God speed you." Mr. Theodore Tilton, upon receiving the pamphlet, wrote a note promising to read it, and to write the author a long and candid letter as soon as he had time, and saying that the subject was one to which he had given much thought. The promised letter, I believe, however, was never received, probably because, on a careful perusal of the book, Mr. Tilton smelt a rat. He might also have been influenced by an ironical paragraph relating to himself, and arguing that as he was a pure specimen of the blonde, and, when a young man, was noted for his angelic type of feature, his sympathy for the colored race was accounted for by the natural love of opposites. Says the author, with much gravity, "The sympathy Mr. Greeley, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Tilton feel for the Negro is the love which the blonde bears for the black. It is the love of race, a sympathy stronger to them than the love they bear to woman. It is founded upon natural law. We love our opposites. It is the nature of things that we should do so, and where nature has free course, men like those we have indicated, whether anti-slavery or pro-slavery, conservative or radical, Democrat or Republican, will marry and be given in marriage to the most perfect specimens of the colored race." So far, things worked favorably, and having thus bagged a goodly number of prominent reformers, the next effort was to get the ear of the public. Here new machinery was brought into play. A statement was published in the Philadelphia Inquirer, a paper which, ever since the war commenced, has been notorious for its sensation news, that a charming and accomplished young mulatto girl was about to publish a book on the subject of the blending of the races, in which she took the affirmative view. Of course, so piquant a paragraph was immediately copied by almost every paper in the country. Various other stories, equally ingenious and equally groundless, were set afloat, and public expectation was riveted on the forthcoming work. Some time in February last, the book was published. Copies, of course, were sent to all the leading journals. The Anglo-African, the organ of the colored population of New York, warmly and at great length endorsed the doctrine. The Anti-Slavery Standard, edited by Mr. Oliver Johnson, gave over a column of serious argument and endorsement to the work. Mr. Tilton, of the Independent, was not to be caught napping. In that journal, under date of February 25th, 1864, he devoted a 2-column leader to the subject of miscegenation and the little pamphlet in question. Mr. Tilton was the first to announce a belief that the book was a hoax. I quote from his article: "Remaining a while on our table unread, our attention was specially called to it by noticing how savagely certain newspapers were abusing it. The authorship of the pamphlet is a well-kept secret, at least it is unknown to us, nor, after a somewhat careful reading, are we convinced that the writer is in earnest. Our first impression was, and remains, that the work was meant as a piece of pleasantry, a burlesque upon what are popularly called the extreme and fanatical notions of certain radical men named therein. Certainly the essay is not such a one as any of these gentlemen would have written on the subject, though some of their speeches are conspicuously quoted and commended in it. If written in earnest, the work is not thorough enough to be satisfactory. If in jest, we prefer Sidney Smith or McClellan's report. Still, to be frank, we agree with a large portion of these pages, but disagree heartily with another portion. The idea of scientifically undertaking to intermingle existing populations according to a predetermined plan for reconstructing the human race, for flattening out its present varieties into one final, unvarious dead level of humanity, is so absurd that we are more than ever convinced such a statement was not written in earnest. Mr. Tilton, however, hints that the colored race is finally in some degree to form a component part of the future American, and that, in time, the Negro of the South, growing paler with every generation, will at last completely hide his face under the snow. One of the editorial writers for the Tribune was so impressed with the book that he wrote an article on the subject, arguing about it with apparent seriousness, and in a manner which some readers supposed to be rather favorable than otherwise to the doctrine. Mr. Greeley and the publishers, it is understood, were displeased at the publication of the article. The next morning nearly all the city journals had editorial articles upon the subject. The next point was to get the miscegenation controversy into Congress. The book, with its endorsements, was brought to the notice of Mr. Cox of Ohio, commonly called Sunset Cox, and he made an earnest speech on the subject. Mr. Washburne replied wittily, reading and commenting on extracts from a work by Cox, in which the latter deplored the existence of the prejudice against the Africans. A few days after, Mr. Kelly, of Pennsylvania, replied very elaborately to Mr. Cox, bringing all his learning and historical research to bear on the topic. It was the subject of a deal of talk in Washington afterward. Mr. Cox was charged by some of the more shrewd members of Congress with writing it. It was said that Mr. Sumner, on reading it, immediately pronounced it a hoax. Through the influence of the authors, a person visited James Gordon Bennett of the Herald and spoke to him about miscegenation. Mr. Bennett thought the idea too monstrous and absurd to waste an article upon. "But," said the gentleman, "the Democratic papers are all noticing it." "The Democratic editors are asses," said Bennett. "Senator Cox has just made a speech in Congress on it." "Cox is an ass," responded Bennett. "Greeley had an article about it the other day." "Well, Greeley's a donkey." "The Independent yesterday had a leader of a column and a half about it." "Well, Beecher is no better," said Bennett. "They're all asses. But what did he say about it?" "Oh, he rather endorsed it." "Well, I'll read the article," said Bennett, "and perhaps I'll have an article written ridiculing Beecher." "It will make a very good handle against the radicals," said the other. "Oh, I don't know," said Bennett. "Let them marry together if they want to, with all my heart." For some days the Herald said nothing about it, but the occasion of the departure of a colored regiment from New York City, having called forth a flattering address to them from the ladies of the Loyal League, the Herald saw a chance to make a point against Mr. Charles King and others, and the next day it contained a terrific article, introducing miscegenation in the most violent and offensive manner, and saying that the ladies of the Loyal League had offered to marry the colored soldiers on their return. After that, the Herald kept up a regular fusillade against the supposed miscegenic proclivities of the Republicans, and thus, after all, Bennett swallowed the critter, horns, hoof, tail, and all. The authors even had the impudence to attempt to entrap Mr. Lincoln into an endorsement of the work, and asked permission to dedicate a new work on a kindred subject, Melaleucation, to him. Honest old Abe, however, who can see a joke, was not to be taken in so easily. About the time the book was first published, Miss Anne E. Dickinson happened to lecture in New York. The authors here exhibited a great degree of acuteness and tact, as well as sublime impudence, in seizing the opportunity to have some small handbills with the endorsement of the book printed and distributed by boys among the audience. Before Miss Dickinson appeared, therefore, the audience were gravely reading the miscegenation handbill, and the reporters, noticing it, coupled the facts in their reports. From this it went forth and was widely circulated that Miss Dickinson was the author. Dr. Mackay, the correspondent of the London Times in New York, was very decidedly sold, and hurled all manner of big words against the doctrine in his letters to the Thunderer, and thus the leading paper of Europe was, for the 100th time during the American Rebellion, decidedly taken in and done for. The Saturday Review, perhaps the cleverest, and certainly the sauciest of the English hebdomadals, also berated the book and its authors in the most pompous language at its command. Indeed, the Westminster Review seriously refers to the arguments of the book in connection with Dr. Broca's pamphlet on Human Hybridity, a most profound work. Miscegenation was republished in England by Trubner and Company, and very extensive translations from it are still passing the rounds of the French and German papers. Thus passes into history one of the most impudent as well as ingenious literary hoaxes of the present day. There is probably not a newspaper in the country but has printed much about it, and enough of extracts might be collected from various journals upon the subject to fill my whale tank. It is needless to say that the book passed through several editions. Of course, the mass of the intelligent American people rejected the doctrines of the work, and looked upon it either as a political dodge, or as the ravings of some crazy man. But the authors have the satisfaction of knowing that it achieved a notoriety which has hardly been equaled by any mere pamphlet ever published in this country. End of Chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Ghosts and Witchcrafts. Chapter 34. Haunted Houses. A Night Spent Alone with a Ghost. Kirby the Actor. Colt's Pistols versus Hobgoblins. The Mystery Explained. A great many persons believe more or less in haunted houses. In almost every community there is some building that has had a mysterious history. This is true in all countries and among all races and nations. Indeed, it is to this very fact that the ingenious author of the 27th Street Ghost may attribute his success in creating such an excitement. In fact, I will say, under the rose he predicted his hopes of success entirely upon this weakness in human nature. Even in this day and age of the world, there are hundreds of deserted buildings which are looked upon with awe, or terror, or superstitious interest. They have frightened their former inhabitants away, and left the buildings in the almost undisputed possession of real moles, bats, and owls, and imaginary goblins and sprites. In the course of my travels in both hemispheres, I have been amazed at the great number of such cases that have come under my personal observation. But for the present, I will give a brief account of a haunted house in Yorkshire, England, in which some 20 years ago, Kirby, the actor, who formerly played at the Chatham Theatre, passed a pretty strange night. I met Mr. Kirby in London in 1844, and I will give, in nearly his own language, a history of his lone night in this haunted house, as he gave it to me within a week after its occurrence. I will add that I saw no reason to doubt Mr. Kirby's veracity, and he assured me upon his honor that the statement was literally true to the letter. Having myself been through several similar places in the daytime, I felt a peculiar interest in the subject, and hence I have a vivid recollection of nearly the exact words in which he related his singular nocturnal adventure. One thing is certain: Kirby was not the man to be afraid of trying such an experiment. "I had heard wonderful stories about this house," said Mr. Kirby to me, "and I was very glad to get a chance to enter it, although, I confess, the next morning I was about as glad to get out of it. It was an old country seat, a solid stone mansion which had long borne the reputation of a haunted house. It was watched by only one man. He was the old gardener, an ancient servant of the family that once lived there, and a person in whom the family reposed implicit confidence. Having had some inkling of this wonderful place, and having a few days to spare before going to London to fulfill an engagement at the Surrey Theatre, I thought I would probe this haunted house story to the bottom. I therefore called on the old gardener who had charge of the place, and introduced myself as an American traveler desirous of spending a night with his ghosts. The old man seemed to be about 75 or 80 years of age. I met him at the gate of the estate, where he kept guard. He told me, when I applied, that it was a dangerous spot to enter, but I could pass it if I pleased. I should, however, have to return by the same door if I ever came back again. Wishing to make sure of the job, I gave him a sovereign, and asked him to give me all the privileges of the establishment, and if his bill amounted to more, I would settle it when I returned. He looked at me with an expression of doubt and apprehension, as much as to say that he neither understood what I was going to do, nor what was likely to happen. He merely remarked, "You can go in." "Will you go with me and show me the road?" "I will." "Go ahead." We entered. The gate closed. I suddenly turned on my man, the old gardener and custodian of the place, and said to him, "Now, my patriarchal friend, I am going to sift this humbug to the bottom, even if I stay here 40 nights in succession, and I am prepared to lay all spirits that present themselves. But if you will save me all trouble in the matter and frankly explain to me the whole affair, I will never mention it to your injury, and I will present you with 10 golden sovereigns." The old fellow looked astonished, but he smirked and whimpered and trembled, and said, "I am afraid to do that, but I will warn you against going too far." When we had crossed a courtyard he rang a bell, and several strange noises were distinctly heard. I was introduced to the establishment through a well-constructed archway, which led to a large stairway, from which we proceeded to a great door, which opened into a very large room. It was a library. The old custodian had carried a torch, and I was prepared with a box of matches. He was acting evidently on the square, and I sat myself down in the library, where he told me that I should soon see positive evidence that this was a haunted house. Not being a very firm believer in the doctrine of houses really haunted, I proposed to keep a pretty good hold of my matchbox, and lest there should be any doubt about it, I had also provided myself with 2 sperm candles, which I kept in my pocket, so I should not be left too suddenly and too long in the dark. "Now, sir," said he, "I wish you to hold all your nerves steady and keep your courage up, because I intend to stand by you as well as I can, but I never come into this house alone." "Well, what is the matter with the house?" "Oh, everything, sir." "What?" Well, when I was much younger than I am now, the master of this estate got frightened here by some mysterious appearances, noises, sounds, etc., and he preferred to leave the place." "Why?" "He had a tradition from his grandfather, and pretty well kept alive in the family, that it was a haunted house, and he let out the estate to the smaller farmers of the neighborhood, and quit the premises, and never returned again, except one night, and after that one night he left. We suppose he is dead. Now, sir, if you wish to spend the night here as you have requested, what may happen to you I don't know, but I tell you it is a haunted house, and I would not sleep here tonight for all the wealth of the Bank of England." This did not deter me in the least, and having the means of self-protection around me, and plenty of lucifer matches, etc., I thought I would explore this mystery and see whether a humbug which had terrified the proprietors of that magnificent house, in the midst of a magnificent estate, for upward of 60 years, could not be explored and exploded. That it was a humbug, I had no doubt. That I would find it out, I was not so certain. I sat down in the library, fully determined to spend the night in the establishment. A door was opened into an adjoining room where there was a dust-covered lounge, and everything promised as much comfort as could be expected under the circumstances. However, before the old keeper of the house left, I asked him to show me over the building and let me explore for myself the different rooms and apartments. To all this he readily consented, and as he had some prospect before him of making a good job out of it, he displayed a great deal of alacrity, and moved along very quick and smart for a man apparently 80 years of age. I went from room to room and story to story. Everything seemed to be well arranged, but somewhat dusty and time-worn. I kept a pretty sharp lookout, but I could see no sort of machinery for producing a grand effect. We finally descended to the library, when I closed the door and, bolting and locking it, took the key and put it in my pocket. "Now, sir," I said to the keeper, "where is the humbug?" "There is no humbug here," he answered. "Well, why don't you show me some evidence of the haunted house?" "You wait," said he, "till 12 o'clock tonight, and you will see haunting enough for you. I will not stay till then." He left. I stayed. Everything was quiet for some time. Not a mouse was heard, not a rat was visible, and I thought I would go to sleep. I lay down for this purpose, but I soon heard certain extraordinary sounds that disturbed my repose. Chains were clanked, noises were made, and shrieks and groans were heard from various parts of the mansion. All of these I had expected. They did not frighten me much. A little while after, just as I was going to sleep again, a curious string of light burned around the room. It ran along on the walls in a zigzag line, about 6 feet high, entirely through the apartment. I did not smell anything bituminous or like sulphur. It flashed quicker than powder, and it did not smell like it. Thinks I, this looks pretty well, we will have some amusement now. Then the jangling of bells, and clanking of chains, and flashes of light, then thumpings and knockings of all sorts came along, interspersed with shrieks and groans. I sat very quiet. I had 2 of Colt's best pistols in my pocket, and I thought I could shoot anything spiritual or material with these machines made in Connecticut. I took them out and laid them on the table. One of them suddenly disappeared. I did not like that. Still, my nerves were firm, for I knew it was all gammon. I took the other pistol in my hand and surveyed the room. Nobody was there. And finally, half suspicious that I had gone to sleep and had a dream, I woke up with a grasp in my hand which was holding the other pistol. This soon made me fully awake. I tried to recover my balance, and at this moment the candle went out. I lit it with one of my lucifers. No person was visible, but the noises began again, and they were infernal. I then took one of my sperm candles out and went to unlock the door. I attempted to take the key out of my pocket. It was not there. Suddenly the door opened. I saw a man, or a somebody about the size of a man, standing straight in front of me. I pointed one of the Colt's revolvers at his head, for I thought I saw something human about him, and I told him that whether he was ghost or spirit, goblin or robber, he had better stand steady, or I would blow his brains out, if he had any. And to make sure that he should not escape, I got hold of his arm, and told him that if he was a ghost, he would have a tolerably hard time of it, and that if he was a humbug, I would let him off if he would tell me the whole story about the trick. He saw that he was caught, and he earnestly begged me not to fire that American pistol at him. I did not, but I did not let go of him. I brought him into the library, and with pistol in hand I put him through a pretty close examination. He was clad in mailed armor, with breastplate and helmet, and a great sword, in the style of the Crusaders. He promised, on condition of saving his life, to give me an honest account of the facts. In substance, they were that he, an old family servant, and ultimately a gardener in charge of the place, had been employed by an enemy of the gentleman who owned the property, to render it so uncomfortable that the estate should be sold for much less than its value, and that he had got an ingenious machinist and chemist to assist him in arranging such contrivances as would make the house so intolerable that they could not live there. A galvanic battery with wires were provided, and every device of chemistry and mechanism was resorted to in order to effect this purpose. One by one the family left, and they had remained away for nearly 2 generations under the terror of such forms and appearances and sights and sounds as frightened them almost to death. And furthermore, the old gardener added, that he expected his own granddaughter would become the lady of that house, when the property should have been neglected so long and the place became so fearful that no one in the neighborhood would undertake to purchase it, or to even pass one moment after dark in exploring its horrible mysteries. He begged on his knees that I would spare him with his gray hairs, since he had so short a time to live. He declared that he had been actuated by no other motive than pride and ambition for his child. I told the poor old fellow that his secret should be safe with me, and should not be made public so long as he lived. The old man grasped my hand eagerly and expressed his gratitude in the strongest terms. Thus, Mr. Barnum, I have given you the pure and honest facts in regard to my adventure in a so-called haunted house. Don't make it public until you are convinced that the old gardener has shuffled off this mortal coil. So much for Kirby's story of the haunted house. No doubt the old gardener has before this become in reality a disembodied spirit, but that his granddaughter became legally possessed of the estate is not at all probable. Real estate does not change hands so easily in England. So powerful, however, is the superstitious belief in haunted houses, that it is doubtful whether that property will for many years sustain half so great a cash value in the market as it would have done had it not been considered a haunted house. It is to be hoped that, as schools multiply and education increases, the follies and superstitions which underlie a belief in ghosts and hobgoblins will pass away. End of chapter 34. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 35 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Ghosts and Witchcrafts, Chapter 35. Haunted Houses, Ghosts, Ghouls, Phantoms, Vampires, Conjurers, Divining, Goblins, Fortune-telling, Magic, Witches, Sorcery, Obi, Dreams, Signs, Spiritual Mediums, False Prophets, Demonology, Deviltry generally. Whether superstition is the father of humbug, or humbug the mother of superstition, as well as its nurse, I do not pretend to say. For the biggest fools and the greatest philosophers can be numbered among the believers in and victims of the worst humbugs that ever prevailed on the earth. As we grow up from childhood and begin to think we are free from all superstitions, absurdities, follies, a belief in dreams, signs, omens, and other similar stuff, we afterward learn that experience does not cure the complaint. Doubtless, much depends upon our bringing up. If children are permitted to feast their ears, night after night, as I was, with stories of ghosts, hobgoblins, ghouls, witches, apparitions, bugaboos, it is more difficult in after life for them to rid their minds of impressions thus made. But whatever may have been our early education, I am convinced that there is an inherent love of the marvelous in every breast, and that everybody is more or less superstitious, and every superstition I denominate a humbug, for it lays the human mind open to any amount of belief, in any amount of deception that may be practiced. One object of these chapters consists in showing how open everybody is to deception, that nearly everybody hankers after it, that solid and solemn realities are frequently set aside for silly impositions and delusions, and that people, as a too general thing, like to be led into the region of mystery. As Hudibras has it, "Doubtless the pleasure is as great of being cheated as to cheat. As lookers on feel most delight that last perceive a juggler's sleight. And still the less they understand, the more they admire his sleight of hand." The amount or strength of man's brains have little to do with the amount of their superstitions. The most learned and the greatest men have been the deepest believers, in ingeniously contrived machines for running human reason off the track. If any expositions I can make on this subject will serve to put people on their guard against impositions of all sorts, as well as foolish superstitions, I shall feel a pleasure in reflecting that I have not written in vain. The heading of this chapter enumerates the principal kinds of supernatural humbugs. These, it must be remembered, are quite different from religious impostures. It is astonishing to reflect how ancient is the date of this class of superstitions, as well as of most others, in fact, and how universally they have prevailed. Nearly 3,600 years ago, it was thought a matter of course that Joseph, the Hebrew prime minister of Pharaoh, should have a silver cup that he commonly used to do his divining with, so that the practice must already have been an established one. In Homer's time, about 2,800 years ago, ghosts were believed to appear. The Witch of Endor pretended to raise the ghost of Samuel at about the same time. Today, here in the city of New York, dream books are sold by the edition. A dozen fortune-tellers regularly advertise in the papers. A haunted house can gather excited crowds for weeks. Abundance of people are uneasy if they spill salt, dislike to see the new moon over the wrong shoulder, and are delighted if they can find an old horseshoe to nail to their doorpost. I have already told about one or two haunted houses, but must devote part of this chapter to that division of the subject. There are hundreds of such, that is, of those reputed to be such, and have been for hundreds of years. In almost every city, and in many towns and country places, they are to be found. I know of one, for instance, in New Jersey, one or two in New York, and have heard of several in Connecticut. There are great numbers in Europe, for as white men have lived there so much longer than in America, ghosts naturally accumulated. In this country there are houses and places haunted by ghosts of Hessians, and Yankee ghosts, not to mention the headless Dutch phantom of Tarrytown that turned out to be Brom Bones, but who ever heard of the ghost of an Indian? And as for the ghosts of a black man, evidently it would have to appear by daylight. You couldn't see it in the dark. I have no room to even enumerate the cases of haunted houses. One in Aix-la-Chapelle, a fine large house, stood empty 5 years on account of the knockings in it, until it was sold for almost nothing, and the new owner, lucky man, discovered that the ghost was a draught through a broken window that banged a loose door. An English gentleman once died, and his heir, in a day or two, heard of mysterious knockings which the frightened servants attributed to the defunct. He, however, investigated a little, and found that a rat in an old storeroom was trying to get out of an old-fashioned box-trap, and being able to lift the door only partly, it dropped again, constituting the ghost. Better pleased to find the rat than his father, the young man exterminated rat and phantom together. A very ancient and impressive specimen of a haunted house was the Palace of Vauvert, belonging to King Louis IX of France, who was so pious that he was called Saint Louis. This fine building was so situated as to become very desirable, in the year 1259, to some monks. So there was forthwith horrid shriekings at night times, red and green lights shone through the windows, and finally a large green ghost, with a white beard and a serpent's tail, came every midnight to a front window, and shook his fist, and howled at those who passed by. Everybody was frightened, King Louis, good simple soul, as well as the rest. Then the bold monks, appearing at the nick of time, intimated that if the king would give them the palace, they would do up the ghosts in short order. He did it, and was very thankful to them besides. They moved in, and sure enough, the ghost appeared no more. Why should he? The ghosts of Woodstock are well known. How they tormented the Puritan commissioners who came thither in 1649 to break up the place, and dispose of it for the benefit of the Commonwealth. The poor Puritans had a horrid time. A disembodied dog growled under their bed, and bit the bedclothes. Something invisible walked all about. The chairs and tables danced. Something threw the dishes about, like the Davenport spirits, put logs for the pillows, flung brickbats up and down, without regard to heads, smashed the windows, threw pebbles in at the frightened commissioners, stuck a lot of pewter platters into their beds, ran away with their breeches, threw dirty water over them in bed, banged them over the head, until, after several weeks, the poor fellows gave it up, and ran away back to London. Many years afterward, it came out that all this was done by their clerk, who was secretly a Royalist, though they thought him a furious Puritan, and who knew all the numerous secret passages and contrivances in the old palace. Most people have read Sir Walter Scott's capital novel of Woodstock, founded on this very story. The well-known Demon of Tedworth, that drummed and scratched and pounded and threw things about, in 1661, in Mr. Maupassant's house, turned out to be a gypsy drummer and confederates. The still more famous Ghost in Cock Lane, in London in 1762, consisted of a Mrs. Parsons and her daughter, a little girl, trained by Mr. Parsons to knock and scratch very much after the fashion of the alphabet talking of the spirits of today. Parsons got up the whole affair, to revenge himself on a Mr. Kent. The ghost pretended to be that of a deceased sister-in-law of Kent, and to have been poisoned by him. But Parsons and his assistants were found out, and had to smart for their fun, being heavily fined, imprisoned, etc. A very able ghost indeed, a Methodist ghost, the spectral property, consequently, of my good friends the Methodists, used to rattle and clatter and bang and communicate in the house of the Reverend Mr. Wesley, the father of John Wesley, at Epworth, in England. This ghost was very troublesome, and utterly useless. In fact, none of the ghosts that haunt houses are of the least possible use. They plague people, but do no good. They act like the spirits of departed monkeys. I must add 2 or 3 short anecdotes about ghosts, got up in the devil manner. They are not new, but illustrate very handsomely the state of mind in which a ghost should be met. One is, that somebody undertook to scare Cuvier, the great naturalist, with a ghost having an ox's head. Cuvier woke, and found the fearful thing glaring and grinning at his bedside. "What do you want?" "To devour you," growled the ghost. "Devour me," quoth the great Frenchman. "Hoofs, horns, graminivorous. You can't do it. Clear out." And he did clear out. A pious maiden lady in one of our New England villages was known to possess 3 peculiarities. First, she was a very religious, honest, and matter-of-fact woman. Second, she supposed everybody else was equally honest. Hence she was very credulous, always believing everything she heard. And third, having a conscience void of offense, she saw no reason to be afraid of anything. Consequently, she feared nothing. On a dark night, some boys, knowing that she would be returning home alone from prayer meeting through an unfrequented street, determined to test 2 of her peculiarities, viz., her credulity and her courage. One of the boys was sewed up in a huge, shaggy bear skin, and as the old lady's feet were heard pattering down the street, he threw himself directly in her path and commenced making a terrible noise. "Mercy!" exclaimed the old lady. "Who are you?" "I am the devil," was the reply. "Well, you are a poor creature," responded the antiquated virgin, as she stepped aside and passed by the strange animal, probably not for a moment doubting it was his satanic majesty, but certainly not dreaming of being afraid of him. It is said that a Yankee tin peddler, who had frequently cheated most of the people in the vicinity of a New England village through which he was passing, was induced by some of the acute ones to join them in a drinking bout. He finally became stone drunk, and in that condition these wags carried him to a dark, rocky cave near the village, then, dressing themselves in Rawhead and Bloody Bones style, awaited his return to consciousness. As he began rousing himself, they lighted some huge torches, and also set fire to some bundles of straw, and 3 or 4 rolls of brimstone, which they had placed in different parts of the cavern. The peddler rubbed his eyes, and seeing and smelling all these evidences of pandemonium, concluded he had died, and was now partaking of his final doom. But he took it very philosophically, for he complacently remarked to himself, "In hell, just as I expected." A story is told of a cool old sea captain, with the virago of a wife, who met one of these artificial devils in a lonely place. As the ghost obstructed his path, the old fellow remarked, "If you are not the devil, get out. If you are, come along with me and get supper. I married your sister." End of chapter 35. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 36 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Ghosts and Witchcrafts. Chapter 36. Magical Humbugs. Virgil. A Pickled Sorcerer. Cornelius Agrippa. His Students and his Black Dog. Dr. Faustus. Humbugging Horse Jockeys. Zaito and his Large Swallow. Salamanca. Devil take the hindmost. Magic, sorcery, witchcraft, enchantment, necromancy, conjuring, incantation, soothsaying, divining, the black art, are all one and the same humbug. They show how prone men are to believe in some supernatural power, in some beings wiser and stronger than themselves, but at the same time how they stop short and find satisfaction in some debasing humbug, instead of looking above and beyond it all to God, the only being that it is really worth while for man to look up to or beseech. Magic and witchcraft are believed in by the vast majority of mankind, and by immense numbers, even in Christian countries. They have always been believed in, so far as I know. In following up the thread of history, we always find conjuring or witch work of some kind, just as long as the narrative has space enough to include it. Already in the early dawn of time, the business was a recognized and long-established one. And its history is as unbroken from that day down to this as the history of the race. In the narrow space at my command at present, I shall only gather as many of the more interesting stories about these humbugs as I can make room for. Reasoning about the subject, or full details of it, are at present out of the question. A whole library of books exist about it. It is a curious fact that throughout the Middle Ages the Roman poet Virgil was commonly believed to have been a great magician. Traditions were recorded by monastic chroniclers about him that he made a brass fly and mounted it over one of the gates of Naples, having instilled into this metallic insect such potent magical qualities that as long as it kept guard over the gate, no mosquitoes, or flies, or cockroach, or other troublesome insects could exist in the city, What would have become of the celebrated bug powder man in those days? The story is told about Virgil as well as about Albertus Magnus, Roger Bacon, and other magicians, that he made a brazen head which could prophesy. He also made some statues of the gods of the various nations subject to Rome, so enchanted that if one of those nations was preparing to rebel, the statue of its god rung a bell and pointed a finger toward the nation. The same set of stories tells how poor Virgil came to an untimely end in consequence of trying to live forever. He had become an old man, it appears, and wishing to be young again, he used some appropriate incantations, and prepared a secret cavern. In this he caused a confidential disciple to cut him up like a hog, and pack him away in a barrel of pickle, out of which he was to emerge in his new magic youth after a certain time. But by that special bad luck which seems to attend such cases, some malapropos traveler somehow made his way into the cavern, where he found the magic pork-barrel standing silently all alone in the middle of the place, and an ever-burning lamp illuminating the room, and slowly distilling a magic oil upon the salted sorcerer who was cooking below. The traveler rudely jarred the barrel, the light went out, as the torches flared upon it, and suddenly there appeared to the eyes of the astounded man, close at one side of the barrel, a little naked child, which ran thrice around the barrel, uttering deep curses upon him who had thus destroyed the charm, and vanished. The frightened traveler made off as fast as he could, and poor old Virgil, for what I know, is in pickle yet. Cornelius Agrippa was one of the most celebrated magicians of the Middle Ages. He lived from the year 1486, 6 years before the discovery of America, until 1534, and was a native of Cologne. Agrippa is said to have had a magic glass in which he showed to his customers such dead or absent persons as they might wish to see. Thus he would call up the beautiful Helen of Troy, or Cicero, in the midst of an oration, or to a pining lover, the figure of his absent lady, as she was employed at the moment, a dangerous exhibition, for who knows whether the consolation sought by the fair one will always be such as her lover will approve? Agrippa, they say, had an attendant devil in the form of a huge black dog, whom on his deathbed the magician dismissed with curses. The dog ran away, plunged into the river Saône, and was seen no more. We are of course to suppose that his satanic majesty got possession of the conjurer's soul, however, as per agreement. There is a story about Agrippa which shows conclusively how a little learning may be a dangerous thing. When Agrippa was absent on a short journey, his student in magic slipped into the study and began to read spells out of a great book. After a little there was a knock at the door, but the young man paid no attention to it. In another moment there was another louder one, which startled him, but still he read on. In a moment the door opened, and in came a fine, large devil, who angrily asked, "What do you call me for?" The frightened youth answered very much like those naughty boys who say, "I didn't do nothin'." But it will not do to fool with devils. The angry demon caught him by the throat and strangled him. Shortly, when Agrippa returned, lo and behold, a strong squad of evil spirits were kicking up their heels and playing tag all over the house, and crowding his study particularly full. Like a schoolmaster among mischievous boys, the great enchanter sent all the little fellows home, catechizing the big one, and finding the situation unpleasant, made him reanimate the corpse of the student and walk it about town all the afternoon. The malignant demon, however, was free at sunset, and let the corpse drop dead in the middle of the market-place. The people recognized it, found the claw marks and traces of strangling, suspected the fact, and Agrippa had to abscond very suddenly. Another student of Agrippa's came very near an equally bad end. The magician was in the habit of enchanting a broomstick into a servant to do his housework, and when it was done, turning it back to a broomstick again and putting it behind the door. This young student had overheard the charm which made the servant, and one day, in his master's absence, wanting a pail of water, he said over the incantation and told the servant, "Bring some water." The evil spirit promptly obeyed, flew to the river, brought a pailful and emptied it, instantly brought a second, instantly a third. And the student, startled, cried out, "That's enough!" But this was not the return charm, and the ill-tempered demon, rejoicing in doing mischief within the letter of his obligation, now flew backward and forward like lightning, so that he even began to flood the room about the rash student's feet. Desperate, he seized an axe and hewed this diabolical serving-man in two. Two serving-men jumped up, with 2 water-pails, grinning in devilish glee, and both went to work harder than ever. The poor student gave himself up for lost, when luckily the master came home, dismissed the over-officious water-carrier with a word, and saved the student's life. How thoroughly false all these absurd fictions are, and yet how ingeniously based on some fact, appears by the case of Agrippa's black dog. Wierus, a writer of good authority, and a personal friend of Agrippa's, reports that he knew very well all about the dog, that it was not a superhuman dog at all, but, if the term be admissible, a mere human dog, an animal which he, Wierus, had often led about by a string, and only a domestic pet of Agrippa. Another eminent magician of those days was Dr. Faustus, about whom Goethe wrote Faust. Bailey wrote Festus, and whose story, mingled of human love and of the devilish tricks of Mephistopheles, is known so very widely. The truth about Faust seems to be that he was simply a successful juggler of the 16th century. Yet the wonderful stories about him were very implicitly and extensively believed. It was the time of the Protestant Reformation, and even Melanchthon and Luther seem to have entirely believed that Faustus could make the forms of the dead appear, could carry people invisibly through the air, and play all the legendary tricks of the enchanters. So strong a hold does humbug often obtain even upon the noblest and clearest and wisest minds. Faustus, according to the traditions, had a pretty keen eye for a joke. He once sold a splendid horse to a horse-jockey at a fair. The fellow shortly rode his fine horse to water. When he got into the water, lo and behold, the horse vanished, and the humbug jockey found himself sitting up to his neck in the river on a straw saddle. There is something quite satisfactory in the idea of playing such a trick on one of that sharp generation, and Faust felt so comfortable over it that he entered his hotel and went quietly to sleep, or pretended to. Shortly in came the angry jockey. He shouted and bawled, but could not awaken the doctor, and in his anger he seized his foot and gave it a good pull. Foot and leg came off in his hand. Faustus screamed out as if in horrible agony, and the terrified jockey ran away as fast as he could, and never troubled his very loose-jointed customer for the money. A magician named Ziito, resident at the court of Wenceslas of Bohemia, A.D. 1368 to 1419, appears to great advantage in the annals of these humbugs. He was a homely, crooked creature, with an immense mouth. He had a collision once in public on a question of skill with a brother conjurer, and becoming a little excited, opened his big mouth and swallowed the other magician, all to his shoes, which, as he observed, were dirty. Then he stepped into a closet, got his rival out of him somehow, and calmly led him back to the company. A story is told about Ziito and some hogs, just like that about Faust and the horse. In all these stories about magicians, their power is derived from the devil. It was long believed that the ancient University of Salamanca in Spain, founded A.D. 1240, was the chief school of magic, and had regular professors and classes in it. The devil was supposed to be the special patron of this department, and he had a curious fee for his trouble, which he collected every commencement day. The last exercise of the graduating class on that day was to run across a certain cavern under the university. The devil was always on hand at this time, and had the privilege of grabbing at the last man of the crowd. If he caught him, as he commonly did, the soul of the unhappy student became the property of his captor. Hence arose the phrase, "Devil take the hindmost." Sometime it happened that some very brisk fellow was left last by some accident. If he were brisk enough to dodge the devil's grab, that personage only caught his shadow. In this case it was well understood that this particular enchanter never had any shadow afterwards, and he always became very eminent in his art. End of chapter 36. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 37 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ferguson. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Witchcraft. New York witches. The witch mania. How fast they burned them. The mode of trial. Witches today in Europe. Chapter 37. Witchcraft is one of the most baseless, absurd, disgusting, and silly of all the humbugs. And it is not a dead humbug either. It is alive, busily exercised by knaves and believed by fools all over the world. Witches and wizards operate and prosper among the Hottentots, the Negroes, and barbarous Indians, among the Siberians and Kirgishes and Lapps, of course. Everybody knows that. They are poor, ignorant creatures. Yes, but are the French and Germans and English and Americans poor, ignorant creatures too? They are, if the belief and practice of witchcraft among them is any test, for in all those countries there are witches. I take up one of the New York City dailies of this very morning, and find in it the advertisement of 7 witches. In 1858 there were in full blast in New York and Brooklyn 16 witches and 2 wizards. One of these wizards was a black man, a very proper style of person to deal with the black art. Witch means a woman who practices sorcery under an agreement with the devil who helps her. Before the Christian era, the Jewish witch was a mere diviner, or at most a raiser of the dead, and the Gentile witch was a poisoner, a maker of philters or love potions, and a vulgar sort of magician. The devil part of the business did not begin until a good while after Christ. During the last century or so, again while witchcraft has been extensively believed in, the witch has degenerated into a very vulgar and poverty-stricken sort of conjuring woman. Take our New York City witches, for instance. They live in cheap and dirty streets that smell bad. Their houses are in the same style, infected with the strong odour of cabbage, onions, washing day, old dinners, and other merely sublunary smells. Their rooms are very ill furnished, and often beset with wash-tubs, swill pails, mops, and soiled clothes. Their personal appearance is commonly unclean, homely, vulgar, coarse, and ignorant, and often rummy. Their fee is a quarter or half of $1, sometimes $1. Their divination is worked by cutting and dealing cards or studying the palm of your hand, and the things which they tell you are the most silly and shallow babble in the world, a mess of phrases worn out over and over again. Here is a specimen as garbled to a customer of a pack of cards laid out on the table. Anybody can do the like. You face a misfortune. I think it will come upon you within 3 weeks, but it may not. A dark-complexioned man faces your life card. He is plotting against you, and you must beware of him. Your marriage card faces 2 young women, one fair and the other dark. One you will have, and the other you will not. I think you will have the fair one. She favours the dark-complexioned man, which means trouble. You face money, but you must earn it. There is a good deal, but you may not get much of it, etc., etc. These words are exactly the sort of stuff that is sold by the witches of today. But the greatest witch humbug of all the witchcraft of history is that of Christendom for about 300 years, beginning about the time of the discovery of America. To that period belonged the Salem witchcraft of New England, the witch-finding of Matthew Hopkins in Old England, the Scotch witch trials, and the Swedish and German and French witch mania. The peculiar traits of the witchcraft of this period are among the most mysterious of all humbugs. The most usual points in a case of witchcraft were that the witch had sold herself to the devil for all eternity, in order to get the power, during a few years of earthly life, to inflict a few pains on the persons of those she disliked, or to cause them to lose part of their property. This was almost always the whole story, except the mere details of witch baptism and witch Sabbath, parodies on the ceremonies of the Christian religion. And the mystery is, how anybody could believe that to accomplish such very small results, seldom equal even to the death of an enemy, one would agree to accept eternal damnation in the next world, almost certain poverty, misery, persecution, and torment in this, besides having, for an amusement, performances more dirty, obscene, and vulgar than I can even hint at. But such a belief was universal, and hundreds of the witches themselves confessed as much as I have described, and more, with numerous details, and they were burnt alive for their trouble. The extent of wholesale murdering, perpetrated under forms of law, on charges of witchcraft, is astonishing. A magistrate named Remigius published a book in which he told how much he thought of himself for having condemned and burned 900 witches in 16 years in Lorraine, and the one thing that he blamed himself for was this, that out of regard for the wishes of a colleague, he had only caused certain children to be whipped naked 3 times round the market-place where their parents had been burned, instead of burning them. At Bamberg 600 persons were burned in 5 years, at Wurzburg 900 in 2 years. Sprenger, a German inquisitor general, and author of a celebrated book on detecting and punishing witchcraft, called Malleus Maleficarum, or the Mallet of Malefactors, burned more than 500 in 1 year. In Geneva 500 persons were burned during 1515 and 1516. In the district of Como in Italy 1,000 persons were burned as witches in the single year 1524, besides over 100 a year for several years afterwards. 17,000 persons were executed for witchcraft in Scotland during 39 years, ending with 1603. 40,000 were executed in England from 1600 to 1680. Bodinus, another of the witch-killing judges, gravely announced that there were undoubtedly not less than 300,000 witches in France. The way in which the witch-murderers reasoned, and their modes of conducting trials and procuring confessions, were truly infernal. The chief rule was that witchcraft being an exceptional crime, no regard need be had to the ordinary forms of justice. All manner of tortures were freely applied to force confessions. In Scotland the boot was used, being an iron case in which the legs are locked up to the knee, and an iron wedge then driven in until sometimes the bones were crushed and the marrow spouted out. Pin-sticking, drowning, starving, the rack, were too common to need details. Sometimes the prisoner was hung up by the thumbs and whipped by one person, while another held lighted candles to the feet and other parts of the body. At Arras, while the prisoners were being torn on the rack, the executioner stood by, sword in hand, promising to cut off at once the heads of those who did not confess. At Offenburg, when the prisoners had been tortured until beyond the power of speaking aloud, they silently assented to abominable confessions read to them out of a book. Many were cheated into confession by the promise of pardon and release, and then burned. A poor woman in Germany was tricked by the hangman, who dressed himself up as a devil and went into her cell. Overpowered by pain, fear, and superstition, she begged him to help her out. Her beseeching was taken for confession, she was burned, and a ballad which treated the trick as a jolly and comical device was long popular in the country. Several of the judges in witch cases tell us how victims, utterly weary of their tormented lives, confessed whatever was required, merely as the shortest way to death, and an escape out of their misery. All who dared to argue against the current of popular and judicial delusion were instantly refuted very effectively by being attacked for witchcraft themselves, and once accused there was little hope of escape. The Jesuit Del Rio, in a book published in 1599, states the witch-killer's side of the discussion very neatly indeed, for in one and the same chapter he defies any opponents to disprove the existence of witchcraft, and then shows that a denial of witchcraft is the worst of all heresies, and must be punished with death. Quite a number of excellent and sensible people were actually burnt on just this principle. I do not undertake to give details of any witch trials. This sketch of the way in which they operated is all I can make room for, and sufficiently delineates this cruel and bloody humbug. I have already referred to the fact that we have right here among us in this city a very fair supply of a vulgar, dowdy kind of witchcraft. Other countries are favoured in like manner. I have not just now the most recent information, but in the year 1857 and 1858, for instance, mobbing and prosecutions growing out of a popular belief in witchcraft were quite plentiful enough in various parts of Europe. No less than 8 cases of the kind in England alone were reported during those 2 years. Among them was the actual murder of a woman as a witch by a mob in Shropshire, and an attack by another mob in Essex upon a perfectly inoffensive person on suspicion of having bewitched a scolding ill-conditioned girl, from which attack the mob was diverted with much difficulty, and thinking itself very unjustly treated. Some others of those cases show a singular quantity of credulity among people of respectability. While therefore some of us may perhaps be justly thankful for safety from such horrible follies as these, still we cannot properly feel very proud of the progress of humanity, since after not less than 6,000 years of existence and 1800 of revelation, so many believers in witchcraft still exist among the most civilized nations. End of chapter 37. Recording by Linda Ferguson.
Chapter 38 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 38. Charms and Incantations. It is worthwhile to print in plain English for my readers a good selection of the very words which have been believed, or are still believed, to possess magic power. Then any who choose may operate by themselves, or may put some bold friend up in a corner and blaze away at him or her until they are wholly satisfied about the power of magic. The Roman Cato, so famous for his grumness and virtue, believed that if he were ill, it would much help him, or that it would cure sprains in others, to say over these words: Dares, Dardares, Astaris, Ista, Pista, Sista. Or, as another account has it, Motas, Dares, Dardares, Astaris. Or, as still another account says, Huat, 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 Ista, Pista, Sista, Domiabo, Damnaustra. And sure enough, nothing is truer, as any physician will tell you, that if the old censor only believed hard enough, it would almost certainly help him. Not by the force of the words, but by the force of his own ancient Roman imagination. Here are some Greek words of no less virtue. Asci, kataski, tetrax. When the Greek priests let out of their doors those who had been completely initiated in the Eleusinian mysteries, they said to them last of all the awful and powerful words, conx ompax. If you want to know what the usual result was, just say them to somebody, and you will see instantly. The ancient Hebrews believed that there was a secret name of God, usually thought to be inexpressible, and only to be represented by a mystic figure kept in the temple, and that if anyone could learn it and repeat it, he could rule the intelligent and unintelligent creation at his will. It is supposed by some that Jehovah is the word which stands for this secret name, and some Hebraists think that the word Yahweh is much more nearly the right one. The Mohammedans, who have received many notions from the Jews, believe the same story about the secret name of God, and they think it was engraved on Solomon's signet, as all readers of the Arabian Nights will very well remember. The Jews believe that if you pronounce the word Satan, any evil spirit that happened to be by could in consequence instantly pop into you if he wished, and possess you, as the devils in the New Testament possessed people. Some ancient cities had a secret name, and it was believed that if their enemies could find this out, they could conjure with it so as to destroy such cities. Thus the secret name of Rome was Valentia, and the word was very carefully kept, with the intention that none should know it except one or two of the chief pontiffs. Mr. Borrow, in one of his books, tells about a charm which a gipsy woman knew, and which she used to repeat to herself as a means of obtaining supernatural aid when she happened to want it. This was Saboca en recar Maria Ereria. He induced her after much effort to repeat the words to him, but she always wished she had not, with an evident conviction that some harm would result. He explained to her that they consisted of a very simple phrase, but it made no difference. An ancient physician named Serenus Sammonicus used to be quite sure of curing fevers by means of what he called abracadabra, which was a sort of inscription to be written on something and worn on the patient's person. It was as follows: Abracadabra, bracadabra, bracadab, acada, cad, a. Another gentleman of the same school used to cure sore eyes by hanging round the patient's neck an inscription made up of only two letters, A and Z, but how he mixed them we unfortunately do not know. By the way, many of the German peasantry in the more ignorant districts still believe that to write abracadabra on a slip of paper and keep it with you will protect you from wounds, and that if your house is on fire, to throw this strip into it will put the fire out. Many charms or incantations call on God, Christ, or some saints, just as the heathen ones call on a spirit. Here is one for epilepsy that seems to appeal to both religions, as if with a queer proviso against any possible mistake about either. Taking the epileptic by the hand, you whisper in his ear, I adjure thee by the sun and the moon and the gospel of today, that thou arise and no more fall to the ground, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. A charm for the cramp found in vogue in some rustic regions is this: The devil is tying a knot in my leg. Mark, Luke, and John, unloose it, I beg. Crosses 3 we make to ease us, 2 for the thieves, and 1 for Christ Jesus. Here is another, often used in Ireland, which in the same spirit of superstition and ignorant irreverence uses the name of the Saviour for a slight human occasion. It is to cure the toothache, and requires the repeating of the following string of words. Saint Peter sitting on a marble stone, our Saviour passing by, asked him what was the matter. O Lord, a toothache. Stand up, Peter, and follow me, and whoever keeps these words in memory of me shall never be troubled with the toothache. Amen. The English astrologer, Lilly, after the death of his wife, formerly a Mrs. Wright, found in a scarlet bag which she wore under her arm a pure gold sigil, or round plate worth about $10 in gold, which the former husband of the defunct had used to exorcise a spirit that plagued him. In case any of my readers can afford bullion enough, and would like to drive away any such visitor, let them get such a plate and have engraved round the edge of one side, Vicit Leo de Tribus Judae Tetragrammaton, plus. Inside this engrave a holy lamb. Round the edge of the other side engrave Anaphel, and 3 crosses, thus plus, plus, plus. And in the middle Sanctus Petrus Alpha et Omega. The witches have always had incantations, which they have used to make a broomstick into a horse, to kill or to sicken animals and persons, etc. Most of these are sufficiently stupid, and not half so wonderful as one I know, which may be found in a certain mysterious volume called the Girl's Own Book, and which, as I can depose, has often power to tickle children. It is this: Bandy-legged Borachio Mustachio Whiskerifusticus, the bald and brave Bombardino of Baghdad, helped Abomilique Bluebird Basha of Bebel Mandel beat down an abominable bumblebee at Balsora. But to the other witches. Their charms were repeated sometimes in their own language and sometimes in gibberish. When the Scotch witches wanted to fly away to their witches' Sabbath, they straddled a broom candle, a cornstalk, a straw, or a rush, and cried out, "Horse and hattock in the devil's name," and immediately away they flew, 40 times as high as the moon, if they wished. Some English witches in Somersetshire used instead to say, "Tout, tout, throughout and about," and when they wished to return from their meeting they said, "Ventum tormentum." If this form of the charm does not manufacture a horse, not even a sawhorse, then I recommend another version of it, thus: "Horse and pattock, horse and go, horse and pellats, ho, ho, ho." German witches said, in High Dutch, "Up and away, high, up aloft, and nowhere stay." Scotch witches had modes of working destruction to the persons or property of those to whom they meant evil, which were strikingly like the Negra Obeah or Mandinga. One of these was, to make a hash of the flesh of an unbaptized child, with that of dogs and sheep, and to put this goodly dish in the house of the victim, reciting the following rhyme: "We put this until this hame, in our Lord the Devil's name. The first hands that handle thee, burned and scalded may they be. We will destroy houses and halt, with the sheep and nault," that is cattle, "into the fault. And little shall come to the fore," that is remain, "of all the rest of the little store." Another, used to destroy the sons of a certain gentleman named Gordon, was, to make images for the boys, of clay and paste, and put them in a fire, saying: "We put this water among this meal, for long pining and ill heal, we put it into the fire, to burn them up stock and stour," that is tack and band, "that they be burnt with our will, like any stickle (stubble) in a kiln." In case any lady reader finds herself changed into a hare, let her remember how the witch Isobel Gowdy changed herself from hare back to woman. It was by repeating, "Hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in a hare's likeness now, but I shall be woman even now. Hare, hare, God send thee care." About the year 1600 there was both hanged and burned at Amsterdam a poor demented Dutch girl who alleged that she could make cattle sterile, and bewitch pigs and poultry by saying to them, "Curious und curious incurious." I recommend to say this first to an old hen, and if found useful it might then be tried on a pig. Not far from the same time a woman was executed as a witch at Bamberg, having, as was often the case, been forced by torture to make a confession. She said that the devil had given her power to send diseases upon those she hated by saying complimentary things about them, as "What a strong man!" "What a beautiful woman!" "What a sweet child!" It is my own impression that this species of cursing may safely be tried where it does not include a falsehood. Here are two charms which the German witches used to repeat to raise the devil with in the form of a he goat: Val Bacchia, Magote, Bafia, Dayam, Fagot, Heneke, Ami Nagas Adometor, Raphael Emmanuel Christus, Tetragrammaton, Agra Jod Loe, Kyonish Kyonish. The last two words to be screamed at quickly. This second one, it must be remembered, is to be read backward except the two last words. It was supposed to be the strongest of all, and was used if the first one failed. Anion, Lale, Sabolos, Sado, Porter, Aziel, Adonai, Sado, Fagot, Agra, Yod, Bafra, Com. In case the devil stayed too long, he could be made to take himself off by addressing to him the following statement repeated backward: Zelia nel Hioti bonus Fagota, Pliso soter osec unicus Beelzebub, Dax com, which would evidently make almost anybody go away. A German charm to improve one's finances was perhaps no worse than gambling in gold. It ran thus: As God be welcomed, gentle moon, make thou my money more and soon. To get rid of a fever in the German manner, go and tie up a bough of a tree, saying, Twig, I bind thee, fever, now leave me. To give your ague to a willow tree, tie 3 knots in a branch of it early in the morning, and say, Good morning, old one, I give thee the cold. Good morning, old one, and turn and run away as fast as you can without looking back. Enough of this nonsense, it is pure mummery. Yet it is worth while to know exactly what the means were which in ancient times were relied on for such purpose, and it is not useless to put this matter on record, for just such formulas are believed in now by many people. Even in this city there are witches who humbug the more foolish part of the community out of their money by means just as foolish as these. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39. The Princess Caribou, or the Queen of the Isles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Princess Caribou, or the Queen of the Isles. By P.T. Barnum. Chapter 39. Bristol was, in 1812, the second commercial city of Great Britain, having in particular an extensive East India trade. Among its inhabitants were merchants, reckoned remarkably shrewd, and many of them very wealthy, and quite a number of aristocratic families, who were looked up to with the abject toad-eating kind of civility that follows the nobility. On the whole, Bristol was a very fashionable, rich, cultivated, and intelligent place, considering. One fine evening in the winter of 1812–13, the White Lion Hotel, a leading inn at Bristol, was thrown into a wonderful flutter by the announcement that a very beautiful and fabulously wealthy lady, the Princess Caribou, had just arrived by ship from an Oriental port. Her agent, a swarthy and wizened little Asiatic, who spoke imperfect English, gave this information, and ordered the most sumptuous suite of rooms in the house. Of course there was great activity in all manner of preparations, and the mysterious character of this lovely but high-born stranger caused a wonderful flutter of excitement, which grew and grew until the fair stranger at length deigned to arrive. She came at about 10 o'clock, in great state, and with 2 or 3 coaches packed with servants and luggage, the former of singularly dingy complexion and fantastic vestments, and the latter of the most curious forms and material imaginable. The eager anticipations of hosts and guests alike were not only fully justified, but even exceeded by the rare beauty of the unknown, the Oriental style and magnificence of her attire, and that of her attendants, and the enormous bulk of her baggage, a circumstance that has no less weight at an English inn than anywhere else. The stranger, too, was most liberal with her fees to the servants, which were always in gold. It was quickly discovered that her ladyship spoke not one word of English, and even her agent, a dark, wild, queer little fellow, got along with it but indifferently, preferring all his requests in very broken china indeed. The landlord thought it a splendid opportunity to create a long bill, and got up rooms and a dinner in flaring style, with wax candles, a mob of waiters, ringing of bells, and immense ceremony. But the lady, like a real princess, while well enough pleased and very gracious, took all this as a matter of course, and preferred her own cook, a flat-faced, pug-nosed, yellow-breeched, and almond-eyed Oriental, with a pigtail dangling from his scalp, which was shaved clean excepting at the back of the head. This gentleman ran about in the kitchen yard with queer little brass utensils, wherein he concocted sundry diabolical preparations, as they seemed to the English servants to be, of herbs, rice, curry powder, etc., etc., for the repast of his mistress. For the next 3 or 4 days the White Lion was in a state bordering upon frenzy, at the singular deportment of the princess and her numerous attendants. The former arrayed herself in the most astonishing combinations of apparel that had ever been seen by the good gossips of Bristol, and the latter indulged in gymnastic antics and vocal chantings that almost deafened the neighborhood. There was a peculiar nasal ballad in which they were fond of indulging, that commenced about midnight and kept up until well nigh morning, that drove the neighbors almost beside themselves. It sounded like a concert by a committee of infuriated cats, and wound up with protracted whining notes, commencing in a whimper, and then with a sudden jerk, bursting into a loud monotonous howl. Yet, withal, these attendants, who slept on mats, in the rooms adjacent to that of their mistress, and fed upon the preparations of her own cuisine, were, in the main, very civil and inoffensive, and seemed to look upon the princess with the utmost awe. The agent, or secretary, or prime minister, or whatever he might be called, was very mysterious as to the objects, purposes, history, and antecedents of her highness, and the quinuncs were in despair until, one morning, the Bristol Mirror, then a leading paper, came out with a flaring announcement, expressing the pleasure it felt in acquainting the public with the fact that a very eminent and interesting foreign personage had arrived from her home in the remotest East to proffer His Majesty George III the unobstructed commerce and friendship of her realm, which was as remarkable for its untold wealth as for its marvelous beauty. The lady was described as a befitting representative of the loveliness and opulence of this new Golconda and Ophir in one, since her matchless wealth and munificence were approached only by her ravishing personal charms. The other papers took up the topic, and were even more extravagant. Felix Farley's Journal gave a long narrative of her wanderings and extraordinary adventures in the uttermost East, as gleaned, of course, from her garrulous agent. The island of her chief residence was described as being of vast extent and fertility, immensely rich and populous, and possessing many rare and beautiful arts unknown to the nations of Europe. The princess had become desperately enamored of a certain young Englishman of high rank, who had been shipwrecked on her coast, but had afterward escaped, and, as she learned, safely reached a port in China, and thence departed for Europe. The princess, had hereupon set out upon her journeyings over the world in search of him, in order to facilitate her enterprise, and softened by the deep affection she felt for the son of Albion, she had determined to break through the usages of her country and form an alliance with that of her beloved. Such were the statements everywhere put in circulation, and when the long bows of the place got full hold of it, Gulliver, Peter Wilkins, and Sinbad the Sailor were completely eclipsed. Diamonds as big as hens' eggs, and pearls the size of hazelnuts, were said to be the commonest buttons and ornaments the princess wore, and her silks and shawls were set beyond all price. The announcement of this romantic and mysterious history, this boundless wealth, this interesting mission from majesty to majesty in person, and the reality which every one could see of so much grace and beauty, supplied all that was wanting to set the upper tendom of the place in a blaze. It was hardly etiquette for a royal visitor to receive much company before having been presented at court, but as this princely lady came from a point so far outside of the pale of Christendom and all its formalities, it was deemed not out of place to show her befitting attentions, and the ice once broken there was no arresting the flood. The aristocracy of Bristol vied with each other in seeing who should be first and most extravagant in their demonstrations. The street in front of the White Lion was day after day blocked up with eloquent equipages, and her reception rooms thronged with fair women and brave men. Milliners and mantua makers pressed upon the lovely and mysterious Princess Caribou the most exquisite hats, dresses, and laces, just to acquaint her with the fashionable style and solicit her distinguished patronage. Dry goodsmen sent her rare patterns of their costliest and richest stuffs; perfumers their most exquisite toilet cases, filled with odors sweet; jewelers their most superb sets of gems; and florists and visitors nearly suffocated her with the scarcest and most delicate exotics. Pictures, sketches, and engravings, oil paintings, and portraits on ivory of her rapturous admirers poured in from all sides, and her own fine form and features were reproduced by a score of artists. Daily she was fêted and nightly serenaded, until the Princess Caribou became the furore of the United Kingdom. Magnificent entertainments were given her in private mansions, and at length, to cap the climax, Mr. Worrell, the Recorder of Bristol, managed, by his influence, to bring about for her a grand municipal reception in the town hall, and people from far and near thronged to it in thousands. In the meantime, the papers were gravely trying to make out whether the Caribou country meant some remote portion of Japan, or the island of Borneo, or some comparatively unfamiliar archipelago in the remotest East, and the Mirror was publishing type expressly cut for the purpose of representing the characters of the language in which the princess spoke and wrote. They were certainly very uncouth and pretended sages, who knew very well that there was no one to contradict them, declared that they were ancient Coptic. Upon reading the sequel of the story one is irresistibly reminded of the ancient Roman inscription discovered by one of Dickens's characters, which some irreverent rogue subsequently declared to be nothing more nor less than "Bill stumps his mark." All this went on for about a fortnight, until the whole town and a good deal of the surrounding country had made complete fools of themselves, and only the "naughty little boys" in the streets held out against the prevailing mania, probably because they were not admitted to the sport. Their salutations took the form of an inharmonious thoroughfare ballad, the chorus of which terminated with "Boo hoo hoo, and who's the Princess Caribou?" yelled out at the top of their voices. At length one day the luggage of Her Highness was embarked upon a small vessel to be taken round by water to London, while she announced, through her agent, her intention to reach the capital by post coaching. Of course the most superb travelling carriages and teams were placed at her disposal, but, courteously declining all these offers, she set out in the night time with a hired establishment, attended by her retinue. Days and weeks rolled on, and yet no announcement came of the arrival of Her Highness at London, or at any of the intervening cities after the first 2 or 3 towns eastward of Bristol. Inquiry began to be made, and, after long and patient but unavailing search, it became apparent to divers and sundry dignitaries in the old town that somebody had been very particularly sold. The landlord at the White Lion, who had accepted the agent's order for £1,000 on a Calcutta firm in London, poor Mr. Worrell, who had been master of ceremonies at the Town Hall affair and had spent large sums of money, and the tradespeople and others who sent their finest goods, all felt that they had heard something drop. The Princess Cariboo had disappeared as mysteriously as she came. For years the people of Bristol were unmercifully ridiculed throughout the entire kingdom on account of this affair, and burlesque songs and plays immortalized its incidents for successive seasons. One of these insisted that the princess was no other than an actress of more notoriety than note, humbly born in the immediate vicinity of the old city, where she practised this gigantic hoax, and that she had been assisted in it by a set of dissolute young noblemen and actors, who furnished the money she had spent, got up the oriental dresses, published the fibs, and fomented the excitement. At all events, the net profit to her and her confederates in the affair must have been some £10,000. Within a few months, and since the first publication of the above paragraphs, the English newspapers have recorded the death of the Princess Cariboo, who it appears afterward married in her own rank in life, and spent a considerable number of years of usefulness in the leech trade, an occupation not without a metaphorical likeness to her early and more ambitious exploit. End of Chapter 39. The Princess Cariboo, by P.T. Barnum.
Chapter 40 of The Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Yuan G. The Humbugs of the World, by P.T. Barnum. Adventurers. Chapter 40. Count Cagliostro, alias Joseph Balsamo, known also as Cursed Joe. One of the most striking, amusing, and instructive pages in the history of humbug is the life of Count Alessandro de Cagliostro, whose real name was Joseph or Giuseppe Balsamo. He was born at Palermo in 1743, and very early began to manifest his brilliant talents for roguery. He ran away from his first boarding school at the age of 11 or 12, getting up a masquerade of goblins by the aid of some scampish schoolfellows, which frightened the monkish watchmen of the gates away from their posts, nearly dead with terror. He had gained little at this school, except the pleasant surname of Beppo Maldetto, or Cursed Joe. At the age of 13, he was a second time expelled from the convent of Cartegirone, belonging to the order of Benfratelli, the good fathers having in vain endeavoured to train him up in the way he should go. While in this convent, the boy was in charge of the apothecary, and probably picked up more or less of the smattering of chemistry and physics which he afterwards used. His final offence was a ridiculous and characteristic one. He was a greedy and thievish fellow, and by way of penalty set to read aloud about the ancient martyrs, those dry though pious old gentlemen, while the monks ate dinner. Thus put to what he liked least, and deprived of what he liked best, he impudently extemporized, instead of the stories of the holy agonies, all the indecorous scandal he could think of about the more notorious disreputable women of Palermo, putting their names instead of those of the martyrs. After this, Master Joe proceeded to distinguish himself by forging opera tickets and even documents of various kinds, indiscriminate pilfering and swindling, interpreting visions, conjuring, and finally, it is declared, a touch of genuine assassination. Pretty soon, he made a foolish, greedy goldsmith, one Murano, believe that there was a treasure hidden in the sand on the seashore near Palermo, and induced the silly man to go one night to dig it up. Having reached the spot, the dupe was made to strip himself to his shirt and drawers. A magic circle was drawn round him, with all sorts of raw head and bloody bones ceremonies, and Beppo, exhorting him not to leave the ring, lest the spirits should kill him, stepped out of sight to make the incantations to raise them. Almost instantly, 6 devils, horned, hoofed, tailed, and clawed, breathing fire and smoke, leaped from among the rocks and beat the wretched goldsmith senseless, and almost to death. They were, of course, Cursed Joe and some confederates, and taking Murano's money and valuables, they left him. He got home in wretched plight, but had sense enough left to suspect Master Joe, whom he shortly promised, after the Sicilian manner, to assassinate. So Joe ran away from Palermo and went to Messina. Here he said he fell in with a venerable humbug named Athlotas, an Armenian sage, who united his talents with Beppo's own, in making a peculiar preparation of flax and hemp, and passing it off upon the people of Alexandria in Egypt as a new kind of silk. This feat made not only a sensation, but plenty of money, and the two swindlers now traversed Greece, Turkey, and Arabia in various directions, stirring up the oriental old fogies in amazing style. Harems and palaces, according to Cagliostro's own apocryphal story, were thrown open to them everywhere, and while the sheriff of Makusha took Balsao under his high protection, one of the Grand Muftis actually gave him splendid apartments in his own abode. It is only necessary to reflect upon the unbounded reverence felt by all good Mussulmen for these exalted dignitaries to comprehend the height of distinction thus attained by the Palermo thimble rigger. But, among the many obscure records that exist in the Italian, French, and German languages touching this arch-impostor, there is a hint of a night adventure in the harem of a high and mighty personage at Mecca, whereby the latter was put out of doors with his robes torn and his beard singed by his own domestics, and left to wander in the streets, while Beppo, in disguise, received the salams and sequins of the establishment, including the attentions of the fair ones there encaged, for an entire night. His escape to the sea-coast after this adventure was almost miraculous, but escape he did, and shortly afterward turned up in Rome, with the title, conferred by himself, of Count Cagliostro, the reputation of enormous wealth, and genuine and enthusiastic letters of recommendation from Pinto, Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. Pinto was an alchemist, and had been fooled to the top of his bent by the cunning Joseph. These letters introduced our humbug into the first families of Rome, who, like some other first families, were first also as fools. He also married a very beautiful, very shrewd, and very wicked Roman donzella, Lorenzo Feliciano by name, and the worthy couple, combining their various talents, and regarding the world as their oyster, at once proceeded to open it in the most scientific style. I cannot follow this wonderful human chameleon in all his transformations under his various names of Fischio, Melissa, Fenice, Anna, Pellegrini, Harat, and Belmonte, nor state the studies and processes by which he picked up sufficient knowledge of physics, chemistry, the hidden properties of numbers, astronomy, astrology, mesmerism, clairvoyance, and the genuine old-fashioned black art, but suffice it to say that he travelled through every part of Europe and set it in a blaze with excitement. There were always enough of silly coxcombs, young and old, of high degree, to be allured by the siren smiles of his countess, and dupes of both sexes everywhere to swallow his yarns and gape at his juggleries. In the course of his rambles, he paid a visit to his great brother humbug, the Count of St. Germain in Westphalia, or Schleswig, and it was not long afterward that he began to publish to the world his grand discoveries in alchemy of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, or waters of perpetual youth. These and many similar wonders were declared to be the result of his investigations under the arch of old Egyptian masonry, which degree he claimed to have revived. This notion of Egyptian masonry Cagliostro is said to have found in some manuscripts left by one George Cofton, which fell into our quacks' hands. This degree was to give perfection to human beings, by means of moral and physical regeneration. Of these two, the former was to be secured by means of a pentagon, which removes original sin and renews pristine innocence. The physical kind of regeneration was to be brought about by using the prime matter, or philosopher's stone, and the acacia, which two ingredients will give immortal youth. In this new structure, he assumed the title of the Grand Copter, and actually claimed the worship of his followers, declaring that the institution had been established by Enoch and Elias, and that he had been summoned by spiritual agencies to restore it to its pristine glory. In fact, this pretension, which influenced thousands upon thousands of believers, was one of the most daring impostures that ever saw the light. And it is astounding to think that, so late as 1780, it should, for a long time, have been entirely successful. The preparatory course of exercises for admission to the Mystic Brotherhood had been described as a series of purgation, starvation, and desperation, lasting for 40 days, and ending in physical regeneration and an immortality on earth. The celebrated Lavater, a mild and genial but feeble man, became one of Cagliostro's disciples, and was bamboozled to his heart's content. In fact, made to believe that the Count could put the devil into him, or take him out, as the case might be. The wondrous water of beauty that made old wrinkled faces look young, smooth, and bloomy again was the special merchandise of the Countess, and was, of course, in great request among the faded beaux and dowagers of the day, who were easily persuaded of their own restored loveliness. The transmutation of baser metals into gold usually terminated in the transmigration of all the gold his victims had into the Count's own purse. In 1776, the Count and Countess came to London. Here, funnily enough, they fell into the hands of a gambler, a shyster, and a female scamp, who together tormented them almost to death, because the Count would not pick them out lucky numbers to gamble by. They persecuted him fairly into jail, and plagued and outswindled him so awfully that after a time the poor Count sneaked back to the continent with only £50 left of the 3,000 which he had brought with him. One incident of Cagliostro's English experience was the affair of the arsenical pigs, a notice of which may be found in the Public Advertiser of London of September the 3rd, 1786. A Frenchman named Morande was at that time editing their paper in his own language, entitled Le Courrier de l'Europe, and lost no opportunity to denounce the Count as a humbug. Cagliostro at length, irritated by these repeated attacks, published in the Advertiser an open challenge, offering to forfeit 5,000 guineas if Morande should not be found dead in his bed on the morning after partaking of the flesh of a pig, to be selected by himself from among a drove fattened by the Count, the cooking, etc., all to be done at Morande's own house, and under his own eye. The time was fixed for this singular repast, but when it came around, the French editor backed down completely, to the great delight of his opponent and his credulous followers. Cagliostro and his spouse now resumed their travels upon the continent, and by their usual arts and trades in a great measure renewed their fallen fortunes. Among other new dodges, he now assumed so supernatural a piety that, he said, he could distinguish an unbeliever by the smell, which of course was just the opposite of the odor of sanctity. The Count's claim to have lived for hundreds of years was, by some, thoroughly believed. He ascribed his immortality to his own elixir, and his comparatively youthful appearance to his water of beauty, his Countess readily assisting him by speaking of a son, a colonel in the Dutch service, 50 years old, while she appeared scarcely more than 20. At length, in Rome, he and the Countess fell into the clutches of the Holy Office, and both having been tried for their manifold offences against the Church, were found guilty, and in spite of their contrition and eager confessions, immured for life. The Count within the walls of the castle of Saint-Léon, in the Duchy of Urbino, where after 8 years' imprisonment he died in 1795, and the Countess in a suburban convent, where she died some time after. The portraits of Cagliostro, of which a number are extant, are pictures of a strong-built, bull-necked, fat, gross man, with a snub nose, a vulgar face, a look of sensuality, and low hypocritical cunning. The celebrated story of the diamond necklace, in which Cagliostro, Marie Antoinette, the Cardinal de Rohan, and others were mixed in such a hodgepodge of rascality and folly, must form a narrative by itself. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. The Diamond Necklace. Chapter 41. In my sketch of Joseph Balsamo, alias the Count Alessandro de Cagliostro, I refer to the affair of the diamond necklace, known in French history as the Collier de la Reine, or Queen's Necklace, from the manner in which the name and reputation of Marie Antoinette, the consort of Louis XVI, became entangled in it. I shall now give a brief account of this celebrated imposition, perhaps the boldest and shrewdest ever known, and almost wholly the work of a woman. On the Quai de la Forêt, not far from the Pont Neuf, stood the establishment, part shop, part manufactory, of Messrs. Burma and Bassange, the most celebrated jewellers of their day. After triumphs which had given them worldwide fame during the reign of Louis XV and made them fabulously rich, they determined, with the advent of Louis XVI, to eclipse all their former efforts and crown the professional glory of their lives. Their correspondents in every chief jewel market of the world were summoned to aid their enterprise, and in the course of some 2 or 3 years they succeeded in collecting the finest and most remarkable diamonds that could be procured in the whole world of commerce. The next idea was to combine all these superb fragments in one grand ornament to grace the form of beauty. A necklace was the article fixed upon, and the best experience and most delicate taste that Europe could boast were expended on the design. Each and every diamond was specially set and faced in such a manner as to reveal its excellence to the utmost advantage, and all were arranged together in the style best calculated to harmonize their united effect. Form, shape, and the minutest shades of colour were studied, and the result, after many attempts and many failures, and the anxious labour of many months, was the most exquisite triumph that the genius of lapidary and the goldsmith could conceive. The whole necklace consisted of 3 triple rows of diamonds, or 9 rows in all, containing 800 faultless gems. The triple rows fell away from each in the most graceful and flexible curves over each side of the breast and each shoulder of the wearer. The curves starting from the throat, whence a magnificent pendant, depending from a single knot of diamonds, each as large as a hazelnut, hung down halfway upon the bosom in the design of a cross and crown, surrounded by the lilies of the royal house. the lilies themselves dangling on stems which were strung with smaller jewels. Rich clusters and festoons spread from the loop over each shoulder, and the central loop on the back of the neck was joined in a pattern of emblematic magnificence corresponding with that in front. It was in 1782 that this grand work was finally completed, and the happy owners gloated with delight over a monument of skill as matchless in its way as the pyramids themselves. But alas, the necklace might as well have been constructed of the common boulders piled in those same pyramids as of the finest jewels of the mine, for all the good it seemed destined to bring the poor jewellers, beyond the rapture of beholding it and calling it theirs. The necklace was worth 1,500,000 francs, equivalent to more than 300,000 in gold, as money then went, or nearly 500,000 in gold nowadays. Rather too large a sum to keep locked up in a casket, the reader will confess. And then it seems that Messrs. Barnum and Besania had not entirely paid for it yet. They had 10 creditors on the diamonds in different countries, and an immense capital still locked up in their other jewellery. Of course, then, after their first delight had subsided, they were most anxious to sell an article that had to be constantly and painfully watched, and that might so easily disappear. How many a nimble-fingered and stout-hearted rogue would not, in those days, have imperilled a dozen lives to clutch that blazing handful of dross, convertible into an Elysium of pomp and pleasure? It would hardly have been a safe noonday plaything in moral Gotham, let alone the dissolute Paris of 80 years ago. The first thought, of course, that kindled in the breasts of Boma and Bassanio was that the only proper resting place for their matchless bauble was the snowy neck of the Queen Marie Antoinette, then the admired and beloved of all. Her peerless beauty alone could live in the glow of such supernal splendour, and the French throne was the only one in Christendom that could sustain such glittering weight. Moreover, the Queen had already once been a good customer to the court jewellers, for in 1774 she bought 4 diamonds of them for $75,000. Louis XV would not have hesitated to fling it on the shoulders of the Du Barry, and Louis XVI, in spite of his odd notions upon economy and just administration, easily listened to the delicate insinuations of his court jewellers, and, one fine morning, laid the necklace in its casket on the table of his queen. Her Majesty for a moment yielded to the promptings of feminine weakness, and danced and laughed with the glee of an overjoyed child in the new sunshine of those burning, sparkling, dazzling gems. Once and once only she placed it on her neck and breast, and probably the world has never before or since seen such a countenance in such a setting. It was almost the head of an angel shining in the glory of the spheres. But a better thought prevailed, and quickly removing it, she, with a wave of her beautiful hand, declined the gift, and besought the king to apply the sum to any other purpose that would be useful or honourable to France, whose finances were sadly straitened. "We want ships of war more than we do necklaces," said she. The king was really delighted at this act of the queen's, and the incident soon becoming widely known, gave the latter immense popularity for at least 24 hours after it occurred. In fact, the amount was really applied to the construction of a grand line of battleship called the Suffren, after the great admiral of that name. Burma, who seems to have been the business manager of the jeweller firm, found his necklace as troublesome as the cobbler did the elephant he won in a raffle, and tried so perseveringly to induce the Queen to buy it that he became a real torment. She seems to have thought him a little cracked on the subject, and one day, when he obtained a private audience, he besought her either to buy the necklace or to let him go and drown himself in the Seine. Out of all patience, the Queen intimated that he would have been wiser to secure a customer to begin with, that she would not buy, that if he chose to throw himself into the Seine, it would be entirely on his own responsibility, and that, as for the necklace, he had better pick it to pieces and sell it. The poor German, for Boehmer was a native of Saxony, departed in deep distress, but accepted neither his own suggestion nor the Queen's. The court jewellers busied themselves in peddling their necklace about among the courts of Europe, but none of these concerns found it convenient just then to pay out $360,000 for a concatenation of 800 diamonds. Still the sparkling elephant remained on the jeweller's hands. Time passed on. Madame Campan, one of the Queen's confidential ladies, happened to meet Burma one day, and the necklace was alluded to. "What is the state of affairs about the necklace?" asked the lady. "Highly satisfactory," replied Burma, whose serenity of countenance Madame Campan had already remarked. "I have sold it to the Sultan at Constantinople for his favourite sultana." This the lady thought rather curious, but she was glad the thing was disposed of, and said no more. Time passed on again. In the beginning of August 1785, Boehmer took the trouble to call on Madame Campan at her country house. Somewhat to her surprise, "Has the Queen given you no message for me?" he inquired. "No," said the lady. "What message should she give?" "An answer to my note," said the jeweller. Madame remembered a note which the Queen had received from Boehmer a little while before, along with some ornaments sent by his hands to her as a present from the King. It congratulated her on having the finest diamonds in Europe, and hoped she would remember him. The Queen could make nothing of it, and destroyed it. Madame Campan therefore replied, "There is no answer. The Queen burned the note. She does not even understand what you meant by writing that note." This statement very quickly elicited from the now startled German a story which astounded the lady. He said the Queen owed him the first instalment of the money for the diamond necklace, that she had bought it after all, that the story about the Sultana was a lie told by her directions to hide the fact. This the Queen meant to pay by instalments, and did not wish the purchase known, and Boehmer said she had employed the Cardinal de Rohan to buy the necklace for her, and it had been delivered to him for her and by him to her. Now the Queen, as Madame Campan knew very well, had always strongly disliked this cardinal. He had even been kept from attending at court in consequence, and she had not so much as spoken to him for years. And so Madame Campan told Boehmer, and further she told him he had been imposed upon. "No," said the man of sparklers decisively. "It is you who are deceived. She is decidedly friendly to the Cardinal. I have myself the documents with her own signature authorizing the transaction, for I have had to let the bankers see them in order to get a little time on my own payments." Here was a monstrous mystification for the lady of honour, who told Boehmer to instantly go and see his official superior, the chief of the King's household, she herself being very soon afterwards summoned to the Queen's presence. The affair came up, and she told the Queen all she knew about it. Marie Antoinette was profoundly distressed by the evident existence of a great scandal and swindle, with which she was plainly to be mixed up through the forged signatures to the documents which Boehmer had been relying on. Now for the Cardinal Louis de Rohan, a scion of the great house of Rohan, and one of the proudest of France, was descended of the blood royal of Brittany, was a handsome, proud, dissolute, foolish, credulous, unprincipled noble, now almost 50 years old, a thorough rake, of large revenues, but deeply in debt. He was peer of French Archbishop of Strasbourg, Grand Almoner of France, Commander of the Order of the Holy Ghost, Commendator of the Benefice of St. Vaast de Arras, said to be the most wealthy in Europe, and a cardinal. He had been ambassador at Vienna a little after Marie Antoinette was married to the Dauphin, and while there had taken advantage of his official station to do a tremendous quantity of smuggling. He had also further and most deeply offended the Empress Maria Theresa by outrageous debaucheries, by gross irreligion, and above all, by a rather flat, but in effect stingingly satirical description of her conduct about the partition of Poland. This she never forgave him, neither did her daughter Marie Antoinette, and accordingly, when he presented himself at Paris soon after she became queen, he received a curt repulse, and an intimation that he had better go to Strasbourg. Now, in those days, a sentence of exclusion from court was to a French noble but just this side of a banishment to a Tophet, and de Rohan was just silly enough to feel this infliction most intensely. He went, however, and from that time onward, for year after year, lived the life of a persevering Adam thrust out of his paradise, hanging about the gate and trying all possible ways to sneak in again. Once, for instance, he had induced the porter at the palace of Trianon to let him get inside the grounds during an illumination, and was recognized by the glow of his cardinal's red stockings from under his cloak. But he was only laughed at for his pains. The porter was turned off, and the poor silly miserable cardinal remained out in the cold, breaking his heart over his exclusion from the most tedious mess of conventionalities that ever was contrived, except those of the court of Spain. About 1783, this great fool fell in with an equally great knave, who must be spoken of here, where he begins to converge along with the rest, towards the explosion of the necklace swindle. This was Cagliostro, who at that time came to Strasbourg and created a tremendous excitement with his fascinating countess, his Egyptian masonry, his spagyric food, a kind of Brandreth's pill of the period, which he fed out to poor sick people, his elixir of life, and other humbugs. The cardinal sent an intimation that he would like to see the quack. The quack, whose impudence was far greater than the cardinal's pride, sent back this sublime reply: "If he is sick, let him come to me, and I will cure him. If he is well, he does not need to see me, nor I him." This piece of impudence made the fool of a cardinal more eager than ever. After some more affected shyness, Cagliostro allowed himself to be seen. He was just the man to captivate the cardinal, and they were quickly intimate personal friends, practicing transmutation, alchemy, masonry, and still more particularly conducting a great many experiments on the cardinal's remarkably fine stock of Tokay wine. Whatever the poor de Rohan had to do, he consulted Cagliostro about it, and when the latter went to Switzerland, his dupe maintained a constant communication with him in cipher. Lastly is to be mentioned Jeanne de Saint-Remy, Countess of Lamont de Villars de France, the chief scoundrel, if any term may be used of a woman, of the necklace affair. She seems to have been really a descendant of the royal house of Villars, to which Francis I belonged, through an illegitimate son of Henry II, created Count de Saint-Remy. The family had run down and become poor and rascally, one of Jean's immediate ancestors having practiced counterfeiting for a living, She herself had been protected by a certain kind-hearted Countess de Boulogne-Villiers, was receiving a small pension from the court of about $325 a year, had married a certain tall soldier named Lamotte, had come to Paris, and was living in poverty in a garret, hovering about, as it were, for a chance to better her circumstances. She was a quick-witted, bright-eyed, brazen-faced hussy, not beautiful, but with lively, pretty ways, and indeed somewhat fascinating. Her protectress, the Countess de Boulogne-Villiers, was now dead. While she was alive, Jeanne had once visited her at de Rohan's palace of Saverne, and had thus scraped a slight acquaintance with the gay cardinal, which she resumed during her abode at Paris. Everybody at Paris knew about the diamond necklace, and about de Rohan's desire to get into court favour. This sharp-witted female swindler now came in amongst the elements I have thus far been describing, to frame necklace, jeweller, cardinal, queen, and swindler all together into her plot, just as the keystone drops into an arch and locks it up tight. No mortal knows where ideas come from. Suddenly a conception is in the mind. Whence or how, we do not know, any more than we know life. The devil himself might have furnished that which now popped into the cunning, wicked mind of this adventuress. This is what she saw all at once. Burma is crazy to sell his necklace. De Rohan is crazy after the Queen's favour. I am crazy after money. Now if I can make de Rohan think that the Queen wants the necklace, and will become his friend in return for his helping her to it, if I can make him think I am her agent to him, then I can steal the diamonds in their transit. A wonderfully cunning and hardy scheme, and most wonderful was the cool, keen promptitude with which it was executed. The Countess began to hint to the Cardinal that she was fast getting into the Queen's good graces by virtue of being a capital gossip and storyteller, and that she had frequent private audiences. Soon she added intimations that the Queen was far from being really so displeased with the Cardinal as he supposed. At this the old fool bit instantly, and showed the keenest emotions of hope and delight. On a further suggestion, he presently drew up a letter or memoir humbly and plaintively stating his case, which the Countess undertook to put into the Queen's hands. It was the first of over 200 notes from him, notes of abasement, beseeching argument, expostulation, and so on, all entrusted to Jeanne. She burnt them, I suppose, in order to make her dupe sure that she told the truth about her access to the Queen. Jeanne more than once made him go and watch her enter a side gate into the grounds of the Trianon Palace, to which she had somehow obtained a key, and after waiting, he saw her come out again, sometimes under the escort of a man, who was, she said, one of the Desclos, a confidential valet of the Queen. This was Villette de Rétaux, a pal of Jeanne's and of her husband Lamotte, who had, by the way, become a low-class gambler and swindler by occupation. Next, Jeanne talked about the Queen's charities, and on one occasion told how much the amiable Marie Antoinette longed to expend certain sums for benevolent purposes, if she only had them. But she was out of funds, and the King was so close about money. The poor Cardinal bid again, if the Queen would only allow him the honour to furnish the little amount. The Countess evidently hadn't thought of that. She reflected, hesitated. The Cardinal urged. She consented. It was not much, and was so kind as to carry the cash herself. At their next meeting, she reported that the Queen was delighted, telling a very nice story about it. The Cardinal would only be too happy to do so again, and sure enough he did, and quite a number of times too, contributing in all to the funds of the Countess in this manner, about $25,000. Well, after a time the Cardinal is at Strasbourg, when he receives a note from the Countess that brings him back again as quick as post horses can carry him. It says that there is something very important, very secret, very delicate, that the Queen wants his help about. He is overflowing with zeal. What is it? Only let him know. His life, his purse, his soul are at the service of his liege lady. His purse is all that is needed. With infinite shyness and circumspection, the Countess gradually, half unwillingly, lets him find out that it is the diamond necklace that the Queen wants. By diabolical ingenuities of talk, she leads de Rohan to the full conviction that if he secures the Queen that necklace, he will thenceforward bask in all the sunshine of court favour that she can show or control, and at proper times sundry notes from the Queen are bestowed upon the enraptured noodle. These are written in imitation of the Queen's handwriting by that of Villers de Rétaux, who personated the Queen's valet, and who was an expert at counterfeiting. A last and sublime summit of impudence pretension is reached by a secret interview which the Queen, says the Countess, desires to grant to her beloved servant, the Cardinal. This suggestion was rendered practicable by one of those mere coincidences which are found, though rarely in history, and which are too improbable to put into a novel. The casual discovery of a young woman of loose character, who looked much like the Queen. Whether her name was Designy or Gay Livia is uncertain. She is usually called by the latter. She was hired and taught, and with immense precautions, this ostrich of a cardinal was one night introduced into the gardens of the Trianon and shown a little nook among the thickets, where a stately female, in the similitude of the Queen, received him with soft-spoken words of kindly greeting, allowed him to kneel and kiss a fair and shapely hand, and showed no particular timidity of any kind. Yet the interview had scarcely more than begun before steps were heard. "Someone is coming," exclaimed the lady. "It is Monsieur and Madame d'Artois. We must part. There." She gave him a red rose. "You know what that means. Farewell." And away they went, Mademoiselle d'Oliva to report to her employers, and the Cardinal, in a seventh heaven of ineffable tomfoolery, to his hotel. But the interview, and the lovely little notes that came sometimes, fixed the necklace business, and if further encouragement had been needed, Cagliostro gave it, for the Cardinal now consulted him about the future of the affair, having indeed kept him fully informed about it for a long time, as he did of all matters of interest. So the quack set up his tabernacles of mummery in a parlour of the Cardinal's hotel, and conducted an Egyptian invocation there all night long, in solitude and pomp. And in the morning he decreed, in substance, "Go ahead." And the Cardinal did so. Burma and Bassania were only too happy to bargain with the great and wealthy church and state dignitary. A memorandum of terms and time of payment was drawn up, and was submitted to the Queen. That is, swindling Jean carried it off, and brought it back, with an entry made by Villers de Rétaux in the margin, thus: "Bon approuve, Marie Antoinette de France." That is good, good, I approve, Marie Antoinette de France. The payment was to be by instalments, at 6 months, and quarterly afterwards. The Queen to furnish the money to the Cardinal, while he remained ostensibly holden to the jewellers, she thus keeping out of sight. So the jewels were handed over to the Cardinal de Rohan. He took them one evening, in great state, to the lodgings of the Countess, where, with all imaginable formality, there came a knock at the door, and when it was open, a tall valet entered, who said solemnly, "On the part of the Queen." De Rohan knew it was the Queen's confidential valet, for he saw with his own eyes that it was the same man who had escorted the Countess from the side gate at the Trianon, and so it was, to wit, Villers de Rétaux, who, calmly receiving the 1,500,000 franc treasure, marched but as solemnly as he had come in. As that counterfeiting rascal goes out the door, the diamond necklace itself disappears from our knowledge. The swindle was consummated, but there is no whisper of the disposition of the spoils. Villette and Jean's husband, Lamotte, went to London and Amsterdam, and had some money there, but seemingly no more than the previous pillages upon the Cardinal might have supplied. Nor did the Countess' subsequent expenditures show that she had any of the proceeds. But that is not the last of the rest of the parties to the affair, by any means. Between this scene and the time when anxious Boehmer, having a little bill to meet, beset Madame Campan about his letter and the money the Queen was to pay him, there intervened 6 months. During that time Countess Jean was smoothing as well as she could, with endless lies and contrivances, the troubles of the perplexed Cardinal, who couldn't seem to see that he was much better off in spite of his loyal performance of his part of the bargain. But this application by Boehmer, and the enormous swindle with which it was instantly evident had been perpetrated on somebody or other, of course waked up a commotion at once. The Baron de Breteuil, a deadly enemy of de Rohan, got hold of it all, and in his overpowering eagerness to ruin his foe, quickly rendered the matter so public that it was out of the question to hush it up. It seems probable that Jean de Lamotte expected that the business would be kept quiet for the sake of the Queen, and that thus any very severe or public punishments would be avoided, and perhaps no inquiries made. It is clear that this would have been the best plan, but de Breteuil's officiousness prevented it, and there was nothing for it but legal measures. De Rohan was arrested and put in the Bastille. Having barely been able to send a message in German to his hotel to a trusty secretary, who instantly destroyed all the papers relating to the affair. Jean was also imprisoned, and Villette de Rétaux, being caught at Brussels and Amsterdam, were in like manner secured. As for Cagliostro, he was also imprisoned, some accounts saying that he ostentatiously gave himself up for trial. This was a public trial before the Parliament of Paris, with much form. The result was that the Cardinal, appearing to be the only fool, not knave, was acquitted. Gay d'Oliva appeared to have known nothing, except that she was to play a part, and she had been told that the Queen wanted her to do so. So she was let go. Villette was banished for life. Lamotte, the Countess's husband, had escaped to England and was condemned to the galleys in his absence, which didn't hurt him much. Cagliostro was acquitted, but Jean was sentenced to be whipped, branded on the shoulder with the letter V for voleuse, thief, and banished. This sentence was executed in full, but with great difficulty, for the woman turned perfectly furious on the public scaffold, flew at the hangman like a tiger, bit pieces out of his hands, shrieked, cursed, rolled on the floor, kicked, squirmed, and jumped, until they held her by brute force, tore down her dress, and the red-hot iron going aside as she struggled, plunged full into her snowy white breast, planting there indelibly the horrible black V, while she yelled like a fiend under the torment of the smoking brand. She fled away to England, lived there some time in dissolute courses, and is said to have died in consequence of falling out of a window when drunk, or as another account states, of being flung out by the companions of her orgy, whom she had stung to fury by her frightful scolding. Before her death, she put forth one or two memoirs, false, scandalous things. The unfortunate Queen never entirely escaped some shadow of disrepute from the necklace business, for to the very last, both on the trial and afterwards, Jean de Lamotte impudently stuck to it that at least the Queen had known about the trick played on the Cardinal at the Trianon, and had in fact been hidden close by, and saw and laughed heartily at the whole interview. So sore and morbid was the condition of the public mind in France in those days, when symptoms of the coming revolution were breaking out on every side, that this odious story found many and willing believers. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of The Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Yuan G. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Adventurers. Chapter 42. The Count de Saint-Germain, Sage, Prophet, and Magician. Superior to Cagliostro, even in accomplishments, and second to him in notoriety only, was that human nondescript, the so-called Count de Saint-Germain, whom Frederick the Great called a man no one has ever been able to make out. The Marquis de Gregoire declares that Saint-Germain was an Alsatian Jew, Simon Wolf by name, and born at Strasbourg about the close of the 17th or beginning of the 18th century. Others insist that he was a Spanish Jesuit named Amar, and others again intimate that his true title was the Marquis de Betmar, and that he was a native of Portugal. The most plausible theory, however, makes him the natural son of an Italian princess, and fixes his birth at San Germano in Savoy about the year 1710, his ostensible father being one Rotondo, a tax collector of that district. This supposition is borne out by the fact that he spoke all his many languages with an Italian accent. It was about the year 1750 that he first began to be heard of in Europe as the Count Saint-Germain, and put forth the astounding pretensions that soon gave him celebrity over the whole continent. The celebrated Marquis de Belleisle made his acquaintance about that time in Germany, and brought him to Paris, where he was introduced to Madame de Pompadour, whose favour he very quickly gained. The influence of that famous beauty was just then paramount with Louis XV, and the Count was soon one of the most eminent men at court. He was remarkably handsome, as an old portrait at Friersdorf in Saxony in the rooms he once occupied sufficiently indicated. And his musical accomplishments, added to the ineffable charm of his manners and conversation, and the miracles he performed, rendered him an irresistible attraction, especially to the ladies, who appear to have almost idolized him. Endowed with an enchanting voice, he could also play every instrument then in vogue, but especially excelled upon the violin, which he could handle in such a manner as to give it the effect of a small orchestra. Contemporary writers declare that, in his more ordinary performances, a connoisseur could distinctly hear the separate tones of a full quartet when the Count was extemporizing on his favourite Cremona. His little work entitled La Musique Raisonnée, published in England for private circulation only, bears testimony to his musical genius, and to the wondrous eccentricity as well as beauty of his conceptions. But it was in alectromancy, or divination by signs and circles, hydromancy, or divination by water, cleidomancy, or divination by the key, and dactylomancy, or divination by the fingers, that the Count chiefly excelled, although he, at the same time, professed alchemy, astrology, and prophecy in the higher branches. The fortunes of the Count Saint-Germain rose so rapidly in France that in 1760 he was sent by Louis XV to the court of England to assist in negotiations for a peace. Monsieur de Choiseul, then Prime Minister of France, however, greatly feared and detested the Count, and secretly wrote to Pitt, begging the latter to have that personage arrested, as he was certainly a Russian spy. But Saint-Germain, through his attendant sprites, of course, received timely warning, and escaped to the continent. In England, he was the inseparable friend of Prince Lobkowitz, a circumstance that gave some colour to his alleged connection with the Russians. His sojourn there was equally distinguished by his devotion to the ladies, and his unwavering success at the gambling table, where he won fabulous sums, which were afterward dispensed with imperial munificence. It was there, too, that he put forward his claims to the highest rank in masonry, and of course added thereby immensely to the éclat of his position. He spoke English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Russian, Polish, the Scandinavian, and many of the Oriental tongues with equal fluency, and pretended to have travelled over the whole earth, and even to have visited the most distant starry orbs frequently, in the course of a lifetime which, with continual transmigrations, he declared to have lasted for thousands of years. His birth, he said, had been in Chaldea, in the dawn of time, and that he was the sole inheritor of the lost sciences and mysteries of his own and the Egyptian race. He spoke of his personal intimacy with all the 12 apostles, and even the august presence of the Saviour, and one of his pretensions would have been most singularly amusing, had it not bordered upon profanity. This was no less an assertion that he had upon several occasions remonstrated with the Apostle Peter upon the irritability of his temperament. In regard to latter periods of history, he spoke with the careless ease of an everyday looker-on, and told anecdotes that the researches of scholars afterwards fully verified. His predictions were, indeed, most startling, and the contemporaneous evidence is very strong and explicit that he did foretell the time, place, and manner of the death of Louis XV several years before it occurred. His gift of memory was perfectly amazing. Having once read a journal of the day, he could repeat its contents accurately from beginning to end, and to this endowment he united the faculty of writing with both hands, in characters like copperplate. Thus he could indite a love letter with his right, while he composed a verse with his left hand, and apparently with the utmost facility, a splendid acquisition for the Treasury Department or literary newspaper. He would, however, have been ineligible for any faithful post office, since he read the contents of sealed letters at a glance, and by his clairvoyant powers detected crime, or in fact the movements of men and the phenomena of nature, at any distance. Like all the great magi and brothers of the Rosy Cross, of whom he claimed to be a shining light, he most excelled in medicine, and along with remedies for every ill that flesh is heir to, boasted his aqua benedetta, as the genuine elixir of life, capable of restoring youth to age, beauty and strength to decay, and brilliant intellect to the exhausted brain, and if properly applied, protracting human existence through countless centuries. As a proof of its virtues, he pointed to his own youthful appearance, and the testimony of old men who had seen him 60 or 70 years earlier, and who declared that time had made no impression on him. Strangely enough, the Margrave of Ansbach, of whom I shall presently speak, purchased what purported to be the recipe of the aqua benedetta from John Dyke, the English consul at Leghorn, towards the close of the last century, and copies of it are still preserved with religious care and the utmost secrecy by certain noble families in Berlin and Vienna, where the preparation has been used, as they believe, with perfect success against a host of diseases. Still another peculiarity of the Count would be highly advantageous to any of us, particularly at this period of high prices and culinary scarcity. He never ate nor drank, or at least he was never seen to do so. It is said that boarding house regime in these days is rapidly accustoming a considerable class of our fellow citizens to a similar condition, but I can scarcely believe it. Again, the Count would fall into cataleptic swoons, which continued often for hours and even days, and during these periods he declared that he visited, in spirit, the most remote regions of the earth, and even the farthest stars, and would relate, with astonishing power, the scenes he there had witnessed. He, of course, laid claim to the transmutation of baser metals into gold, and stated that in 1755, while on a visit to India, to consult the erudition of the Hindu Brahmins, he solved by their assistance the problem of the artificial crystallization of pure carbon, or, in other words, the production of diamonds. One thing is certain, viz. That upon a visit to the French ambassador to the Hague in 1780, he, in the presence of that functionary, induced him to believe and testify that he broke to pieces with a hammer a superb diamond of his own manufacture, the exact counterpart of another of similar origin, which he had just sold for 5,500 louis d'or. His career and transformations on the continent were multiform. In 1762 he was mixed up with the dynastic conspiracies and changes at St. Petersburg, and his importance there was indicated 10 years later by the reception given to him at Vienna by the Russian Count Orloff, who accosted him joyously as caro padre, dear father, and gave him 20,000 gold and Venetian sequins. From Petersburg he went to Berlin, where he at once attracted the attention of Frederick the Great, who questioned Voltaire about him, the latter replying, as it is said, that he was a man who knew all things and would live to the end of the world. A fair statement, in brief, of the position assumed by more than one of our ward politicians. In 1774 he took up his abode at Schwabach, in Germany, under the name of Count Sarrogi, which is a transposition of Ragozzi, a well-known noble name. The Margrave of Ansbach met him at the house of his favourite Clairon, the actress, and became so fond of him that he insisted upon his company to Italy. On his return he went to Dresden, Leipzig, and Hamburg, and finally to Eckernfjord in Schleswig, where he took up his residence with the Landgrave Karl of Hesse, and at length in 1783, tired, as he said, of life, and disdained any longer immortality, he gave up the ghost. It was during Saint-Germain's residence in Schleswig that he was visited by the renowned Cagliostro, who openly acknowledged him as master, and learned many of his most precious secrets from him, among others, the faculty of discriminating the character by the handwriting, and of fascinating birds, animals, and reptiles. To trace the wanderings of Saint-Germain is a difficult task, as he had innumerable aliases, and often totally disappeared for months together. In Venice, he was known as the Count de Balamar, at Pisa as the Chevalier de Schuning, at Milan as the Chevalier Waldon, at Genoa as the Count Soltikow, etc. In all these journeys his own personal tastes were quiet and simple, and he manifested more attachment for a pocket copy of Guarini's Pastor Fido, his only library, than for any other object in his possession. On the whole, the Count de Saint-Germain was a man of magnificent attainments, but the use he made of his talents proved him to be also a most magnificent humbug. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 43. Riza Bey, the Persian envoy to Louis XIV. The most gorgeous, and, with one sole exception, the most glorious reign that France has ever known, so far as military success is concerned, was that of Louis XIV, the Grand Monarch. His was the age of lavish expenditure, of magnificent structures, grand festivals, superb dress and equipage, aristocratic arrogance, brilliant campaigns, and great victories. It was, moreover, particularly distinguished for the number and high character of the various special embassies sent to the court of France by foreign powers. Among these, Spain, the Netherlands, Great Britain, and Venice rivalled each other in extravagant display and pomp. The singular and really tangible imposture I am about to describe, practised at such a period and on such a man as Louis of France, was indeed a bold and dashing affair. L'État c'est moi, I am the state, was Louis's celebrated and very significant motto, for in his own hands he had really concentrated all the powers of the realm, and woe to him who trifled with a majesty so real and so imperial. However, notwithstanding all this imposing strength, this mighty domineering will, and this keen intelligence, a man was found bold enough to brave them all in the arena of pure humbug. It was towards the close of the year 1667, when Louis, in the plenitude of military success, returned from his campaign in Flanders, where his invincible troops had proven too much for the broad-breeched but gallant Dutchman. In the short space of 3 months, he had added whole provinces, including some 40 or 50 cities and towns, to his dominions, and his fame was ringing throughout Christendom. It had even penetrated to the farthest east, and the King of Siam sent a costly embassy from his remote kingdom, to offer his congratulations and fraternal greeting to the most eminent potentate of Europe. Louis had already removed the pageantries of his royal household to his magnificent new palace of Versailles, on which the wealth of conquered kingdoms had been lavished, and there, in the great hall of mirrors, received the homage of his own nobles and the ambassadors of foreign powers. The utmost splendour of which human life was susceptible seemed so common and familiar in those days, that the train was dazzling indeed that could excite any very particular attention. What would have seemed stupendous elsewhere was only in conformity with all the rest of the scene at Versailles. But, at length, there came something that made even the pampered courtiers of the New Babylon stare, a Persian embassy. Yes, a genuine, actual, living envoy from that wonderful empire in the East, which, in her time, had ruled the whole Oriental world, and still retained almost fabulous wealth and splendour. It was announced formally one morning to Louis that His Most Serene Excellency, Riza Bey, with an interminable tale of titles, hangers-on, and equipages, had reached the port of Marseilles, having journeyed by way of Trebizond and Constantinople to lay before the great King of the Franks brotherly congratulations and gorgeous presents from his own illustrious master, the Shah of Persia. This was something entirely to the taste of the vain French ruler, whom unlimited good fortune had inflated beyond all reasonable proportions. He firmly believed that he was by far the greatest man who had ever lived, and had an embassy from the moon or planet Jupiter been announced to him, would have deemed it not only natural enough, but absolutely due to his preeminence above all other human beings. Nevertheless, he was, secretly, immensely pleased with the Persian demonstration, and gave orders that no expense should be spared in giving the strangers a reception worthy of himself and France. It would be needless for me to detail the events of the progress of Riza Bey from Marseilles to Paris, by way of Avignon and Lyons. It was certainly in keeping with the pretensions of the ambassador. From town to town the progress was a continued ovation. Triumphal arches, bonfires, chimes of bells, and hurrahing crowds in their best bibs and tuckers, military parades and civic ceremonies, everywhere awaited the children of the farthest East, who were stared at, shouted at, and by some wretched cynics sneered and laughed at, to their heart's content. All modern glory very largely consists in being nearly stunned with every species of noise, choked with dust, and dragged about through the streets until you are well nigh dead. Witness the Japanese embassy and their visit to this country, where, in some cases, the poor creatures, after hours of unmitigated boring with all sorts of mummery, actually had their pigtails pulled by young America in the rear, and, as at the windows of Willard's Hotel in Washington, were stirred up with long canes, like the polar bear or the learned seal. Still, Riza Bey and his dozen or two of dusky companions did not, by any means, cut so splendid a figure as had been expected. They had with them some camels, antelopes, bulbuls, and monkeys, like any travelling caravan, and were dressed in the most outrageous and outlandish attire. They jabbered too, a gibberish utterly incomprehensible to the crowd, and did everything that had never been seen or done before. All this, however, delighted the populace. Had they been similarly transmogrified, or played such queer pranks themselves, it would only have been food for mockery, but the foreign air and fame of the thing made it all wonderful, and as the chief rogue in the plot had foreseen, blinded the popular eye, and made his embassy a complete success. At length, after some 4 weeks of slow progress, the Persians arrived at Paris, where they were received, as had been expected, with tremendous éclat. They entered by Barrière du Trône, so styled because it was there that Louis XIV himself had been received upon a temporary throne, set up with splendid decorations and triumphal arches in the open air, when he returned from his Flanders campaign. Riza Bey was upon this occasion a little more splendid than he had been on his way from the sea coast, and really loomed up in startling style in his tall, black, rimless hat of wool, shaped precisely like an elongated flower-pot, and his silk robes dangling to his heels and covered with huge painted figures and bright metal decorations of every shape and size unknown to European man millinery. A circlet or collar, apparently of gold, set with precious stones, California diamonds, surrounded his neck, and monstrous glittering rings covered all the fingers, and even the thumbs of both his hands. His train, consisting of sword, cup, and pipe bearers, doctors, chief cooks, and bottle washers, cork extractors, and chiropodists, literally so, for it seems that, sharing in the common lot of humanity, great men have corns even in Persia, were similarly arrayed as to fashion, but less stupendously in jewellery. Well, after the throng had scampered, crowded, and shouted themselves hoarse, and had straggled to their homes, sufficiently tired and pocket-picked, the ambassador and his suite were lodged in sumptuous apartments in the old royal residence of the Tuileries, under the care and charge of King Louis's own assistant, Major Domo, and a guard of courtiers and regiments of royal Swiss. Banqueting and music filled up the first evening, and upon the ensuing day his Majesty, who did his visitors especial honour, sent the Duc de Richelieu, the most polished courtier and diplomatist in France, to announce that he would graciously receive them on the third evening at Versailles. Meanwhile, the most extensive preparations were made for the grand audience thus accorded, and when the appointed occasion had arrived, the entire gallery of mirrors, with all the adjacent spaces and corridors, were crowded with the beauty, the chivalry, the wit, taste, and intellect of France at that dazzling period. The gallery, which is 380 feet in length by 50 in height, derives its name from the priceless mirrors which adorn its walls, reaching from floor to ceiling, opposite the long row of equally tall and richly mullioned windows that look into the great court and gardens. These windows, hung with the costliest silk curtains and adorned with superb historical statuary, give to the hall a light and aerial appearance indescribably enchanting, while the mirrors reflect in 10,000 variations the hall itself and its moving pageantry, rendering both apparently interminable. Huge marble vases filled with odorous exotics lined the stairways, and 12,000 wax lights in gilded brackets and chandeliers of the richest workmanship shone upon 3,000 titled heads. Louis the Great himself never appeared to finer advantage. His truly royal countenance was lighted up with pride and satisfaction as the envoy of the haughty Oriental king approached the splendid throne on which he sat, and as he descended a step to meet him and stood there in his magnificent robes of state, the Persian envoy bent the knee, and with uncovered head presented the credentials of his mission. Of the crowd that immediately surrounded the throne, it is something to say that the Grand Colbert, the famous minister, and the Admiral Duquesne were by no means the most eminent, nor the lovely Duchess of Orleans and her companion, the bewitching Mademoiselle de Keroualle, who afterwards changed the policy of Charles II. Of England, by no means the most beautiful personages in the galaxy. A grand ball and supper concluded this night of splendour, and Riza Bey was fairly launched at the French court, every member of which, to please the king, tried to outvie his compeers in the assiduity of his attentions, and the value of the books, pictures, gems, equipages, arms, etc., which they heaped upon the illustrious Persian. The latter gentleman very quietly smoked his pipe and lounged on his divan before company, and diligently packed up the goods when he and his jolly companions were left alone. The presents of the Shah had not yet arrived, but were daily expected via Marseilles, and from time to time the olive-coloured suite was diminished by the departure of one of the number, with his chest on a special mission, so stated, to England, Austria, Portugal, Spain, and other European powers. In the meantime, the Bey was fêted in all directions, with every species of entertainment, and it was whispered that the fair ones of that dissolute court were, from the first, eager in the bestowal of their smiles. The king favoured his Persian pet with numerous personal interviews, at which, in broken French, the envoy unfolded the most imposing schemes of Oriental conquest and commerce that his master was cordially willing to share with his great brother of France. At one of these chatty tête-à-têtes, the munificent Riza Bey, upon whom the king had already conferred his own portrait set in diamonds, and other gifts worth several millions of francs, placed in the royal hand several superb fragments of opal and turquoise, said to have been found in a district of country bordering on the Caspian Sea, which teemed with limitless treasures of the same kind, and which the Shah of Persia proposed to divide with France for the honour of her alliance. The king was enchanted, for these mere specimens, as they were deemed, must, if genuine, be worth in themselves a mint of money, and a province full of such, why, the thought was charming. Thus the great kingfish was fairly hooked, and Riza Bey could take his time. The golden tide that flowed into him did not slacken, and his own expenses were all provided for at the Tuileries. The only thing remaining to be done was a grand foray on the tradesmen of Paris, and this was splendidly executed. The most exquisite wares of all descriptions were gathered in, without mention of payment, and one by one the Persian phalanx distributed itself through Europe until only 2 or 3 were left with the ambassador. At length word was sent to Versailles that the gifts from the Shah had come, and a day was appointed for their presentation. The day arrived, and the hall of audience was again thrown open. All was jubilee, the king and the court waited, but no Persian, no Riza Bey, no presents from the Shah. That morning 3 men, without either caftans or robes, but very much resembling the blacklegs of the day in their attire and deportment, had left the Tuileries at daylight with a bag and a bundle, and returned no more. They were Riza Bey and his last bodyguard. The bag and the bundle were the smallest in bulk, but the most precious in value, of a month's successful plunder. The turquoises and opals left with the king turned out, upon close inspection, to be a new and very ingenious variety of coloured glass, now common enough, and then worth, if anything, about 30 cents in cash. Of course, a hue and cry was raised in all directions, but totally in vain. Riza Bey, the Persian Shah, and the gentlemen in flower pots had gone glimmering through the dream of things that were. L'État c'est moi had been sold for 30 cents. It was afterward believed that a noted barber and suspected bandit at Leghorn, who had once really travelled in Persia, and there picked up the knowledge and the ready money that served his turn, was the perpetrator of this pretty joke and speculation, as he disappeared from his native city about the time of the embassy in France, and did not return. All Europe laughed heartily at the Grand Monarch and his fair court dames, and an embassy from Persia was for many years thereafter an expression similar to Walker in English or buncombe in American conversation, when the party using it seeks to intimate that the colour of his optics is not a distinct pea green. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Religious Humbugs. Chapter 44. Diamond Cut Diamond, or Yankee Superstitions. Matthias the Impostor. New York Follies 30 years ago. There is a story that on a great and solemn public occasion of the Romish Church, a pope and a cardinal were, with long faces, performing some of the gyrations of the occasion, when, instead of a pious ejaculation and reply, which were down in the programme, one said to the other gravely, in Latin, Mundus vult decepi, and the other replied, with equal gravity and learning, Decepiatur ergo, that is, all the world chooses to be fooled. Let it be fooled then. This seems, perhaps, a reasonable way for priests to talk about ignorant Italians. It may seem inapplicable to cool, sharp, school-trained Protestant Yankees. It is not, however, at least not entirely. Intelligent Northerners have, sometimes, superstition enough in them to make a first-class popish saint. If it had not been so, I should not have such an absurd religious humbug to tell of as Robert Matthews, notorious in our goodly city some 30 years ago as Matthias the Impostor. In the summer of 1832 there was often seen riding in Broadway in a handsome barouche, or promenading on the Battery, usually attended by a sort of friend or servant, a tall man, of some 40 years of age, quite thin, with sunken sharp grey eyes, with long, coarse brown and grey hair, parted in the middle and curling on his shoulders, and a long and coarse but well-tended beard and moustache. These Esau-like adornments attracted much attention in those close-shaving days. He was commonly dressed in a fine green frock coat, lined with white or pink satin, black or green pantaloons, with polished Wellington boots drawn on outside, fine cambric ruffles and frill, and a crimson silk sash worked with gold and with 12 tassels, for the 12 tribes of Israel. On his head was a steeple-crowned, patent-leather, shining black cap with a shade. Thus bedizened, this fantastic-looking personage marched gravely up and down, or rode in pomp in the streets. Sometimes he lounged in a bookstore or other place of semi-public resort, and in such places he often preached and exhorted. His preachments were sufficiently horrible. He claimed to be God the Father, and his doctrine was, in substance, this: "The true kingdom of God on earth began in Albany in June, 1830, and will be completed in 21 years, or by 1851. During this time wars are to stop, and I, Matthias, am to execute the divine judgments and destroy the wicked. The day of grace is to close on December 1st, 1836, and all who do not begin to reform by that time I shall kill." The discourses by which this blasphemous humbug supported his pretensions were a hodgepodge of impiety and utter nonsense, with rants, curses, and cries, and frightful threats against all objectors. Here is a passage from one: "All who eat swine's flesh are of the devil, and just as certain as he eats it, he will tell a lie in less than half an hour. If you eat a piece of pork, it will go crooked through you, and the Holy Ghost will not stay in you, but one or the other must leave the house pretty soon. The pork will be as crooked in you as ram's horns." Again, he made these pleasant points about the ladies: "They who teach women are of the wicked. All females who lecture their husbands, their sentence is, 'Depart, ye wicked, I know you not.' Everything that has the smell of woman will be destroyed. Woman is the cap sheaf of the abomination of desolation, full of all deviltry." There, ladies, is anything further necessary to convince you what a peculiarly wicked and horrible humbug this fellow was? If we had followed this impostor home, we should have found him lodged, during most of his stay in New York City, with one or the other of his three chief disciples. These were Pearson, who commonly attended him abroad, Folger, and, for a time only, Mills. All three of these men were wealthy merchants. In their handsome and luxuriously furnished homes, this noxious humbug occupied the best rooms, and controlled the whole establishment, directing the marketing, meal times, and all other household matters. Master, mistress (in Mr. Folger's home), and domestics were disciples, and obeyed the scamp with an implicitness and prostrate humility even more melancholy than absurd, both as to housekeeping and as to the ceremonies, washing of feet, etc., which he enjoined. When he was angry with his female disciples, he frequently whipped them; but, being a monstrous coward, he never tried it on a man. The least opposition or contradiction threw him into a great rage, and set him screaming and cursing and gesticulating like any street drab. When he wished more clothes, which was pretty often, one of his dupes furnished the money. When he wanted cash for any purpose indeed, they gave it him. This half crazy knave, an abominable humbug, was Robert Matthews, who called himself Matthias. He was of Scotch descent, and born about 1790 in Washington County, New York, and his blood was tainted with insanity, for a brother of his died a lunatic. He was a carpenter and joiner of uncommon skill, and up to nearly his 40th year lived, on the whole, a useful and respectable life, being industrious, a professing Christian of good standing, and, having married in 1813, a steady family man. In 1828 and 1829, while living at Albany, he gradually became excited about religious subjects, his first morbid symptoms appearing after hearing some sermons by Rev. E. N. Kirk and Mr. Finney the revivalist. He soon began to exhort his fellow journeymen instead of minding his work, so uproariously that his employer turned him away. He discovered a text in the Bible that forbid Christians to shave. He let his hair and beard grow, began street preaching in a noisy, brawling style, announced that he was going to set about coveting the whole city of Albany, which needed it badly enough, if we may believe the political gentleman. Finding, however, that the lobby, or the regency, or something or other about the peculiar wickedness of Albany was altogether too much for him, he began, like Jonah at Nineveh, to announce the destruction of the obstinate town, and at midnight, one night in June, 1826, he waked up his household, and saying that Albany was to be destroyed next day, took his three little boys, 2, 4, and 6 years old, his wife and oldest child, a daughter refusing to go, and fled to the mountains. He actually walked the poor little fellows 40 miles in 24 hours, to his sister's in Washington County. Here he was reckoned raving crazy. was forcibly turned out of church for one of his brawling interruptions of service and sent back to Albany, where he resumed his street preaching more noisily than ever. He now began to call himself Matthias and claimed to be a Jew. Then he went on a long journey to the Western and Southern States, preaching his doctrines, getting into jail, and sometimes fairly cursing his way out, and returning to New York City, preached up and down the streets in his crazy, bawling fashion, sometimes on foot and sometimes on an old bony horse. His New York City dupes, Elijah Pierson and Benjamin H. Folger, and their families, together with a Mr. Mills and a few more, figured prominently in the chief chapter of Matthew's career, during 2 years and a half, from May, 1832, to the fall of 1834. Pierson and Folger were the leaders in the folly. These men, merchants of wealth and successful in business, were of that sensitive and impressible religious nature which is peculiarly credulous and liable to enthusiasms and delusions. They had been, with a number of other persons, eagerly engaged in some extravagant religious performances, including excessive fasts and asceticisms, and a plan, formed by one of their lady friends, to convert all New York by a system of female visitations and preachings, a plan not so very foolish, I may just remark, if the she apostles are only pretty enough. Pierson, the craziest of the crew, besides other wretched delusions, had already fancied himself Elijah the Tishbite, and when his wife fell ill and died a little while before this time, had first tried to cure her and then to raise her from the dead by anointing with oil and by the prayer of faith as mentioned in the epistle of St. James. Curiously enough, a sort of lair or nest, very soft and comfortable, was thus made ready for our religious humbug, just as he wanted it worst, for in these days he was but seedy. He heard something of Pierson, I don't know how, and on the 5th of May, 1832, he called on him. Very quickly the poor fellow recognized the long-bearded prophetical humbug as all that he claimed to be, a possessor and teacher of all truth, and as God himself. Mills and Folger easily fell into the same pitiable foolery, on Pierson's introduction, and the lucky humbug was very soon living in clover in Mills's house, which he chose first, had admitted the happy fools Pierson and Folger as the first 2 members of his true church. Pierson, believing that from Elijah the Tishbite he had become John the Baptist, devoted himself as a kind of servant to his new Messiah, and the deluded men began to supply all the temporal wants of the impostor, believing their estates set apart as the beginning of the material kingdom of God. After 3 months some of Mills's friends, on charges of lunacy, caused Mills to be sent to Bloomingdale Asylum, and Matthias to be thrust into the insane poor's ward at Bellevue, where his beard was forcibly cut off to his extreme disgust. His brother, however, got him out by habeas corpus, and he went to live with Folger. Mills now disappears from the story. Matthias remained in the full enjoyment of his luxurious establishment until September, 1834, it is true, with a few uncomfortable interruptions. He was always both insolent and cowardly, and thus often irritated some strong-minded auditor, and got himself into some pickle where he had to sneak out, which he did with much ease. In his seedy days, the landlord of a hotel in whose bar-room he used to preach and curse, put him down when he grew too abusive, by coolly and sternly telling him to go to bed. Mr. Folger himself had 1 or 2 brief intervals of sense, in one of which, angered at some insolence of Matthias, he seized him by the throat, shook him well, and flung him down upon a sofa. The humbug, knowing that his living was in danger, took this very mildly, and readily accepted the renewed assurances of belief which poor Folger soon gave him. In the village of Sing Sing, where Folger had a county seat, which he called Mount Zion, Matthias was exceedingly obnoxious. His daughter had married a Mr. Lysdale, and the humbug, who claimed that all Christian marriages were void and wicked, by some means induced the young wife to come to Sing Sing, where he whipped her more than once quite cruelly. Her husband came and took her away after encountering all the difficulty which Matthias dared make, and at a hearing in the matter before a magistrate, he was very near getting tarred and feathered, if not something worse, and the danger frightened him very much. He barely escaped being shaved by violence, in being thrown overboard to test his asserted miraculous powers at the hands of a stout and incredulous farmer on the steamboat between Sing Sing and New York. While imprisoned at Bellevue before his trial, he was tossed in a blanket by the prisoners, to make him give them some money. The unlucky prophet dealt out damnation to them in great quantities, but they told him it wouldn't work, and the poor humbug finally, instead of casting them into hell, paid them $0.25 apiece to let him off. When he was about to leave Folger's house, some roguish young men of Sing Sing forged a warrant, and with a counterfeit officer seized the humbug, and a second time shaved him by force. He was one day terribly set back, as the phrase is, by a sharpish answer. He gravely asserted to a certain man that he had been on the earth 1800 years. His hearer, startled and irreverent, exclaimed, "The devil you have! Do you tell me so?" "I do," said the prophet. "Then," rejoined the other, "all I have to say is, you are a remarkably good-looking fellow for one of your age." The confounded prophet grinned, scowled, and exclaimed indignantly, "You are a devil, sir," and marched off. At the beginning of August, 1834, the unhappy Pearson died in Folger's house, under circumstances amounting to strong circumstantial evidence that Matthias, with the help of the colored cook, an enthusiastic disciple, had poisoned him with arsenic. The rascal pretended that his own curse had slain Pearson. There was a post mortem, an indictment, and a trial, but the evidence was not strong enough for conviction. Being acquitted, he at once tried again for an assault and battery on his daughter by the aforesaid whippings, and on this charge he was found guilty and sent to the county jail for 3 months in April, 1835. The trial for murder was just before, the prophet having lain in prison since his apprehension for murder in the preceding autumn. Mr. Folger's delusion had pretty much disappeared by the end of the summer of 1834. He had now become ruined, partly in consequence of foolish speculations jointly with Pearson, believed to be conducted under divine guidance, and partly because his strange conduct destroyed his business reputation and standing. The death of Pearson, and some other very queer matters about another apparent poisoning trick, awakened the suspicions of the Folgers, and after a good deal of scolding and trouble with the impostor, who hung on to his comfortable home like a good fellow, Folger finally turned him out, and then had him taken up for swindling. He had been too foolish himself, however, to maintain this charge. But shortly after, the others, for murder and assault, followed, with a little better success. This imprisonment seems to have put a sudden and final period to the prophetical and religious operations of Master Matthias, and to the follies of his victims too. I know of no subsequent developments of either kind. Matthias disappeared from public life, and died, it is said, in Arkansas, but when or after what further career I don't know. He was a shallow knave, and undoubtedly also partly crazy and partly the dupe of his own nonsense. If he had not so opportunely found victims of good standing, he would not have been remembered at all, except as George Munday, the hatless prophet, and Angel Gabriel Orr are remembered, as one more obscure crazy street preacher. And as soon as his accidental supports of other people's money and enthusiasm failed him, he disappeared at once. Many of my readers will remember distinctly, as I do, the remarkable career of this man, and the humiliating position in which his victims were placed. In the face of such an exposition as this of the weakness and credulity of poor human nature in this enlightened country of common schools and colleges, in the boasted wide-awake 19th century, who shall deny that we can study with interest and profit the history of impositions which have been practised upon mankind in every possible phase throughout every age of the world, including the age in which we live? There is literally no end to these humbugs, and the reader of these pages, weak as may be my attempts to do the subject justice, will learn that there is no country, no period, and no sphere in life which has not been impiously invaded by the genius of humbug, under more disguises and in more shapes than it has entered into the heart of man to conceive. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 45. A Religious Humbug on John Bull. Joanna Southcott. The Second Shiloh. Joanna Southcott was born at St. Mary's Ottery in Devonshire, about the year 1750. She was a plain, stout-limbed, hard-fisted farmer lass, whose toils in the field, for her father was in but very moderate circumstances, had tanned her complexion and hardened her muscles at an early age. As she grew toward woman's estate, necessity compelled her to leave her home and seek service in the city of Exeter, where for many years she plodded on very quietly in her obscure path, first as a domestic hireling, and subsequently as a washerwoman. I have an old and esteemed friend on Staten Island, whose father, still living, recollects Joanna well, as she used to come regularly to his house of a Monday morning, to her task of cleansing the family linen. He was then but a little lad, yet he remembers her quite well, with her stout, robust frame, and buxom and rather attractive countenance, and her queer ways. Even then she was beginning to invite attention by her singular manners and discourse, which led many to believe her demented. It was at Exeter that Joanna became religiously impressed, and joined the Wesleyan Methodists, as a strict and extreme believer in the doctrines of that sect. During her attendance upon the Wesleyan rites, she became intimate with one Sanderson, who, whether a designing rogue or only a very fanatical believer, pretended that he had discovered in the good washerwoman a Bible prodigy, and it was not long before the poor creature began literally to "see sights," and dream dreams of the most preternatural description, for which Sanderson always had ready some very telling interpretation. Her visions were of the most thoroughly "mixed" character, withal, sometimes transporting her to the courts of heaven, and sometimes to a very opposite region, celebrated for its latent and active caloric. When she ranged into the lower world, she had a very unpleasant habit of seeing sundry scoffers and unbelievers in herself, belonging to the congregation, in very close but disadvantageous intercourse with the evil one, who was represented as having a particular eye to others around her, even while they laid claim to special piety. Of course, such revelations as these could not be tolerated in any well-regulated community, and when some most astounding religious gymnastics, performed by Joanna in the midst of prayers and sermons, occurred to heap up the measure of her offenses, it became full time to take the matter in hand, and the prophetess was expelled. Now those whom she had not served up openly with brimstone, agreeing with her about those whom she had thus "cooked," and delighted in their own exemption from that sort of dressing, seceded in considerable numbers, and became Joanna's followers. This gave her a nucleus to work upon, and between 1790 and 1800 she managed to make herself known throughout Britain, proclaiming that she was to be the destined mother of the second Messiah, and although originally quite illiterate, picking up enough general information and Bible lore to facilitate her publication of several very curious, though sometimes incoherent works. One of the earliest and most startling of these was her "warning to the whole world from the sealed prophecies of Joanna Southcott, and other communications given since the writings were opened on the 12th of January, 1803." This foretold the close approach of the great red dragon of the Revelations, "with 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads," and the birth of the "man-child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron." In 1805 a shoemaker named Tozer built her a chapel in Exeter at his own expense, and it was from the first constantly filled on service days with eager worshippers. Here she gave exhortations and prophesied in a species of religious frenzy or convulsion, sometimes uttering very heavy prose, and sometimes the most fearful doggerel rhyme, resembling, well, perhaps our album effusions here at home. Indeed, I can think of nothing else equally fearful. In these paroxysms Joanna raved like an ancient pythoness whirling on her tripod, and to just about the same purpose. Yet it was astonishing to see how the thing went down. Crowds of intelligent people came from all parts of the United Kingdom to listen, be converted, and to receive the "seals," as they were called, that secured their fortunate possessors unimpeded and immediate admission to heaven. Of course, tickets so precious could not be given away for nothing, and the seal trade in this new form proved very lucrative. The most remarkable of all these conversions was that of the celebrated engraver, William Sharp, who, notwithstanding his eminent position as an artist, by no means bore out his name in other things. He had previously become thoroughly imbued with the notions of Swedenborg, Mesmer, and the famous Richard brothers, and was quite ripe for anything fantastic. Such a convert was a perfect godsend to Joanna, and she was easily persuaded to accompany him to London, where her congregations rapidly increased to enormous proportions, even rivaling those now summoned by the "drum ecclesiastical" and orthodox of the Reverend Mr. Spurgeon. The whole sect extended until, in 1813, it numbered no less than 100,000 members, signed and sealed, Mr. Sharp occupying a most conspicuous position at the very footstool of the prophetess. Late in 1813 appeared the Book of Wonders in 5 parts, and it was a clincher. Poor Sharp came in largely for the expenses, but valiantly stood his ground against it all. At length, in 1814, the great Joanna dazzled the eyes of her adherents and the world at large with her "prophecies concerning the Prince of Peace." This delectable manifesto flatly announced to mankind that the second Shiloh, so long expected, would be born of the prophetess at midnight on October 19th, in that same year, i.e., 1814. The inspired writer was then enceinte, although a virgin, as she expressly and solemnly declared, and in the 64th year of her age. Among the other preternatural concomitants of this anticipated eventful birth was the fact that the period of her pregnancy had lasted for several years. Of course, this stupendous announcement threw the whole sect into ecstasies of religious exultation, while, on the other hand, it afforded a fruitful subject of ridicule for the utterly irreverent London pamphleteers. Poor Sharp, who had caused a magnificent cradle and baby wardrobe to be got ready at his own expense, was most unmercifully scored. The infant was caricatured with a long gray beard and spectacles, with Sharp in a duster, carefully rocking him to sleep, while Joanna the prophetess treated the engraver to some cuts in her own style with a bunch of twigs. On the appointed night, the street in which Joanna lived was thronged with the faithful, who, undeterred by sarcasm, fully credited her prediction. They bivouacked on the sidewalks in motley crowds of men, women, and children, and as the hours wore on and their interest increased, burst forth into spontaneous psalmody. The adjacent thoroughfares were as densely jammed with curious and incredulous spectators, and the mutton pie and ballad businesses flourished extensively. The interior of the house, with the exception of the sick chamber, was illuminated in all directions, and the dignitaries of the sect held the anterooms and corridors, "in full fig," to receive the expected guest. But evening passed, and then midnight came, then morning, but, alas, no Shiloh! And little by little the disappointed throngs dispersed. Poor Joanna, however, kept her bed, and finally, after many fresh paroxysms and prophecies, on the 27th of December, 1814, gave up the ghost, the indefatigable Sharp still declaring that she had gone to heaven for a season, only to legitimatize the unborn infant, and would re-arise again from the death, after 4 days, with the Shiloh in her arms. So firm was this faith in him and many other respectable persons, that the body of the prophetess was retained in her house until the very last moment, when the dissection demanded by the majority of the sect could no longer be delayed. That operation was performed, and it was found that the subject had died of ovarian dropsy, but was, as she had always maintained herself to be, a virgin. Dr. Rees, who had been a devout believer, but was now undeceived, published a full account on this and all the other circumstances of her death, and another equally earnest disciple bore the expenses of her burial at St. John's Wood, and placed over her a tombstone with appropriate inscriptions. As late as 1863 there were many families of believers still existing near Chatham in Kent, and even in this country can here and there be found admirers of the creed of Joanna Southcott, who are firmly convinced that she will reappear some fine morning with Sanderson on one side of her and Sharp on the other. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 46. The First Humbug in the World. Advantages of studying the impositions of former ages. Heathen humbugs. The ancient mysteries. The Kabiri. Eleusis. Isis. The domain of humbug reaches back to the Garden of Eden, where the father of lies practiced it upon our poor, innocent first grandmother, Eve. This was the first and worst of all humbugs. But from that eventful day to the present moment, falsehood, hypocrisy, deception, imposition, cant, bigotry, false appearances and false pretenses, superstitions, and all conceivable sorts of humbugs have had a full swing, and he or she who watches these things most closely and reflects most deeply upon these various peculiarities, bearings, and results, will be best qualified to detect and avoid them. For this reason I should look upon myself as somewhat of a public benefactor in exposing the humbugs of the world, if I felt competent to do the subject full justice. Next to the fearful humbug practiced upon our first parents, came heathen humbugs generally. All heathenism and idolatry are one grand complex humbug to begin with. All the heathen religions always were, and are still, audacious, colossal, yet shallow and foolish humbugs. The heathen humbugs were played off by the priests, the shrewdest men then alive. It is a curious fact that the heathen humbugs were all solemn. This was because they were intended to maintain the existing religions, which, like all false religions, could not endure ridicule. They always appealed to the pious terrors of the public, as well as to its ignorance and appetite for marvels. They offered nothing pleasant, nothing to love. Nothing to gladden the heart and lift it up in joyful gratitude, true adoration, and childlike confidence, prayer, and thanksgiving. On the contrary, awful noises, fearful sights, frightful threats, foaming at the mouth, dark sayings, secret processions, bloody sacrifices, grim priests, costly offerings, sleeps in darksome caverns to wait for a dream from the god. These were the machineries of the ancient heathen. They were as crude and as ferocious as those of the king of Dahomey or of the barbarous Negroes of the Guinea coast. But they often show a cunning as keen and effective as that of any quack, or Philadelphia lawyer, or Davenport brother, or Jackson Davis of today. The most prominent of the heathen humbugs were the mysteries, the oracles, the sibyls. Nota bene, the word is often misspelled sibyls, and augury. Every respectable pagan religion has some mysteries, just as every respectable Christian family has a Bible. And as an ill-natured proverb has it, a skeleton. It was considered a poor religion, a one-horse religion, so to speak, that had no mysteries. The chief mysteries were those of the Kabiri, of Eleusis, and of Isis. These mysteries used exactly the same kind of machinery which proves so effective every day in modern mysteries, viz., shows, processions, voices, lights, dark rooms, frightful sights, solemn mummeries, striking costumes, big talks and preachments, threats, gabbles of nonsense, etc., etc. The mysteries of the Kabiri are the most ancient of which anything is known. These Kabiris were sort of a "original old Dr. Jacob Townsend's" of divinities. They were considered senior and superior to Jupiter, Neptune, Plato, and the gods of Olympus. They were Pelasgic, that is, they belonged to that unknown ancient people from whom both the Greek and the Latin nations are thought to have come. The Kabiri afterwards figured as the "elder gods" of Greece, the inventors of religion, and of the human race in fact, and were kept so very dark that it is not even known with any certainty who they were. The ancient heathen gods, like modern thieves, very usually objected to pass by their real names. The Kabiri were particularly at home in Lemnos, and afterward in Samothrace. Their mysteries were of a somewhat unpleasant character as far as we know them. The candidate had to pass a long time almost starved, and without any enjoyment whatever, was then let into a dark temple crowned with olive, tied around with a purple girdle, and frightened almost to death with horrid noises, terrible sights of some kind, great flashes of light and deep darkness between, etc., etc. There was a ceremony of absolution from past sin, and a formal beginning of a new life. It is a curious fact that this performance seems to have been a kind of pious marine insurance company, as the initiated, it was believed, could not be drowned. Perhaps they were put in a way to obtain a drier strangulation. The reason why these ceremonies were kept so successfully secret is plain. Each man, as he was let in and found what nonsense it was sure to hold his tongue and help the next man in, as in the modern case of the celebrated "Sons of Malta." It is to be admitted, however, to the credit of the Kabiri, that a doctrine of reformation, or of living a better practical life, seems to have been part of their religion. This is an interesting recognition, by heathen consciences, of one of the great moral truths which Christianity has enforced. Something of the same kind can be traced in other heathen mysteries. But these heathen attempts at virtue invariably rotted out into aggravations of vice. No religion except Christianity ever contained the principle of improvement in it. Bugaboos and hobgoblins may serve for a time to frighten the ignorant into obedience, but if they get a chance to cheat the devil, they will be sure to do it. Nothing but the great doctrine of Christian love and brotherhood, and of a kind and paternal divine government, has ever proved to be permanently reformatory, and tending to lift the heart above the vices and passions to which poor human nature is prone. The mysteries of Eleusis were celebrated every year at Eleusis near Athens, in honor of Ceres, and were a regular "May anniversary," so to speak, for the pious heathens of the period. It took just 9 days to complete them, long enough for a puppy to get its eyes open. The candidates were very handsomely put through. On the first day they got together, on the second they took a wash in the sea, on the third they had some ceremonies about Proserpine, on the fourth no mortal knows what they did, and on the fifth they marched around a temple, 2 and 2, with torches, like a wide-awake procession. And on the 6th, 7th, and 8th there were more processions, and the initiation proper, said to have been something like that of a Freemasonry, so that we may suppose the victims rode the goat and were broiled on the gridiron. On the 9th day the ceremony, they say, consisted in overturning 2 vessels of wine. I fear by this means that they all got drunk, and the more so because the coins of Eleusis have a hog on one side, as much as to say, we make hogs of ourselves. There was a set of mysteries at Athens called Thesmophoria, and one at Rome called the Mysteries of the Bona Dea, which were celebrated by married women only. Various notions prevailed as to what they did, but can there be any reasonable doubt about it? They were, I fear, systematic conspirators' meetings, in which the more experienced matrons instructed the junior ones on how to manage their husbands. If this was not their object, then it was to maintain the influence of the heathen clergy over the heathen ladies. Women have always been the constituents of priests where false religions prevailed, as they have, for better purposes, of the ministers of the gospel among Christians. The mysteries of the goddess Isis, which originated in Egypt, were in general like those of Ceres at Eleusis. The Persian mysteries of Mithra, which were very popular during part of the latter days of the Roman Empire, were of the same sort. So were those of Bacchus, Juno, Jupiter, and various other heathen gods. All of them were celebrated with great solemnity and secrecy. All included much that was terrifying, and all of their secrets have been so faithfully kept that we have only guesses and general statements about the details of the performances. Their principal object seems to have been to secure the initiated against misfortunes, and to gain prosperity in the future. Some have imagined that very wonderful and glorious truths were revealed in the midst of these heathen humbugs. But I guess that the more we find out about them, the bigger humbugs they will appear, as happened to the travelers who held a post-mortem on the great heathen god in the story. This was a certain very terrible and powerful divinity among some savage tribes, of whom dreadful stories were told, very authentic, of course. Some unbelieving scamps of travelers by unlawful ways managed to get into the innermost sacred place of the temple one night. They found the god to be done up in a very large and suspicious-looking bundle. Having sacrilegiously cut the string, they unrolled one envelope of mats and claws after another, until they had taken off more than 100 wrappers. The god grew smaller and smaller and smaller, and the wonder of the travelers what he could be, larger and larger. At last the very innermost of all the coverings fell off, and the great heathen god was revealed in all his native majesty. It was a cracked soda-water bottle. This indicates what is beyond all question, the fact that the heathen mysteries had their foundation in gas. Indeed, the whole composition of these impositions was gammon, deception, hypocrisy, humbug. Truly, the science of humbug is entitled to some consideration, simply for its antiquity, if for nothing else. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of The Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 47. Heathen Humbugs No. 2. Heathen Stated Services. Oracles. Sibyls. Auguries. Something must be said about the oracles, the sibyls, and the auguries, which, besides the mysteries elsewhere spoken of, were the chief assistant humbugs or sideshows used for keeping up the great humbug heathen religion. One word about the regular worship of heathenism, what may be called their stated services. They had no weekly day of worship, indeed no week, and no preaching such as ours is, that is, no regular instruction by the ministers of religion intended for all the people. They had singing and praying after their fashion, the singing being a sort of chant of praise to whatever idol was under treatment at the time, and the praying being in part vain repetitions of the name of their god, and for the rest a request that the god would do or give whatever was asked of him as a fair business transaction, in return for the agreeable smell of the fine beef they had just roasted under his nose, or for whatever else they had given him, as a sum of money, a pair of pantaloons, or whatever they wore instead, a handsome cup. This made the temple a regular shop, where the priests traded off promised benefits for real beef, coining blessings into cash on the nail, a very thorough humbug. Such public religious ceremonies as the heathen had were mostly annual, sometimes monthly. There were also daily ones, which were, however, the daily business of the priests, and none of the business of the laymen. To return to the subject. All the heathen oracles, old and new, for abundance of them are still a-going, sibyls, auguries, and all, show how universally and naturally, and humbly and helplessly too, poor human nature longs to see into the future, and longs for help and guidance from some power higher than itself. Thus considered, these shallow humbugs teach a useful lesson, for they constitute a strong proof of man's inborn natural recognition of some God, of some obligation to a higher power, of some disembodied existence, and so they show a natural human want of exactly what the Christian revelation supplies, and constitute a powerful evidence for Christianity. All the heathen religions, I believe, had oracles of some kind, but the Greek and Latin ones tell the whole story. Of these, there were over 100, more than 20 of Apollo, who was the god of soothsaying, divination, prophecy, and of the supernatural side of heathen humbug generally, 30 or 40 collectively of Jupiter, Ceres, Mercury, Pluto, Juno, Ino, a very good name for a goddess that gave oracles, though she didn't know, Faunus, Fortune, Mars, etc., and nearly as many of demigods, heroes, giants, etc., such as Amphiaraus, Amphilochus, Trophonius, Geryon, Ulysses, Calchas, Aesculapius, Hercules, Pasiphae, Phrixus, etc. The most celebrated and most patronized of them all was the great oracle of Apollo at Delphi. The little fee appears to have been the only universal characteristic of the proceedings for obtaining an answer from the god. Whether you got your reply in words spoken by the rattling of an old pot, by observing an ox's appetite, throwing dice, or sleeping for a dream, your own proceedings were essentially the same. Terms invariably net cash in advance, or its equivalent. A fine ox or sheep sacrificed was cash, for after the god had had his smell, those ladies and gentlemen appear to have eaten, as they say the Yankees talk, through their noses, all the rest was put carefully away by the reverend clergy for dinner, and saved so much on the butcher's bill. If your credit was good, you might receive your oracle, and afterwards send in any little acknowledgment in the form of a golden goblet, or statue, or vase, or even of a remittance in specie. Such gifts accumulated in the oracle at Delphi, and to an immense amount, and to the great emolument of Brennus, a matter-of-fact Gaulish commander, who, at his invasion of Greece, coolly carried off all the bullion, without any regard to the screeches of the Pythoness, and with no more scruples than any burglar. The Delphinian oracle worked through a woman who, on certain days, went and sat on a three-legged stool over a hole in the ground in Apollo's temple. This hole sent out gas, which, instead of being used like that afforded by holes in the ground at Fredonia, New York, to illuminate the village, was much more shrewdly employed by the clerical gentlemen to shine up the knowledge boxes of their customers, and introduce the glitter of gold into their own pockets. I merely throw out the hint to any speculating Fredonian who owns a hole in the ground. Well, the Pythia, as this female was termed, warmed up her understanding over this hole, as you have seen ladies do over the register of a hot air furnace, and becoming excited, she presently began to be drunk or crazy, and in her fit she gabbled forth some words or noises. These the priests took down, and then told the customer that the noises meant so and so. When business was brisk, they worked two Pythias, turn and turn about, or, as they say at sea, watch and watch, and kept a third all cocked and primed in case of accident, besides, for this gas sometimes gave the priestess, literally, fits, which killed her in a few days. Other oracles gave answers in many various ways. The priest quietly wrote down whatever answer he chose, or inspected the insides of a slaughtered beast, and said that the bowels meant this and that. At Telmessus, the inquirer peeped into a well, where he must see a picture in the water, which was his answer. At any rate, if this wouldn't do, he got none. The plan was evidently based on the idea that truth is at the bottom of a well. At Dodona, they hung brass pots on the trees, and translated the banging these made when the wind blew them together. At Pherae, you whispered your question in the ear of the image of Mercury, and then shutting your ears until you got out of the market-place, the first remark you heard from anybody was the answer, and you might make the best of it. At Pluto's oracle at Charae, the priest took a dream, and in the morning told you what he chose. In the cave of Trophonius, after various terrifying performances, they pulled you through a hole the wrong way of the feathers, and then back again, and then stuck you upon a seat, and made you write down your own oracle, being what you had seen, which would, I imagine, usually be the elephant, and so forth, and so on, humbug ad libitum. Like some of the more celebrated modern fortune-tellers, the managers of the oracles were frequently shrewd fellows, and could often pick up the materials of a very smart and judicious answer from the appearance of the customer and his question. Very often the answer was sheer nonsense. It was, in fact, believed by many that as a rule you couldn't tell what the response meant until after it was fulfilled, when you were expected to see it. In many cases the answers were ingeniously arranged, so as to mean either a good or evil result, one of which was pretty likely. Thus, one of the oracles answered a general who asked after the fate of his campaign as follows, the ancients, remember, using no punctuation marks: "Thou shalt go, thou shalt return, never in war shalt thou perish." The point becomes visible when you first make a pause before never, and then after it. On a similar occasion, the Delphic oracle told Croesus that if he crossed the river Halys, he would overthrow a great empire. This empire he chose to understand as that of Cyrus, whom he was going to fight. It came out the other way, and it was his own empire that was overthrown. The immense wisdom of the oracle, however, was tremendously respected in consequence. Pyrrhus, of Epirus, on setting off against the Romans, received equal satisfaction, the Pythia telling him, in Latin, what amounted to this: "I say that you, Pyrrhus, the Romans are able to conquer." Pyrrhus took it as he wished, but found himself sadly thimble-rigged the little joker being under the wrong cup. The Romans beat him, and most woefully too. Trajan was advised to consult the oracle at Heliopolis about his intended expedition against the Parthians. The custom was to send your query in a letter, so Trajan sent a blank note in an envelope. The god, very naturally, sent back a blank note in reply, which was thought wonderfully smart, and so the imperial dupe sent again a square question: "Shall I finish this war and get safe back to Rome?" The Heliopolitan humbug replied by sending a piece of an old grapevine cut into pieces, which meant either "you will cut them up," or "they will cut you up." And Trajan, like the little boy at the peep show who asked, "Which is Lord Wellington and which is the Emperor Napoleon?" had paid his penny and might take his choice. Sometimes the oracles were quite jocular. A man asked one of them how to get rich. The oracle said, "Own all there is between Sicyon and Corinth," which places are some 15 miles apart. Another fellow asked how he should cure his gout. The oracle coolly said, "Drink nothing but cold water." The Delphic oracle, and some of the others, used for a long time to give their answers in verses. At last, however, irreverent critics of the period made so much fun of the peculiarly miserable style of this poetry that the poor oracle gave it up and came down to plain prose. Every once in a while, some energetic and cunning man, of sceptical character, insisted on having just such an answer as he wanted. It was well known that Philip of Macedon bought what responses he wished at Delphi. Anybody with plenty of money, who could quietly see the priests, could have such a response as he chose. Or, if he was a bull-headed, hard-fisted, fighting man, of irreligious but energetic mind, the priests gave him what he wished, out of fear. When Themistocles wanted to encourage the Greeks against the Persians, he "fixed" Delphi by bribes. When Alexander the Great came to consult the same oracle, the Pythia was disinclined to perform. But Alexander rather roughly gave her to understand that she must, and she did. The Greek and Roman oracles finally all gave out, not far from the time of Christ's coming, having gradually become more or less disreputable for many years. All the heathen nations, as I have said, had their oracles too. The heathen Scandinavians had a famous one at Upsal. The Getae in Scythia had one, the Druids had them, so did the Mexican priests, the Egyptian and Syrian divinities had them. In short, oracles were quite as necessary as mysteries, and continue so in heathen religions. The only exception, I believe, is in Mohammedanism, whose votaries save themselves any trouble about the future by their thorough fatalism. They believe so fully and vividly that everything is immovably predestinated, being at the same time perfectly sure of heaven at last, that they quietly receive everything as it comes, and don't take the least trouble to find out how it is coming. The Sibyls were women, supposed to be inspired by some divinity, who were prophesied of the future. Some say there was but one, some 2, 3, 4, or 10. All sorts of obscure stories are told about the time and place of their activity. There was the Persian or the Chaldean, who is said to have foretold with many details the coming and career of Christ. The Libyan, the Delphic, the Cumaean, much honoured by the Romans, and half a dozen more. Then there was Mantho, the daughter of Tiresias, who was sent from Thebes to Delphi in a bag 720 years before the destruction of Troy. These ladies lived in caves, and among them are said to have composed the Sibylline books, which contain the mysteries of religion, were carefully kept out of sight at Rome, and finally came into the hands of the Emperor Constantine. They were burned, one story has it, about 50 years after his death, but there are some Sibylline books extant, which, however, are among the most transparent of humbugs, for they are full of all sorts of extracts and statements from the Old and New Testaments. I do not believe that there ever were any Sibyls. If there were any, they were probably ill-natured and desperate old maids, who turned so sour-tempered that their friends had to drive them off to live by themselves, and who, under these circumstances, went to work and wrote books. I must crowd in here a word or two about the auguries and the augurs. These gentlemen were a sort of Roman priests, who were accustomed to foretell future events, decide on coming good or bad fortune, whether it would do to go on with the elections, to begin any enterprise or not, etc., by means of various signs. These were thunder, the way any birds happened to fly, the way that the sacred chickens ate, the appearance of the entrails of beasts sacrificed, etc., etc. These augurs were, for a long time, much respected in Rome, but at last the more thoughtful people lost their belief in them, and they became so ridiculous that Cicero, who was himself one of them, said he could not see how one augur could look another in the face without laughing. It is humiliating to reflect how long and how extensively such barefaced and monstrous humbugs as these have maintained unquestioned authority over almost the whole race of man. Nor has humanity by any means escaped from such debasing slavery now, for millions and millions of men still believe and practice forms and ceremonies even more absurd, if possible, than the mysteries, oracles, and auguries. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Chapter 48. Modern Heathen Humbugs. A scale of superstition and religious beliefs of today, arranged from the lowest to the highest, would show many curious coincidences with another scale, which should trace the history of superstitions and religious beliefs backward in time toward the origin of man. Thus, for instance, the heathen humbugs, whether revolting or ridiculous, which I am to speak of in this chapter, are in full blast today, and they furnish perfect specimens of the beliefs which prevailed among the heathen of 4,000 and of 1,800 years ago, of the Chaldean Canaanite superstitions, and equally of those of the Romans under Augustus Caesar. The most dirty, vulgar, low, silly, and absurd of all the superstitions in the world are, as is natural, those of the darkest minded of all the heathen, who have any superstition at all. For, as if for the humiliation of our proud human nature, there are really some human beings who seem to have too little intellect even to rise to the height of a superstition. Such are the Andaman Islanders, who crawl on all fours, wear nothing but a plaster of mud to keep the mosquitoes off, eat bugs and grubs and ants, and turn their children out to shift for themselves as soon as the little wretches can learn to crawl and eat bugs. The lowest of superstitions are fetishism and obi, believed and practiced by Negro tribes, and remember this, even by their ignorant white mistresses in the West Indies and in the United States today. Yes, I know where Southern refugee secessionist women are living in and about New York City at this moment, who really believe in the Negro witchcraft called obi, practiced by the slaves. A fetish is anything not a living being, worshipped because supposed to be inhabited by some god. In some parts of Africa, the fetishes are a sort of guardian divinity, and there is one for each district, like a town constable, and sometimes one for each family. The fetish is any stone picked up in the street, a tree, a chip, a rag. It may be some stone or wooden image, an old pot, a knife, a feather. Before this precious divinity the poor darkies bow down and worship, and sometimes sacrifice a sheep or a rooster. Each more important fetish has a priest, and here is where the humbug comes in. This gentleman lives on the offerings made to the fetish, and he exploits his god, as a Frenchman would say, with great profit. Obi, or Obeah, is the name of the witchcraft of the Negro tribes, and the practitioner is termed an Obi man or Obi woman. They practice it at home in Africa and carry it with them to continue it when they are made slaves in other lands. Obi is now practiced, as I already hinted, in Cuba and in the southern states, and is believed in by the more ignorant and foolish white people as much as by their barbarous slaves. Obi is used only to injure, and the way to perform it upon your enemy is to hire the Obi man or woman to concoct a charm, and then to hide this or cause it to be hidden in some place about the person or abode of the victim where he will find it. He is expected thereupon to fall ill, to wither and waste away, and so to die. Absurd as it may seem, this cursing business operates with a good deal of certainty on the poor Negroes, who fall sick instantly on finding the ball of Obi, 2 or 3 inches in diameter, hidden in their bed, or in the roof, under the threshold, or in the earthen floor of their huts. These poor wretches become dejected, lose appetite, strength, and spirits, grow thin and ill, and really wither away and die. It is a curious fact, however, that if under these circumstances you can cause one of them to become converted to Christianity, or to become a Christian by profession, he becomes at once free from the witch's dominion and quickly recovers. The ball of Obi, or as it is called among the Brazilian Negroes, mandinga, may be made of various materials, always, I believe, including some which are disgusting or horrible. Leaves of trees and scraps of rag may be used, ashes, usually from bones or flesh of some kind, pieces of cats' bones and skulls, feathers, hair, earth, or clay, which ought to be from a grave, teeth of men and of snakes, alligators or other beasts, vegetable gum or other sticky stuff, human blood, pieces of eggshell, etc., etc. This mixture is curiously like that in the witch's cauldron in Macbeth, which, among other equally toothsome matters, contained frogs' toes, bats' wool, lizards' legs, owlets' wings, wolf's teeth, witch's mummy, Jew's liver, tiger's bowels, and lastly, as a sort of thickening to the gravy, baboon's blood. A Creole lady, now at the North, recently told a friend of mine that the Negroes can put some pieces of paper or powder or something or other in your shoes that will make you sick, or make you do anything they want. This poor foolish woman told this with a face full of awe and eyes wide open. Another lady known to me, long resident at the South, tells me that the belief in this sort of devilism is often found among the white people. The practices called Valdoo or Voodoo are a sort of Obi, being, like that, an invoking of the aid of some god to do what the worshippers wish. The Voodoo humbug is quite prevalent in Cuba, Haiti, and other West India islands, where there are wild Negroes or where they are still imported from Africa. There is also a good deal of this sort of humbug among the slaves in New Orleans, and cases arising from it have recently quite often appeared in the police reports in the newspapers of that city. The Voodoo worshippers assemble secretly, with a kind of chief witch or mistress of ceremonies. There is a boiling cauldron of hell broth, a la Macbeth. The votaries dance naked around their soup. Amulets and charms are made and distributed. During a quarter of a century last past, some hundreds of these orgies have been broken up by the New Orleans police, and probably as many more have come off as per program. The voodoo processes are most frequently appealed to for the purposes of some unsuccessful or jealous lover, and the Creole ladies believe in voodooism as much as in Obi. In the West Indies, the voodoo orgies are more savage than in this country. It is but a little while since in Haiti Under the energetic and sensible administration of President Giffard, 8 voodoo worshippers were regularly tried and executed for having murdered a young girl, the niece of 2 of them, by way of human sacrifice to the god. They tied the poor child tight, put her in a box called a humfort, fed her with some kind of stuff for 4 days, and then deliberately strangled her, beheaded her, flayed her, and cooked the head with yams, ate of the soup, and then performed a solemn dance and chant around an altar with the skull on it. The Caffres in southern Africa have a kind of humbugs somewhat like the Obi men, who are known as rainmakers. These gentlemen furnish what blessing and cursing may be required for other purposes, but as that country is liable to tremendous droughts, their best business is to make rain. This they do by various prayers and ceremonies, of which the most important part is receiving a large fee in advance from the customer. The rain-making business, though very lucrative, is not without its disadvantages, for whenever Musalakatsi or Dingan or any other chief sets his rainmaker at work, and the rain was not forthcoming as per application, the indignant ruler caused an assegai or 2 to be stuck through the wizard, for the encouragement of the other wizards. This was not so unreasonable as it may seem, for if the man could not make rain when it was wanted, what was he good for? The ceremonies of the powwows or medicine men of the North American Indians are less brutal than the African ones. These soothsayers, like the Obi men, prepared charms for their customers, usually, however, not so much to destroy others as to protect the wearer. These charms consist of some trifling matters tied up in a small bag, the medicine bag, which is to be worn around the neck, and will, it is supposed, ensure the wearer the special help and protection of the Great Spirit. The powwows sometimes do a little in the cursing line. There is a funny story of a Puritan minister in the early times of New England, who coolly defied one of the most famous Indian magicians to play off his infernal artillery. A formal meeting was had, and the powwow rattled his traps, howled, danced, blew feathers, and vociferated jargon till he was perfectly exhausted, the old minister quietly looking at him all the time. The savage humbug was dumbfounded, but quickly recovering his presence of mind, saved his home reputation by explaining to the red gentleman in the breech-cloths and nose-rings that the Yankees ate so much salt that curses wouldn't take hold on him at all. The shamans or shahamans of Siberia follow a very similar business, but are not so much priestly humbugs as mere conjurers. The lamas or Buddhist leaders of Central and Southern Asia are, however, regular priests again, and may be said, with singular propriety, to run their machine on principles of thorough religious humbug, for they do really pray by a machine. They set up a little mill to go by water or wind, which turns a cylinder. On this cylinder is written a prayer, and every time the barrel goes round once, it counts, they say, for one prayer. It may be imagined how piety intensified in a freshet, or in a heavy gale of wind. And there is a ludicrous notion of economy, as well as a pitiable folly in the conception of profiting by such windy supplications, and of saving all one's times and thoughts for business, while the prayers rattle out by the hundred at home. Only imagine the pious fervor of one of these priests in a first-class Lowell mill, of say 100,000 spindles. Print a large edition of some good prayer, and paste a copy on each spindle, and the place would seem to him the very gate of a Buddhist heaven. He would feel sure of taking heaven by storm, with the sustained fire of 100,000 prayers every second. His first requisite for a prosperous church would be a good water power for the prayer mills. And yet, absurd as these prayer mills of the heathen really are, It may not be safe to bring them under unqualified condemnation, for who among us has not sometimes heard windy prayers even in our Christian churches? Young clergymen are especially liable, and I might say, prone to this mockery. These, however, are but exceptions to the general Christian rule, viz., that the Omniscient careth only for heart service, and that before him all mere lip service or machine service is simply an abomination. A less innocent kind of praying is one of the religious humbugs of the bloody and cruel Sandwich Islands form of heathenism. Here a practice prevailed, and does yet, of paying money to a priest to pray your enemy to death. For cash in advance, this bargain could always be made, and so groveling was the spiritual cowardice of these poor savages, that, like the negro victim of Obi, the man prayed at seldom failed to sicken as soon as he found out what was going on, and to waste away and die. This bit of heathen humbug, now in operation from so many distant portions of the earth, shows how radically similar is all heathenism. It shows, too, how mean, vulgar, filthy, and altogether vile is such religion as man, unassisted, contrives for himself. It shows again how sadly great is the proportion of the human race still remaining in this brutal darkness. And by contrast, it affords us great reason for thankfulness that we live in a land of better culture and happier hopes and practices. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Humbugs of the World by P. T. Barnum. Chapter 49. Ordeals. Ordeals belong to times and communities of rudeness, violence, materialism, ignorance, gross superstition, and blind faith. The theory of ordeals is, that God will miraculously decide in the case of any accused person referred to him. He will cause the accused to be victorious or defeated in a duel, will punish him on the spot for perjury, and if the innocent be exposed to certain physical dangers, will preserve him harmless. The duel, for instance, used to be called the ordeal by battle, and was simply the commitment of the decision of a cause to God. Duels were regularly prefaced by the solemn prayer, "God show the right." Nowadays nobody believes that skill with a pistol is going to be specially bestowed by the Almighty, without diligent practice at a mark. Accordingly, the idea of a divine interposition has long ago dropped out of the question, and dueling is exclusively in the hands of the devil and his human votaries, is a purely brutal absurdity. But in England, so long was this bloody, superstitious humbug kept up, that any hardened scoundrel who was a good hand at his weapon might, down to the year 1819, absolutely have committed murder under the protection of English law. 2 years before that date a country rough named Abraham Thornton murdered his sweetheart, Mary Ashford, but by deficiency of proof was acquitted on trial. There was, however, a moral conviction that Thornton had killed the girl, and her brother, a mere lad, caused an appeal to be entered according to the English statute, and Thornton was again arraigned before the King's Bench. In the meantime his counsel had looked up the obsolete proceedings about assize of battle, and when Thornton was placed at the bar he threw down his glove upon the floor according to the ancient forms, and challenged his accuser to mortal combat. In reply the appellant, Ashford, set forth facts so clearly showing Thornton's guilt as to constitute, as he alleged, cause for exemption from the combat, and for condemnation of the prisoner. The court, taken by surprise, spent 5 months in studying on the matter. At last it decided that the fighting man had the law of England on his side, admitted his demand, and further found that the matters alleged for exemption from combat were not sufficient. On this, poor William Ashford, who was but a boy, declined the combat by reason of his youth, and the prisoner was discharged, and walked in triumph out of court, the innocent blood still unavenged upon his hands. The old fogies of Parliament were startled at finding themselves actually permitting the practice of barbarisms abolished by the Greek Emperor Michael Palaeologus in 1259, and by the good King Louis IX of France in 1270. And 2 years afterwards, in 1819, the legal duel or assize of battle was by law abolished in England. It had been legal there for 5 centuries and a half, having been introduced by statute in 1261. Before that time the ordeals by fire and by water were the regular legal ones in England. These were known even to the Anglo-Saxon law, being mentioned in the Code of Ina, A.D. about 700. It appears that fire was thought the most aristocratic element, for the ordeal by fire was used for nobles, and that by water for vulgarians and serfs. The operations were as follows. When one was accused of a crime, murder for instance, he had his choice whether to be tried by God and his country, or by God. If he chose the former, he went before a jury; if the latter, he underwent the ordeal. 9 red-hot ploughshares were laid on the ground in a row. The accused was blindfolded and sent to walk over them. If he burnt himself, he was guilty; if not, not. Sometimes, instead of this, the accused carried a piece of red-hot iron of from 1 to 3 pounds weight in his hand for a certain distance. The ordeal by water was, in one form at least, the same wise alternative in after years so often offered to witches. The accused was tied up in a heap, each arm to the other leg, and flung into water. If he floated, he was guilty, and must be killed. If he sank and drowned, he was innocent, but killed. Trial was therefore synonymous with execution. The nature of such alternatives shows how important it was to have a character above suspicion. Another mode was, for the accused to plunge his bare arm into boiling water to the elbow. The arm was then instantly sealed up in bandages under charge of the clergy for 3 days. If it was then found perfectly well, the accused was acquitted; if not, he was found guilty. Another ordeal was expurgation or compurgation. It was a simple business, as easy as swearing, very much like a custom house oath. It was only this: the accused made solemn oath that he was not guilty, and all the respectable men he could muster came and made their solemn oath that they believed so too. This is much like the jurisprudence of the Dutch justice of the peace in the old story, before whom 2 men swore that they saw the prisoner steal chickens. The thief, however, getting a little time to collect testimony, brought in 12 men who swore that they did not see him take the chickens. "Balance of evidence overwhelmingly in favor of the prisoner," said the sapient justice, in Dutch, I suppose, and finding him innocent in a ratio of 6 to 1, he discharged him at once. This ordeal by oath was reserved for people of eminence, whose word went for something, and who had a good many thorough-going friends. Another sort of ordeal was reserved for priests. It was called corsned. The priest who took the ordeal by corsned received a bit of bread or a bit of cheese, which was loaded heavily, by way of sauce, with curses upon whomsoever should eat it falsely. This he ate, together with the bread of the Lord's Supper. Everybody knew that if he were guilty, the sacred mouthful would choke him to death on the spot. History records no instance of the choking of any priest in this ordeal, but there is a story that the Saxon Earl Godwin of Kent took the corsned to clear himself of a charge of murder, and, being a layman, was choked. I fully believe that Earl Godwin is dead, for he was born about the year 1000, but I have not the least idea that corsned killed him. The priests had the management of ordeals, which, being appeals to God, were reckoned religious ceremonies. They of course much preferred the swearing and eating and hot iron and water ordeals, which could be kept under the regulation of clerical good sense. Not so with the ordeal by battle. No priest could do anything with the wrath of two great mad ugly brutes, hot to kill each other, and crazy to risk having their own throats cut or skulls cleft rather than not have the chance. In consequence, the whole influence of the Romish Church went against the ordeal by battle and in favor of the others. Thus the former soon lost its religious element and became the mere duel, a base indulgence of a beast's passion for murder and revenge. The progress of enlightenment gradually pushed ordeals out of court. Mobs have, however, always tried the ordeal by water on witches. Almost all the heathen ordeals have depended on fire, water, or something to eat or drink. Even in the Bible we find an ordeal prescribed to the Jews (Numbers chapter 5) for an unfaithful wife who was there directed to drink some water with certain ceremonies, which drink, God promises, shall cause a fatal disease if she be guilty, and if not, not. It is worth noticing that Moses says not a word about any water of jealousy or any other ordeal for unfaithful husbands. This drinking or eating ordeal prevails quite extensively even now. In Hindustan, theft is often enquired into by causing the suspected party to chew some dry rice or rice flour which has some very strong curses stirred into it, corsned fashion. After chewing, the accused spits out his mouthful, and if it is either dry or bloody, he is guilty. It is easy to see how a rascal, if as credulous as rascals often are, would be so frightened that his mouth would be dry, and would thus betray his own peccadillo. Another Hindu mode was to give a certain quantity of poison in butter, and if it did no harm, to acquit. Here the man who mixes the dose is evidently the important person. In Madagascar they give some tangina water. Now tangina is a fruit, of which a little vomits a patient, and a good deal poisons or kills him, a quality which sufficiently explains how they managed that ordeal. Ordeals by fire and water are still practiced, with some variations, in Hindustan, China, Pegu, Siberia, Congo, Guinea, Senegambia, and other pagan nations. Some of those still in use are odd enough. A Malabar one is to swim across a certain river which is full of crocodiles. A Hindu one is for the two parties to an accusation to stand outdoors, each with one bare leg in a hole, he to win who can longest endure the bites they are sure to get. This would be a famous method in some of the New Jersey and New York and Connecticut seashore lowlands I know of. The mosquitoes would decide cases both civil and criminal at a speed that would make a judge of the Supreme Court as dizzy as a humming top. Another Hindu plan was for the accused to hold his head under water while a man walked a certain distance. If the walker chose to be lazy about it, or the prisoner had diseased lungs, this would be a rather severe method. The Wanakas in eastern Africa draw a red-hot needle through the culprit's lips, a most judicious place to get hold of an African, and if the wound bleeds he is guilty. In Siam, accuser and accused are put into a pen, and a tiger is let loose on them. He whom the tiger kills is guilty. If he kills both, both are guilty. If neither, then try another mode. Blackstone says that an ordeal might always be tried by attorney. I should think this would give the legal profession a very lively time whenever the courts were chiefly using tigers, poison, drowning, fire, and red-hot iron, but not so much so when a little swearing or eating was the only thing required. This whole business of ordeals is a singular superstition, and the extent of its employment shows how ready the human race is to believe that God is constantly influencing even their ordinary private affairs. In other words, it is in principle like the doctrine of special providence. Looked at as a superstition, however, considered as a humbug, the history of ordeals show how corrupt becomes the nuisance of religious ways of deciding secular business, and how proper is our great American principle of the separation of state and church. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of the Humbugs of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Humbugs of the World by P.T. Barnum. Religious Humbugs. Chapter 50. Apollonius of Tyana. The annals of ancient history are peculiarly rich in narratives of pretension and imposition, and either owing to the greater ignorance and credulity of mankind, or the superior skill of gifted but unscrupulous men in those days, present a few examples that even surpass the most remarkable products of the modern science of humbug. One of their most surprising instances, in fact perhaps absolutely the leading impostor, was the sage or charlatan, for it is difficult to determine which, known as Apollonius Tyanius, so called from Tyana, in Cappadocia, Asia Minor, his birthplace, where he first saw the light about 4 years earlier than Christ, and consequently more than 18½ centuries ago. His arrival upon this planet was attended with some amazing demonstrations. With his first cry, a flash of lightning darted from the heavens to the earth and back again. Dogs howled, cats mewed, roosters crowed, and flocks of swans, so say the older chroniclers, probably geese every one of them, clapped their wings in the adjacent meadows with a supernatural clatter. Ushered into the world with such surprising omens as these, young Apollonius could not fail to make a noise himself ere long. Sent by his doting father to Tarsus, in Cilicia, to be educated, he found the dissipations of the place too much for him, and soon removed to Ægæ, a smaller city at no great distance from the other. There he adopted the doctrines of Pythagoras, and subjected himself to the regular discipline of that curious system whose first process was a sort of juvenile gag law, the pupils being required to keep perfectly silent for a period of 5 years, during which time it was forbidden to utter a single word. Even in those days few female scholars preferred this practice, and the boys had it all to themselves, nor were they by any means numerous. After this probation was over, they were enjoined to speak and argue with moderation. At Ægæ there stood a temple dedicated to Aesculapius, who figured on earth as a great physician and compounder of simples, and after death was made a god. The edifice was much larger and more splendid than the Brandreth House on Broadway, although we have no record of Aesculapius having bestowed upon the world any such benefaction as the universal pills. However, unlike our modern M.D.s, the latter was in the habit of reappearing after death in this temple, and there holding forth to the faithful on various topics of domestic medicine. Apollonius was allowed to take up his residence in the establishment, and no doubt the priests initiated him into all their dodges to impose upon the people. Another tenet of the Pythagorean faith was a total abstinence from beans, an arrangement which would be objectionable in New England and in Nassau street eating houses. Apollonius, however, who knew nothing of Yankees or Nassau street, manfully completed his novitiate. Restored at length to the use of beans and of his talking apparatus, he set forth upon a lecturing tour through Pamphylia and Cilicia. His themes were temperance, economy, and good behavior, and for the very novelty of the thing, crowds of disciples soon gathered about him. At the town of Aspenda he made a great hit, when he pitched into the corn merchants who had bought up all the grain during a period of scarcity, and sold it to the people at exorbitant prices. Of course such things are not permitted in our day. Apollonius, moved by the sufferings of women and children, took his stand in the market-place, and with his stylus wrote in large characters upon a tablet the following advice to the speculators in grain. Quote, "The earth, the common mother of all, is just. But ye, being unjust, would make her a bountiful mother to yourselves alone. Leave off your dishonest traffic, or ye shall be no longer permitted to live." Unquote. The grain merchants, upon beholding this appeal, relented, for there was conscience in those days, and moreover the populace had prepared torches, and proposed to fry a few of the offenders, like oysters in bread crumbs. So they yielded at once, and great was the fame of the prophet. Thus elevated in his own opinion, Apollonius, still preaching virtue by the wayside, set out for Babylon, after visiting the cities of Antioch, Ephesus, etc., always attracting immense crowds. As he penetrated further toward the remote east, his troops of followers fell off, until he was left with only 3 companions, who went with him to the end. One of these was a certain Damis, who wrote a description of the journey, and, by the way, tells us that his master spoke all languages, even those of the animals. We have men in our own country who can talk horse talk at the races, but probably none so perfectly as this great Tyanean. The author of The Ruined Cities of Africa, a recent publication, informs us that at Lamba, an African village, there is a leopard who can speak. This would go to show that the animals are aspiring in a direction directly the opposite of the acquirements of Apollonius, and I shall secure that leopard if possible for exhibition in the museum, and for a considerable consideration send him to any public meeting where some one is needed who will come up to the scratch. But to resume. On his way to Babylon, Apollonius saw by the roadside a lioness and 8 whelps, where they had been killed by a party of hunters, and argued from the omen that he should remain in that city just 1 year and 8 months, which of course turned out to be exactly the case. The Babylonian monarch was so delighted with the eloquence and skill of the noted stranger that he promised him any 12 gifts that he might choose to ask for, but Apollonius declined accepting anything but food and raiment. However, the king gave him camels and escort to assist his journey over the northern mountains of Hindustan, which he crossed, and entered the ancient city of Taxilia. On the way he had a high time in the gorges of the hills with a horrible hobgoblin of the species called Empusa by the Greeks. This demon terrified his companions half out of their wits, but Apollonius bravely assailed him with all sorts of hard words, and, to literally translate the old Greek narrative, blackguarded him so effectually that the poor devil fled with his tail between his legs. At Taxilia, Phraortes, the king, a lineal descendant of the famous Porus, and truly a porous personage, since he was renowned for drinking, gave the philosopher a grand reception, and introduced him to the chief of the Brahmins, whose temples he explored. These Hindu gentlemen opened the eyes of Apollonius wider than they had ever been before, and taught him a few things he had never dreamed of, but which served him admirably during his latter career. He returned to Europe by way of the Red Sea, passing through Ephesus, where he vehemently denounced the speculators in gold and other improper persons. As they did not heed him, he predicted the plague, and left for Smyrna. Sure enough, the pestilence broke out just after his departure, and the Ephesians telegraphed to Smyrna, by the only means in their power, for his immediate return, gold in the meanwhile falling at least 10%. Apollonius reappeared in the twinkling of an eye, suddenly, in the very midst of the wailing crowd on the market-place. Pointing to a beggar, he directed the people to stone that particular unfortunate, and they obeyed so effectually that the hapless creature was in a few moments completely buried under a huge heap of brickbats. The next morning the philosopher commanded the throng to remove the pile of stones, and as they did so, a dog was discovered instead of the beggar. The dog sprang up, wagged his tail, and made away at 2:40, and with him the pestilence departed. For this feat the Ephesians called Apollonius a god, and reared a statue to his honor. The appellation of divinity he willingly accepted, declaring that it was only justice to good men. In these degenerate days we have accorded the term to only one person, the divine Fanny Elsler. That, too, was a tribute to superior understanding. Our hero next visited Pergamus, the site of ancient Troy, where he shut himself up all night in the tomb of Achilles, and having raised the great departed, held conversation with him on a variety of military topics. Among other things, Achilles told him that the theory of his having been killed by a wound in the heel was all nonsense, as he had really died from being bitten by a puppy in the back. If the reader does not believe me, let him consult the original manuscript of Damis. The same accident has disabled several great generals in modern times. Apollonius next made a tour through Greece, visiting Athens, Sparta, Olympia, and other cities, and exhorting the dissolute Greeks to mend their evil courses. The Spartans particularly came in for a severe lecture on the advantages of soap and water, and it is said that the first clean face ever seen in that republic was the result of the great Tyanean's teachings. At Athens he cured a man possessed of a demon, the latter bouncing out of his victim at length with such fury and velocity as to dash down a neighbouring marble statue. The Isle of Crete was the next point on the journey. with an earthquake occurring at the time, Apollonius suddenly exclaimed in the streets, "The earth is bringing forth land." Folks looked as he pointed toward the sea, and there beheld a new island in the direction of Terrae. He arrived at Rome, whither his fame had preceded him just as the Emperor Nero had issued an edict against all who dealt in magic, and although he knew that he was included in the denunciation, he boldly went to the Forum, where he restored to life the dead body of a beautiful lady, and predicted an eclipse of the sun, which shortly occurred. Nero caused him to be arrested, loaded with chains, and flung into an underground dungeon. When his jailers next made their rounds, they found the chains broken and the cell empty, but heard the chanting of invisible angels. This story would not be believed by the head jailer at Sing Sing. Prolonging his trip as far as Spain, Apollonius there got up a sedition against the authority of Nero, and thence crossed over into Africa. This was the darkest period of his history. From Africa he proceeded to the south of Italy and the island of Sicily, still discoursing as he went. About this time he heard of Nero's death, and returned to Egypt, where Vespasian was endeavoring to establish his authority. While in Egypt he explored the supposed sources of the Nile, and learned all the lore of the Ethiopian necromancers, who could do anything, even to making a black man white, thus greatly excelling the skill of after ages. Vespasian had immense faith in the Tyanean sage, and consulted him upon the most important matters of state. Titus, the successor of that monarch, manifested equal confidence, and regarded him absolutely as an oracle. Apollonius, who really seems to have been a most sensible politician, wrote the following brief but pithy note to Titus, when the latter modestly refused the crown of victory after having destroyed Jerusalem. Apollonius to Titus, Emperor of Rome, sendeth greeting. Since you have refused to be applauded for bloodshed and victory in war, I send you the crown of moderation. You know to what kind of merit crowns are due. Yet Apollonius was by no means an ultra-peace man, for he strongly advocated the shaving and clothing of the Ethiopians, and their thorough chastisement when they refused to be combed and purified. When Domitian grasped at the imperial sceptre, the great Tyanean sided with his rival, Nerva, and having for this offence been seized and cast into prison, suddenly vanished from sight, and reappeared on the instant at Puteoli, 150 miles away. The distinguished Mr. Jewett, of Colorado, is the only instance of similar rapidity of locomotion known to us in this country and time. After taking breath at Puteoli, the sage resumed his travels and revisited Greece, Asia Minor, etc. At Ephesus he established his celebrated school, and then, once more returning to Crete, happened to give his old friends, the Cretans, great offence, and was shut up in the Temple Dictymna to be devoured by famished dogs, but the next morning was found perfectly unharmed in the midst of the docile animals, who had already made considerable progress in the Pythagorean philosophy, and were gathered around the philosopher, seated on their hind legs, with open mouths and lolling tongues, intently listening to him while he lectured them in the canine tongue. So devoted had they become to their eloquent instructor, and so enraged were they at the interruption when the Cretans reopened the temple, that they rushed out upon the latter and made a breakfast of a few of the leading men. This is one of the last of the remarkable incidents that we find recorded of the almighty Apollonius. How he came to his end is quite uncertain, but some veracious chroniclers declare that he simply dried up and blew away. Others aver that he lived to the good old age of 97, and then quietly gave up the ghost at Tyana, where a temple was dedicated to his memory. However that may be, he was subsequently worshipped with divine honors, and so highly esteemed by the greatest men of after days, that even Aurelian refused to sack Tyana out of respect to the philosopher's ashes. Dion Cassius, the historian, records one of the most remarkable instances of his clairvoyance or second sight. He states that Apollonius, in the midst of a discourse at Ephesus, suddenly paused, and then in a different voice exclaimed to the astonishment of all, "Have courage, good Stephanus! Strike! Strike! Kill the tyrant!" On that same day the hated Domitian was assassinated at Rome by a man named Stephanus. The humdrum interpretation of this "miracle" is simply that Apollonius had a foreknowledge of the intended attempt upon the tyrant's life. Long afterwards Cagliostro claimed that he had been a fellow traveller with Apollonius, and that his mysterious companion, the sage Athlotas, was the very same personage, who, consequently at the same time, must have reached the ripe age of some 1784 years, a lapse of time beyond the memory of even the oldest inhabitant, in these parts at least. The End. End of Chapter 50. End of The Humbugs of the World, by P.T. Barnum.